Good morning and welcome to AxieCon. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way into the main room. Our program will begin shortly. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to AxieCon. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way into the main room. Our program is about to begin. Thank you. Good morning, attendees and guests, and welcome to AxieCon. Our program is about to begin. Also, please take this opportunity to silence all communication devices. Our program is about to begin. Thank you.
Whew. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to AxieCon. It is so amazing to be here, and it's so amazing to see so many familiar faces here already. I'm Zayori. I am the program lead for esports and content creators. I have a pretty fun job at Axie Infinity, and moments like this, we really get to see the fruition of all of our hard work. I want to talk about some of the concepts that went into AxieCon and bringing this whole show to life. A lot of it really started at NFT NYC last year in 2021. Markets were a little different, energy was a little different, but it was really a landmark event for us. We had the opportunity to meet many of our community members and really sense the passion that existed in the space. We had a meetup that was community-led and had an amazing turnout. We had some amazing content that took place at that conference. And then we also had the Axie Rave, an amazing dance party in Brooklyn. And we got to see the full diversity of our audience. After that event, Jiho pulled me aside, and he said, Zayori, I think we need to start working on AxieCon yesterday. And if we don't start working on it now, it's never going to happen. And you have to remember, 10 months ago, we weren't sure if the world was going to be open. COVID still had a lot of things locked down. Many locations that we considered were just simply unavailable to do an event of this scale. But we had to commit, assume some risk, and just make the best of it. Luckily, our thesis was mostly correct. The world has mostly reopened, and here we are celebrating this amazing Axie event. Part of our thesis for real-life meetups is allowing our community to not only meet us, but meet each other. We've realized that engaging online can only get you so far, and when you remove that human element from communications, things change a little bit. And we've seen many anecdotal experiences where people that have gotten into huge arguments online have been able to shake it out, become friends in real life, and kind of talk out their differences. And those are moments that I look at and go, this is how we make progress. We have a lot of really complicated questions to answer in terms of building out this DAO, building out a governance structure, and I think we can only solve that by having these hard conversations honestly with each other in a respectful manner. And that's a big part of why we're here at AxieCon today. What drives Axie is user feedback. Please continue giving us your feedback. It's very, very helpful. I want to talk about Axie Infinity, though, for a moment as a universe. We often hear people talk about Axie Classic, Axie Origin as an amazing Web3 card game. I agree. Axie Origin is an amazing card game, but it's really the tip of the iceberg. Axie Infinity is a whole universe. It's a universe that's going to be driven mostly by user-generated content. There's going to be more Axie IP, and there's going to be more games that'll be on the Ronin network. User-generated content is really how we see ourselves scaling this thing. There are many members of the Builders program here at this event, some that couldn't make it, and there's going to be a lot more builders joining us in the future. This universe is a fundamental shift to the paradigm of how users get to engage with the environments they spend so much time. Gamers have huge passion, they have huge commitment, and it's about time that they get to own some of that commitment when they participate in these ecosystems. I think Axie has done a really good job proving that people are open to this change. We still have a lot of work to do, but our founders have had a hard path. It's been 4 years of working tirelessly to get Axie Infinity where it is. I've been with the team for 18 months, and the founders had to go through a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get us here. They were talking about NFTs before anybody really knew what NFTs were. They were talking about this vision at a time when very few people could really believe in it. I was one of those people. I met Alexander, one of the co-founders, in 2018 when I was trying to make a blockchain game myself. Got a taste of how hard that is. My developer quit about 3 days into the process because he had no idea how to build what we wanted to build. And when we saw Axie Infinity, we felt like, wow, somebody's already beat us. Somebody's already made an amazing IP and set this bedrock for a game that could take over the future. When I met Alex, he actually gave me a set of Axies, 2 sets of Axies. And at the time, I was very, very excited to try them, but also busy doing other things, and I never really got around to it. This is when Axie was an auto battler. Times were so different. And now when I look at those Axies that are still in my wallet, I think, man, how things have changed. 4 years is a long time, but we've gone through 3 major iterations. LAN game play is now on the horizon, and things have grown considerably. I was taken aback that the founders were so generous, willing just to give me assets just to try the game, and how eager they were to connect. It's also sort of funny to remark that on that phone call, Alex said, you know, one day we might have esports for this game. I laughed. My ego was so big that I said, mobile esports. Don't insult my intelligence with that stuff, Alex. Of course, he was completely right. And my ego got knocked down a few pegs, and here we are. We proved the haters wrong. There is so much demand for Axie Infinity last year that it actually broke our servers. We had to scramble to refactor a lot of code and get it ready for enterprise, but it was a really affirming moment to know that we were bringing new users into the ecosystem. Axie proved that it's possible to gamify this experience, to incentivize users to go through all of these pain points, to set up a wallet, understand how the blockchain works, understand how to move money to exchanges and ultimately into their bank accounts. Axie has a lot of users that are not only new to Web3, they're new to financial technology, and some of them are brand new to esports. Axie has been doing great work in terms of moving new users into all of these ecosystems, and to me, that is the sign of a very strong foundation. I also want to talk about Ronin a little bit and how powerful it is for Axie Infinity to have its own scaling option. If you had told me we're going to make our own blockchain for this game in 2018, I would have said, you guys are crazy. Building a blockchain is ridiculously hard. And not only building it, but maintaining it. How do we ensure that this thing will be safe and secure and scale for the future? Ronan was not the first suggestion, right? We tried other networks, and they didn't work for us. We realized we needed to own our own destiny. And it did set back the roadmap a little bit. But now we have this foundation that will allow us to scale. It allows us to breed Axies, play Axie virtually for free. And we continue to iterate on that. App.Axie was just released. More improvements to the marketplace are going to be coming. And rest assured, we will continue implementing that feedback you give us. Now let's talk about AxieCon a little bit and some of the stuff that we've got prepared today. I hope you're ready for a boatload of content, because it is coming. The big one today is the Founders Panel. That's what we're going to close with, and that's what we're building up to. We're going to have Trung, as well as Alexander and Jiho here on the stage. They're going to be talking about the roadmap and some big updates that are going to be coming along the way. Definitely want to be here for that one. It's huge. We've got a developer and governance stage over there on the other side of the venue. This is a spot where we're going to have a bit of an unconvention vibe. We're going to talk about governance, we're going to talk about the DAO, and we're going to engage in some very interesting conversations. It'll be a place where the developers can connect, talk about apps, and hopefully exchange some notes. All of that content is being recorded. It will not be live streamed, but some of it might get released in the future. We also have the largest esports tournament in Axie Infinity history happening in this venue. We have 2 tournaments going on, Axie Classic World Championships for $500,000, and the Origin Bring Your Own Device tournament for $400,000. There's also Axie Stadium, which is sort of an esports light activation where you'll be able to battle each other and then ultimately challenge some of our founders and senior staff starting tomorrow and the next day. This esports event is a big deal for us. At Axie Infinity, esports is more than just another marketing ploy or a way to engage our users. Our esports system is a key part of our DAO and delivering these tokens to the users that actually care about the ecosystem. AXS is a governance token. Ultimately, it will be used to govern this DAO and make huge decisions that affect the gameplay. How do we ensure that those tokens get distributed to people that really care about using those votes to make the ecosystem a better place? Part of that thesis is pro players. If you're willing to commit, practice, and compete at a professional level when it comes to esports, I reckon you probably care about this ecosystem a whole lot. So esports for us is really a funnel to distribute these tokens to those that deserve them most. And we're hoping that that will help insulate our DAO and maybe reduce some of the risk related to the complexities around decentralized governance. This is just the beginning for Axie Esports as well. We're executing a bottom-up strategy that is really rooted in amplifying the organic energy in the space. We've had 2 esports grants already, both of which have shown tremendous growth, both for players and the organizers that have been learning alongside of us. It's been incredible to see so many new users, both on the organizer side, on the fan side, and on the player side, participate for the first time. For Axie Classic, we have 14 players here that qualified through online matches. Many of these players just got their passports for the very first time. Not only have they never left their home country, they've never been to an esports tournament before. To me, this is foundational. We're not just bringing old users into Web3, but we're actually breaking new users into this ecosystem, as we talked about before. We've also got a manicure station. So if you want to glam up a little bit, please go check it out and get your nails done for all things Axie. So this first AxieCon really is a celebration. We've come a very long way, and we're so happy to have many of you here joining us. This is the culmination of much building, battling, breeding, and connecting. We couldn't be more excited to host all of you here in Barcelona, and let's have a great event. So, without any further ado, let's get things kicked off with our first panel. I would very much like to introduce Cairo from Quest, Ian Mercado from YGG, and Tanyaka from Brazil. All right. Oh, one more, bud. That's my chair. All right, so welcome to our first panel. Today we're going to talk about content creation in Web3, and we've got 3 amazing creators with us here, all from very different backgrounds. Cairo from North America, part of Quest, They've been working very closely with Axie Infinity on developing our creator program as well as various other activations. Ian Mercado from YGG in the Philippines. She's done some incredible work for us in terms of esports project management. She's a very successful streamer, and also you'll see her on the stage a few more times throughout this event. And Tanyaka here, my buddy from Brazil.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Made it all the way here to Barcelona. Brazil is a very quickly growing region for us, and some of the work that he's been doing as a community lead there has been instrumental in helping us break into that community. So first and foremost, welcome. Cairo, how's it feel to be in Barcelona, man?
It's really crazy, man. Being overseas for the first time is a very awesome experience. We got to see a lot of cool architecture, got to meet so many people I already see in the crowd that I'm able to just put a face to a name, so it's been really, really great.
Awesome. Ian as well, I mean, a long journey for you from the Philippines.
Yeah, I had 20-hour flight, but it was amazing to be here in Barcelona and meeting everyone from Axie. And I think yesterday everyone had a lot of drinks. Yeah, a lot, from morning to the night time.
Yep.
It seemed like the beach party was a smashing success from everything that I could tell. I was not participating, but it seemed like you had a great time. Tanyaka, how are you doing? I know the Brazilian boys are really excited to be here.
Yeah, man, it's very hard to go through the ocean for us, and it's very, very great to be here. It's a great city. Everybody's doing very great here, and a lot of great conversations. And the event starts now, and I had a lot of great conversations, and man, that's sick.
Yeah, amazing. So I want to ask you guys a bit about what it's like to be a Web3 content creator, because I think all of you have been around long enough, so you've worked in other games, you've made videos for some traditional games. Cairo, maybe let's start with you. I mean, what's your Web3 creator experience been? Because at Quest, you are one of the content creators. That's your full-time job, man.
Right. So yeah, being in Web3 and being a content creator is honestly a lot different than Web2. I formerly competed in Apex Legends whenever I was first getting into content creation, and making videos and clips and things like that for those kind of games, it's a lot different than making it for a Web3 game. You have to really reinvent yourself a lot continuously to just keep everything fresh. You have to really keep up with everything that's going on in like the social media space, and it's been a great experience, though. I mean, I've met a lot of people, the community scene that is in Axie specifically, but Web3 in general, just being able to like join these communities and have a closer relationship with so many people, rather than like in a Web2 game, I feel like it's a lot more cold. Like you meet a lot of people, but the relationships just aren't as close. Like a lot of these people that I see out in the crowd, like I've had really deep conversations with. I've talked to them about a lot of really cool things, and in Web2, it just wasn't like that. So definitely a more personal experience, I would say.
Great. I'm curious, I mean, does that resonate with you too? Is that similar to your experience, or have you felt slightly different, Ian?
I think it's a bit different from my end, since I do buy my own NFTs, and Web2 games are like just skins, but owning assets and streaming it actually is different, and there are some different guidelines on streaming and content creation that you just can't show off too much on streaming, and like financial advising to people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's quite challenging on how you can be creative at the same time. You can inform your viewers about Web3 itself as a whole.
Right. I actually wanted to ask that as a follow-up. How do you dance around the nothing is financial advice, but we're talking about things that are, available for trade on a free market. There's an evolving meta. Everyone's trying to get ahead of the curve. I mean, I'm curious how you balance this, Tanyaka, because as a creator, you want to be responsible. You don't want to give people bad advice. You certainly don't want to be giving out financial information. But sometimes there's a Venn diagram there that feels a little hard to separate.
Yeah, that's our great challenge in Brazil, because the people care about a lot with the financial thing, and you have to make that the better way, because we need to care about our community, and that is very important in Brazil, because the people don't see the danger about that, and we have the responsibility to do that in the better way.
Right. And not every country has the same regulation, right?
Yeah.
Some places have really strict regulations about disclosures and various other things, and others, it's the Wild West. You can kind of do whatever you want, and it's on you to have that moral code, excuse me, that moral code to make sure you're doing right by your audience.
Yeah, perfect.
Can I bounce in? I just make sure to remind everybody that I'm a 25-year-old idiot just spending my money on videos. Like I make sure to show all my bad decisions and my good decisions. I'm really honest with my crowd, and yeah, I think that's really just key because I think no matter what, especially with how motivations are in Web3, I think people are always going to take your advice even if you tell them not to. Like you could directly say, "This, I'm making a terrible decision." Like Spam, one of my guildmates, he bought Endless Anger for like 0.7 ETH or something like that. And he's like, you guys don't understand. Like, if you guys go out and do this, you could get burned. So I think people will always take your advice, even if you tell them not to. But it's definitely a fine line to dance around.
Yeah. Gotcha. And I want to talk about this sense of ownership, right? You know, the Axie Infinity DAO is still being formed. We're in the early stages, so full governance hasn't completely kicked in yet. But as a creator, do you guys feel more of a sense of ownership over Axie? Because I guess does actually owning your assets change the mentality as a content creator?
Yeah, perfect. Well, the thing about you own your own assets, it's very different because in Web 2 you don't have that. I have a lot of skins on games, and it's not mine. Yeah,
Sunk cost.
Yeah, sunk cost. And now we have that thing with Axie Infinity, and that changed my mindset, and that changed a mindset of my family and friends, and I live in a place everyone plays something, and that's when the people start to see Axie Infinity. Wow, everybody changed their mind, and that's very important in Brazil, principally because the people spend a lot of money in games, and thinking about that, people now can have their own asset, and that's very important.
Yeah, and of course, big responsibility that comes with that as well. Yeah. Owning your own assets means you're responsible for the custody and the security. And I'm curious how you've navigated that, Ian. Like, do you feel like you have to spend extra time educating your audience as part of being a Web3 creator? Because as we know, right, setting up the wallet is the first thing. If you don't secure that seed phrase, everything else on top of that's in trouble. So there is a really paramount educational process that almost has to happen for us to do this responsibly.
Yeah, actually, for security, I have a device that I don't really, a laptop dedicated for everything. And I don't use that for browsing or downloading anything at all. So that laptop is just for my assets. And of course, I use a Trezor. So that's very, very important. And I tell that to the viewers, especially in the Philippines, there are a lot of uneducated people, and they really don't want to get educated at all. They just want to buy because you said you buy it.
Right.
Yeah. So they have to learn it the hard way to actually just buy the things that they need. But of course, us as a content creator, we have to push it and really tell them you don't really need to experience it the hard way. You just need to invest on the right materials and the right hardware that you need so that you can protect your assets. Because it's an asset.
Yeah.
You can buy and sell it. So
totally.
money.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what have you guys felt is the biggest struggle of being a creator in the modern age? I mean, I think there's a lot of parallels for traditional content creators. It's a high-stress life. You have to continually come up with new ideas. You have to kind of one-up yourself consistently and at times kind of reinvent yourself. So maybe, Cairo, you can speak to some of the challenges of your daily lifestyle. I'm kind of curious, what is the day-to-day of Cairo like?
It differs every day, depending on when I wake up and go to sleep, because my sleep schedule is always chalked. Like, I'm going to bed at 4 a.m. sometimes. But yeah, it's a different set of struggles from being a Web 2 to Web 3 creator. I think as a Web 3 creator, like you said, you have to constantly revamp yourself. You have to constantly stay educated on what's going on. And yeah, I think just the output, probably. It's really easy to get burned out, especially when you're sitting in front of your computer for so many hours per day, or just constantly trying to think of creative ideas to maybe be different or try to stick out from everybody else. I think that just the output is probably the biggest struggle for me.
Okay. You guys concur? I mean, Ian, do you feel how do you manage the grind? I know you do a variety of games as well, so you're still doing some traditional gaming, some Web3 gaming. How do you balance all of it?
I usually, for Web3 games and the things that I do in crypto, there's always people helping me to update me what's happening, because not every time I can scroll on Twitter. Unlike before, when it's pandemic, you're inside your house, you just scroll, update, get get news from different startups, organizations. But right now it's different because the world is actually getting back again on the track and it's getting busier. So you need the people around you to help you too. So that's how I adjust. And I actually listen to those people.
Yeah. How's the Brazilian life? You know, what's your day-to-day, Tanyaka?
Man.
Actually, this is an honest question. Are you a full-time content creator? Do you do any side hustles right now, or are you just full-time Axie content?
Man, for now it's full-time Axie content. I'm working with Brazilian community, and I only do that now. And it's very hard because we have a lot of questions to deal with, and every day we have another challenge to deal because it's what you say. It's a new community growing on Axie because we start wrong on the start, and now we are rebuilding everything, and we have a lot of job. I can count with Neneski, I can count with Nefrau. It's great brothers to do that, and we are working a lot in Brazil to make the things happen. And now it's totally hustle my day. It's every day doing Axie things, and man, it's very awesome because I'm not tired to do that. I'm enjoying a lot, and I'm enjoying the journey, and I think that's the most important part in doing content creation and doing things in Web3. We have to enjoy all the things because it's everything new. You deal with new things every day, things that no one deal with yet, and I think it's very important to make that with happiness because if you are not happy to doing that, you're doing the wrong thing, I think.
Right, absolutely. I mean, there is a sense of passion, I think, that translates for a lot of community members. And part of what you just mentioned, it's not only about educating the individual users, like the consumers, but sometimes it's talking to other influencers.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a really interesting game theory there because one-to-one, they're sort of competitors with you guys, right? Any other influencer is there fighting for that same audience, and it could be combative, but also we're so early, I think most of us realize, hey, we benefit from just growing the whole ship. We just need more eyeballs, more people engaged in Web3. Cairo, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Like, do you get DMs from other influencers that are like, hey, what's this thing? You know, do you influence the influencers, so to speak?
I hate that word, but I definitely talk to a lot of other creators. I think it's essential. As for the competition part, I mean, yeah, we're competing in the same space, but it's kind of back to what I touched on with the community stuff earlier. It's just like having the community feel. There's so many streamers or content creators out there, Web2, like Tim the Tatman and Nick Merckx. They have like a group where if Tim's streaming and then he gets off, everybody goes to Nick's stream. So I think that it's like kind of a crossover there more than like really a competition.
Yeah, for me, I think talking to other creators as well, because I do talk to other creators, especially in the Philippines.
Right.
So there's more of like a respect, especially on the time. Sometimes you don't want to battle on the time that he or she streams because it's just a bit of respect. But it's okay. Yeah. Definitely it's up to you. It's your audience. I think it's still unique. You would have your own unique community and his or her unique community. And yeah, and you guys are just sharing ideas on how to make the ecosystem better. And talking to that creator would actually help the community as a whole to be bigger and better.
Right. I like that a lot. You're sort of pointing out like what makes you special as a streamer isn't the game that you're covering. It's your brand, your personality, and that can cover a lot of different games. So I love that. That's such a confident take, Ian. I'm not worried about other influencers coming in. They can't do what Ian does.
Well, everybody has different strengths too. Like you were talking about how Web3, you have a big need for education. In other games, you don't. I mean, I'm traditionally in Web2, I was doing just entertainment content. So now, like getting together with some of these people who are educators, I mean, that's one of the reasons that I really wanted to team up with like Mystic Scholars whenever he first got into Axie. He was educating like all the time on Twitter, and so it just helped strengthen my content creation overall.
And let me just add that content creation is not just about streaming, but also videos, like short videos, longer videos. So I think each of everyone, us as a viewer, would have time. So if we have a favorite content creator, we have the time to watch him and then the next content creator that you want to watch. So it's really up to the creator. The battle is within himself or herself. It's not about the other
Absolutely.
people.
Perfect.
Yeah, well said. You made a really good point there, Ian. Tanyaka, how you feeling? You concur here with this general assessment?
What? Sorry.
No, but let's switch. I want to talk about balance a little bit, though. Like, how do you balance yourself? Crypto Twitter can get toxic sometimes.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that you're engaging but not letting the toxicity get to you? What's your secret sauce to find that balance?
Man, I used to focus on the good things. Yeah, I think that is the better way to do, because toxicity we have in a lot of markets, not only on Web3. We have in all places we have the people doing that, and in games principally, because I used to stream in FPS game, and people have a lot of toxicity in. I deal with just ignoring some people, because we have to understand the reason, but sometimes the reason is only hate you, and we have to understand that and deal in the better way, doing your best and saying good things to people understand you're not there to fight with anyone. You just want to play and make the people happy with you.
Well, and sometimes the people that care about this the most are the ones that come off as sometimes toxic or emotional, and it's rooted in a place of, I want this to succeed more than anything that I've ever engaged with in my life. Cairo, you're making faces over there, and I know maybe you've crossed that line a time or two. Can you tell us
People think I'm
about
toxic, man. I don't. But
No, but I mean, it is true. I mean, I've been there too. I've had some conversations with people where, it gets heated, and at the end I walk away and go, why did I get emotional there? And it's like, because I really care about this, because I think Axie is changing the paradigm, and I want it to win.
Yep.
Is that sort of similar to your experience? I mean, I'm
I'm
curious.
definitely just a very passionate individual, I feel like. And I think the way people perceive things online versus in person is different. That's why events like this are really, really important. I also think that, like, whenever you are typing stuff out online, you kind of like get to the point on most of your things, especially on Twitter. And so sometimes that can come across differently. But yeah.
And to circle back to Ian's point, I wonder how much of this is sort of rooted in a shifting trend where quick content is all of it now, right? Like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, like this is the content that's taking over. The 2-hour long-form podcasts that I like to do are not the sexy content of the future. It's all about these quick, digestible little chunks. But some topics are complicated. It's really hard to summarize Axie in a 60-second YouTube short, or talk about security and cover all of it in a 60-second video. I mean, do you feel like that is part of the incentive structure that has made communication online maybe a little more difficult? Because to me, it's getting harder to have these really nuanced conversations on digital rails.
Right. I think our attention spans are lessening every day, honestly. I mean, just for the example of what you're talking about, YouTube Shorts and TikTok, whenever I posted a YouTube Short a week ago, it got more views on that one YouTube Short than like all of my month of YouTube videos did combined. So it's like they.
I don't know whether to say congratulations or condolences.
They just push the content a lot more, and I think it's just because, I mean, everybody's attention span, everybody's just on their phone swiping, so makes sense. I would think it's definitely, communication just gets shorter and shorter. You try to get to the point. 140 characters in a tweet, like 280, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it used to be 140. I mean, that seems like
that was crazy. How did we do that?
Hard to communicate with each other. Yeah, it was a good change for Twitter. I mean, Ian, do you kind of concur? Do you feel like things are changing partially because of that lowered attention span? Like, do you feel pressure to make shorter content? I mean, are you on TikTok, for example?
Yeah, I actually am on TikTok and on YouTube. I think it's somewhat okay, because you have to get the attention in a span of 60 seconds, and then they would go to your profile and see what's the real content behind that.
Okay.
So you would see who are the viewers who are really willing to get educated, and who are really willing to, or not willing to watch you at all. So you just have to get everything. I think the shorts are for everyone, and then the longer videos are for those who are loyal to you.
The hardcore audience.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So almost the shorts are like a marketing funnel to get people in, get them excited, and then they see the real long-form stuff.
Yeah.
Similar for you, Tanyaka. Are you on TikTok? I'm not on TikTok. That's why I keep asking. I'm still the laggard that has not embraced the future. So where are you at on the TikTok game?
I'm on TikTok and Instagram too, Instagram Reels, and it's very hard to say something in too short time, and I'm trying a lot to do that because on Brazil, especially, very a big audience for that. I think in all the world, but in Brazil especially, have a lot of people doing that and seeing that, and that's the most product on the internet now, I think, because short videos, the people, it's always watching short videos and swiping the phone all the time. And we need to deal with that. And I think what Anne says is the right thing to do. You have to use the short videos to bring the people to you and show your great content. You show your stream and invite them to watch your stream, to gather more information about the things you are saying.
I mean, good summary is good. I think there's no doubt about that. Being able to get a nice, smart brevity breakdown always feels good, but really hard to do, especially when it's something that's complicated or has, nuanced. It's not just Team A or Team B, but Team AB, and you have to unpack that a little bit. One of the other unique parts about Axie is the scholarship dynamic, especially back when Axie Classic was really popping off. I'd love to hear your thoughts about how the scholarship model impacted you as a creator, influencer. Did all of you have scholars? Maybe we can start with Cairo. Did you have a little scholarship?
I joined in about a year ago in Axie, right around the big boom. I started with like one team. I bought my first three Axies, and I got a plant and 2 aquas so I could breed them to make a scholarship. And then fast forward, I think I had something like 30 plus scholars, and with those 30 scholars, we built my Discord community up and my stream and everything else. And I think the best part of creating the scholarship was just giving the opportunities to people to be able to experience the atmosphere that we're all taking part in, and then create their own path with it. I think one of the greatest parts of Axie is how many opportunities are in just the ecosystem. And so I think that being involved at all, whether you're a scholar or an owner, you get way more opportunities, and that was just a really great thing. And just being able to build the community up was probably the most beneficial part of it.
Ian, I think you had a scholarship at one point as well, right?
I had like more than 50.
Wow.
I have my own mini guild that I tried. Because thinking about how I discovered Axie, I've been into crypto since 2017. And one of my crypto friends just told me like, hey, check out NFTs, because at first we are with IDOs, and then now it's NFTs. And and then I invested on Axie, and at first I was a bit like, I think this is just hype. And it was like really hype though, like intensely hype that it could actually pull your content creation up as well. So it's like a win-win situation, especially in the Philippines. And it helped a lot of viewers who doesn't have really a lot of money, and they watch your stream because they want to get that scholarship. At the same time, they learn what is Web3 and what is NFTs. Technically it's a win-win situation for everything, because the economy, the money, the content, the viewership, it goes up.
So are you still running your scholarship, or has it kind of slowed down a little bit?
Some of them are still playing. Some of them are like on a rest.
And did you find that some of those that aren't in the scholarship anymore still stuck around and are, watch the stream? They're still members of the Mercado community, huh?
Yeah. Most of them actually are my mods. I help my mods. Because like whenever I play Web2 games, I just want to help those people monetarily, because that's what I couldn't do before. I just entertained them. And now I have the capability to just give them not an opportunity to earn money. That's an even greater thing to do in my work.
Yeah, and it's a low-risk way for them to earn money as well, because they're your assets that they're using.
Yeah.
Tanyaka, I would imagine it's been a similar experience for you, but how has the scholarship dynamic affected you as a creator/influencer?
Well, I started with CoinGG on Brazil. I have started with CoinGG, and we started to make a lot of content to people learn about Axie in Brazil, and we focus on that, and people start to learn, start to see the things growing, and we have growing with a lot of scholarships, and now it's not working too better. I think the way to scholarships now, it's focused on tournaments, on events like that, and I think it's still working, but not in the same way. We have to add more things in scholarships. I see a lot of scholars doing that question. That's great. It's a great example. YGG is a great example too. And we have to understand how your people want to make the things happen. And we have to use that to make education to our groups of friends, our groups of viewers, and I think, yeah, that is the way to scholarships now. It's bring value to the people.
Absolutely, and it does seem like the scholarship model is shifting a little bit, where at the beginning, a lot of folks were going for quantity. How many scholars can we get? Can we grow as quickly as everyone else? And now it seems the model has shifted to kind of quality over quantity. Can we distill these scholars that really want to, push it to the highest level? They really want to learn about the game and have a, diverse set of Axies so that they can participate in different aspects of the meta. Have you guys observed that as well? Like it seems like we're getting distilled to the really hardcore scholars now.
Yeah, we've had to redo our model completely, especially with how Origin and crafting works. It's just a completely different experience. And I feel like so far the most beneficial way to do it has just been providing esports teams and options throughout the season so that people can continue to climb the ladder and compete with whatever they craft and things like that.
Esports, one of my favorite parts of Axie Infinity.
Let's go.
Are you guys participating in esports? So can you see these announcements? Do you think I want to be a competitor? Do you think I want to make content around it? Do you think I want to do the play-by-play commentary? I'm actually really curious, as a creator, where your heads are at based on where it seems like our esports program is going.
Yeah, I'm totally focused on esports now in my content, principally on stream. I only do streams of tournaments. In Brazil, I'm a caster with the Frau, and Naneski it starts to work together with. And my focus now it's totally esports because I think Axie Infinity had a great path to go on esports, and it's growing a lot, and people start to see that like a bigger esports thing, and I think that is the path to Axie Infinity go ahead, because it's very important to have that community, because it's a very strong community, and you make the people play your game competitively. I think it's the most hard people doing that.
Yeah, for sure. And I know, Ian, from your side, you've helped us a lot with the project management side of esports, which is the thing that doesn't get posted on Twitter a lot, but is really the backbone of what allows these tournaments to happen and for the players to have a positive experience.
Yeah, I think that's what I believe in. Sometimes some people really don't need to know. I just want to do the work and just do something amazing that people would appreciate it, and that would make me happy. You don't need to credit me with anything. As a creator, as a part of the passion that I have for esports as a whole, I just want to create something that would make people happy. And whatever I post online as a streamer would be the content of the game. That's just it, and that's my work. And then whatever I do on the back, it's probably the passion that I have.
I love that. I just want to make people happy. What a great goal. What a great general thesis as a content creator. Cairo, take some notes, my man.
I try to make people laugh, man.
No, it's good. And I find it's a tricky balance sometimes where we want to be positive, right? You always want to try to be, constructive and build people up. But also there are moments when mistakes get made, or you need to call something out, or you see something, it's like, ooh, I don't know if this is the right direction. How do you balance that? How do you balance what some people call toxic positivity, and then a legitimate criticism being labeled as FUD? A very wide spectrum there. I'm curious how you approach that on a day-to-day basis.
I think it comes from just how integrated you are into the community. Like, if you're truly just being passionate about it, or if you're actually just trying to cause a fuss, which I don't think I would ever try to do. I think it's, I kind of take the cloud-wide approach. I might talk about a lot of stuff, but I want to really highlight the really important issues that I would like things to get changed on. And I think whenever you have a little bit of the influence on social media platforms, you have to be the one that poses those ideas, or throws that bait out there to see if people agree with you or not. And yeah, I think talking to people that are close to you before you just go out and spew things is probably a really good strategy. I try to exercise that unless I'm really, really passionate about something. But yeah, I would say that's how I try to keep the balance.
Okay. And Ian, I'm curious for you as well, because I don't see you as critical on Twitter. You know, you seem to be a little more like in your own world. I do my own thing, and I kind of focus on my own stuff.
Way back before, I am really noisy on Twitter. I swear to God, I cuss on Twitter so much. I bash. But then I learned about, aging and cancel culture, toxic positivity. And then one thing I put into myself that if I want change, I have to do something. I have to reach to that main point problem and reach to that person before I post anything. So if it didn't work, then that's when I should post something.
So like the public call out is the backup plan. You know, when in doubt, back channel it, have private conversations, see if you can work it out in private, and then reserve the public stuff for when you're at a brick wall, when you're at an impasse.
Yeah, because sometimes posting has repercussions that isn't really good for especially your branding, especially on my end. I just can post anything that would just ruin anything just because I'm very, very emotional, especially I'm a girl. It can be really emotional sometimes and I cannot control it. But yeah, I've learned throughout the times that there are some things in the internet that I cannot post and it's acceptable. It's just I have to reach the root first before I do something stupid.
And I'm sure everyone on this panel has experienced this, but sometimes even if you're right, the anxiety of making the call out or posting something, the fear of are people going to understand what I'm trying to communicate? Are people going to take what I'm saying out of context? There's nothing more frustrating than posting something and then having people take it the completely wrong way, and then you have to backtrack or defend yourself, and that can be anxiety-inducing. So sometimes I've felt like it's easier just to not post, and then I can sleep better at night. But is that actually the best thing for the system? It's a tough balance, huh?
Yeah, I mean, how many tweets have you typed out and then deleted? Like probably a million.
At least you released it. not post it.
Yeah, I used to do that. I'm thinking about things. I write everything, and I cannot post that.
Yeah.
I delete.
That's actually an interesting thought. Like, what percentage of the time would you say you write out a tweet or a post, and then you kind of look at it and go, nah, and then delete it before you even post it? Are you like
9 times out of 10.
Wow.
I do that every time I make a tweet.
So you delete 90% of the tweets that you want to send out before posting them.
And I still have like 100,000 tweets or something like that, yeah.
Wow, we got a real power user here. This guy. How
Twitter
about
a
you,
lot.
Ian? How often would you say you like go to post and then catch yourself?
Before I do that a lot of times, but right now I rant to my friends first. Like, I'm just gonna scream at them, hey, this is what happened. This is what's happening in my life right now. And yeah, they would absorb it, and I will tell them, can I post it? Can I just like tell some hints about it? Say, nah, it's not worth of your time. It's okay. We already heard it. Probably that's good enough.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, then move on.
That's good. Screen it to the private audience first. I like that. I've heard people suggest that maybe a partial solve to some of these things is really just having 2 accounts. You know, you have your public account that's really more professional, branding, content related, and then you have your private Facebook page, or your private Instagram, or whatever.
Private Twitter.
Or your private Twitter.
I have that.
I have that. I mean, has that worked well for you though, having that separation?
Yeah, I actually just rant on that Twitter, and then I'm gonna run through the posts again, and I'm just gonna laugh at myself after a few days, like, oh, I was mad at that day.
Yeah. How about you, Cairo? Have you ever considered going the dual box route, a private and a public?
If you ever saw my burner Twitter, you would not be happy.
Okay, well, one day maybe. One day I'll get. Wow. I feel like I've learned a lot, though. I make some content, but it's different for me being on the Axie side, and it's been kind of fascinating to pick your brains a little bit here. I guess my final question is a little bit of a weird one. I want to start with Cairo. How do you feel right now as a creator? Like, do you feel happy? Do you feel satisfied? Do you feel excited for the future? Do you feel disappointed? And you can be honest. There's no wrong answers here.
Hungry and blessed. Like, I have gotten to do so much because of Web3 and Axie. This is the first time I've ever been international on a flight. I've gotten to travel to like 5 different places in America this year alone, all because of Axie. So for that, I'm blessed. I've met a lot of really great people. For that, I'm blessed. And then I have a drive and ambition to do more. So
Beautiful. All right, Ian, what's the pulse check? How are we feeling right now?
I'm really excited for the future. It's been evolving since then from Web 2, Web 3. Oh my God. Like, I'm just excited what's ahead. It could be that complicated, and that's life. That the complication makes it better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I know how this guy's feeling. That pink hair kind of speaks for itself. But you know, what's the vibe in Brazil? What are you worried about, man? You know, it's.
Man, I'm very happy now, but I'm a little disappointed with our community, a little. But now we start to make the things happen and change the mind of the people. And now I'm very excited about the future because I see a great future for us, principally in Brazil, because we have a great audience without a great attention yet. And now we start to do that, and the things start to grow, and I'm very happy to do that.
It's a process, right?
Yeah, a great process.
Jiho often says to me, it's a feature, not a bug. So if we have 50% of our users that are new to blockchain, 25% of our users that are new to financial technology and banking in general, a lot of them new to esports, it's going to take a while. There is a time element for us to hit that network effect of, you know, people educating each other and then the ripple effects of enabling folks to continue the spread. So it's, I think we're doing right. I think we're making the first steps. You know? This is where we're supposed to be. Folks, this was an amazing first panel. Thank you so much. I mean, give yourselves a round of applause for being the first panel at AxieCon.
let's go.
A lot of pressure. Well done.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you for
Well
having
done.
us.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I think that means it is time to exit. So with that, we're going to have another panel coming up next. So please join me in exiting.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so the content does not stop. Panel after panel, excuse me, we'll continue. Axie's approach to decentralized governance. This is a big one. We've got Paul, known as Syntax. He's our community lead. He's going to be driving a lot of conversations over at the Capitol stage for some of these governance talks. But we wanted to wet your whistles. We wanted to prime you up a little bit and get your brains thinking about some of these heavy governance topics. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Arctic, Jiho, and Paul.
Thanks. Good morning. How's everyone doing? I don't know if I necessarily need to introduce these two guys, but I might just take a quick moment and introduce Jiho, Jeff, and Arctic. And the three of us are representing a growing community effort around decentralizing governance, and we wanted to collectively share some thoughts and reflections on the progress that we've had to date. So we're going to talk about a few different things this morning. We're going to talk about decentralization. Why is it important to this project? What are some of the draft phases that we've been thinking about doing collectively as a community? What's been our progress around this work to date? And maybe share some reflections around the process up to this point, and most importantly, give you all an opportunity to learn how to get more involved. You know, I wasn't here in the very early days, but Jeff and Arctic were, and I think it's maybe useful, Jeff, if you could share a little bit about the early days, how we got to this place, how we've been thinking about decentralization. Could you maybe share?
Sure, thanks, Paul. So, Chung, Alexander, myself, we actually met each other in one of the first NFT communities that gathered around a game called CryptoKitties. And from the start, it was clear that NFTs changed the way that a community thought about the product that they were using. You felt like this was your project, that it was almost your duty to help contribute and push the project forward. But with CryptoKitties, it felt like that feeling wasn't reciprocated or understood by the team that was driving the project forward. We wanted to do more. We wanted to help, but we felt like we weren't being considered partners and stakeholders within the project. So that was the early context. And just like many of you, I started out as an Axie community member, first and foremost. And when I joined the project, it had a feeling that the community was being actively engaged, right? Even before I was a part of the project, where Trung, Masamune, Bean, Arctic, they were in the Discord, engaging, talking about the future, figuring out ways to really build together in the early days before there was even in a game, before you could even see your Axies. So I think that was part of the DNA from the early days. And yeah, I think that's always been a part of the lifeblood of the project from the first day that I discovered it.
And you guys kind of embedded that into the foundation of what Sky Mavis is all about.
Definitely. So we see Web3's fundamental innovation as a evolution in ownership. We see our mission as building and creating property rights for all users of the internet, starting with gamers first.
And so we are here for Axie Infinity. And Axie Infinity is the first of these nations. It's a big ambition, multi-gaming ecosystem with lots of different experiences and ways for people to get engaged and have fun. And Sky Mavis as an organization has obviously evolved a lot from its first 4 founders. It's becoming a rapidly growing organization. We've been anticipating that building a world requires a lot of engagement from various different talent sets. But then the community's also been growing and growing. You all are here. You've come from all around the world to be at this event. It's amazing to see you all, be able to spend time with you. And I think what we all believe is that this ecosystem, the scale and size of which we've been talking about, it can't be built by a single organization. There's only so much that you can scale one single organization. And really, nation building is something that we all have to be collectively involved in. And what we've seen throughout these past few years is that there is a really strong mission alignment between the founders, the builders, the players. We all believe in the same thing. We see this opportunity. There's a lot of ground that needs to be covered, but we all have this aspiration, this vision. And we also believe that when you build collaboratively, you should be able to share in the collaborative value that comes from that effort. And so we really believe in this idea of a new social contract where we build and share in the results of this ecosystem together. And that's really the foundation of all of this work that we're doing around governance. And so you've been hearing this concept of progressive decentralization over the past 4 or 5 months. And that started in late March with a blog post that hopefully you all saw. If you didn't, I would encourage you to take a look at it. Hold us accountable to some of the things that we wrote back then. But we didn't just stop at a blog post. We actually have been busy at work. You might or might not be aware of some of the many things that have happened. We'd like to walk you through some of those things. So the first phase was establishing what we think of as our quote-unquote urban planning team. These are what we refer to as our town builders. It's a subsegment of the community that has expressed a real interest in town building. They've either through blog posts or through what they've shared through the community, they've tried to help us think through how to structure governance. And some of those people are either on the stage or in the audience. These are our first 5 town builders. So we have Arctic. I don't know if any of the other town builders are in the audience. If you could just stand up. Yeah, there's Freak. Hey, how are you? And so we've had a few of these members of our community take a real active interest in the urban planning process. And from that early day, we've said, you all are now the town builders, and Sky Mavis will help to facilitate this community dialogue around how to structure our governance. And some of the early conversations in that first month or so really focused around, like, what do we believe are some of the core principles in governance? And I thought they were really good conversations. And some of the observations that we had, and you'll see why these are important later, is that an ecosystem grows as people work together and create value. So when you come, you participate, and as you participate and do things, that creates value, and that's what allows the ecosystem to grow. What we also recognized is that you don't really understand what's needed in the ecosystem unless you participate and you learn and you're an active participant in the day-to-day activities of the community. But most importantly, to maybe summarize these things, and Arctic, I'd love for you to share some thoughts around this, but we ultimately believe that those who best understand what the community needs and ones that have actively, objectively created value, they deserve influence over the future of the ecosystem. So I don't know, Arctic, if you want to share some of what those conversations were like back in those early months or early weeks.
So ever since the early days of Axie Infinity, and when I joined, when people would join, they would first get to know the community and see somewhere where there was a gap that they could contribute their skills. So for instance, Freak and his tools, or Baronar with Axie Chat. Myself in the early days, I just helped out in the Discord a lot, answering questions. And as the ecosystem grew, I think all of us have our own unique skills, and instead of being told where to apply our skills, we were allowed to just more independently decide where we want to contribute. And I think that level of autonomy that Axie Infinity provides for contribution is one of the most special things of our entire community.
So what we would like to share with you all are just some early ponderings of the town builders around what some of those phases of decentralization are. So this phase 0, this establishing the urban planning team, is just as you heard it described. But then the next step is to, if we believe that contribution is the foundation of governance, we want to be able to identify who is contributing and how do we distinguish them? How do we find a way to provide them an opportunity to be identified and give them voice? So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and hopefully you've seen some work that we've been doing around identifying contribution. Then we think that once we start identifying those contributors, we want to establish some councils, which are made up of those contributors. We want to then, once those councils are identified, we figure out where the logical groupings are. We then want to empower them. We want to start giving them some authority over some baseline decisions. And then ultimately, you're going to get down to resources. And we've been talking a lot about the community treasury and what it's going to be used for. And we believe that ultimately, a core part of governance is deciding how our resources are to be allocated. And so our hope and intention is that as these councils become more and more mature, they'll start having some ability to influence resources. And then finally, last but not least, we see that final stage is the full treasury being governed by a number of these councils and individuals who are contributing. Anything that you two want to add there?
Yeah, I think we're really trying to take an organic approach in how this community forms. We don't want to dictate how people can contribute. We want to see, and in step 1, we want to just see what does our community look like, what kind of skills do we have, and then from there, we want to allow the community to form these councils in a more organic way?
I think we're really taking a first principles approach where we are acting like we don't know anything about governance from the beginning. We kind of understand the general North Star, which is a more empowered community, a more incentive-aligned community. But we feel like there are very few successful examples of governance that have ever been seen in Web3 and even in the real world. And so we are carefully laying out the goals, the principles, and trying to create something new, trying to create, just like Axie is a game that's never been seen before. We're also looking to create a system of governance that hasn't really ever had a parallel or a similar counterpart in the real world.
So this is why we need you all to be engaged. This is serious stuff. This is the future of Axie Infinity. And so we've moved into phase 1, which is about identifying contributors. And in early July, we established a small team that we're calling the contributor electors. So the town builders went through and created some criteria. You see them listed here. And based upon people that we thought were outstanding representatives of contributors, both geographically and the nature of contributions, the town builders selected these 7 community members. Hopefully some of them are familiar faces to you all. Are there any contributor electors in the audience? If so, can you stand up? Stand up real quick. Oh, there's Ouchie. Hey, Ouchie, how are you? There's Beranar in the back there. And so these contributor electors have now started the process of identifying other contributors from the community. And so their early priorities have been really simple stuff, like what does it mean to contribute? What is a contribution? What isn't a contribution? What is the application process? What's a fair process to formally identify contributors? Who, what, and when? You might be wondering lots of different questions, like, is a Sky Mavis team member a contributor? Well, one of the questions that they answered was that they want to invite Sky Mavis members to apply to be contributors in the same way that any community member is. So there's lots of debate that we've been having over the last few weeks around this process of who, what, and when. But then there's a lot of applications that come in, and we believe that those need to be reviewed by other members of the community. So we've been building a review process. And they've been building to awareness around the importance of credentialing and what it means to be a part of this ground stage of piloting the governance. And so we kicked off, hopefully you all have seen, in the middle of August, the Season 0 election process. And we really are trying to do this first phase as a pilot. There's a lot of lessons that we need to learn in this early stage. And so we're trying to make the barrier to entry of contribution fairly low to start. The good news is, even with what we think is some very early PR, we've had over 800 applications thus far, which is exciting. We hope to get more. Our goal is to have at least 1,000 contributors. Our intention is to build enough of a cohort to really test out scalable processes. And so the application deadline for this season is on September 23rd. There's a rolling review process that's already happening. We're really excited to announce that in October, we intend to give a Ronin-based NFT credential to all contributors. This is the premiere that's the graphic art of the NFT that you see in front of you, thanks to the art team at Sky Mavis. And we hope to actually do some really interesting experiments with this. And so the contributor electors, once that contributor cohort is identified, there are then 2 concurrent activities that they want to start exploring. And one is, what are the Season 0 contributors like? What do they prioritize influencing? How are they different than a non-contributor? What do they believe about the AXS token? How have they historically held the AXS token? What incentives would they like to see in order to be a greater holder of the AXS token? There's a lot of things that we can't make assumptions about. And then I think there's a second thread around making this election process something that is sustainable in perpetuity. And so our goal is every 6 months there'll be another election process. So people that maybe historically were contributors in the past might not be contributors in the future. New contributors come and go over time. And so we want to have a way of being able to identify contribution over time. Anything you guys want to add?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this Season 0 contribution process won't be perfect, but as we bring contributors and credential contributors, we want to talk with you as well about how can we improve this process and get a larger picture of who is a contributor. So while it won't be perfect, I think we want to really learn from this process, from the contributors who are selected, and grow that process.
Anything you want to add, Jeff?
Yeah, I've been really excited by the response to the initial Season 0 applications. I think we've seen over 800 so far. We just saw a spike in applications with the localization in Spanish and Japanese, I believe.
Yep.
So yeah, I invite you all to apply. If you're at AxieCon, it's a good chance that, yeah, you're doing great things for the Axie Nation, and would love for you to be part of the program.
So we've got this process of identifying contributors, so we wanted to give maybe a little bit of a sneak preview in what's next. And one of the probably the most common questions I get asked when we talk about credentialing is, well, is it just a nice thing to have, or will it have significance and meaning? And I think, as we've alluded to, this is an ongoing experiment. And one of the things that we really want to experiment with is granting privileges with this credential. Because it's on-chain, it provides a foundation on which we can start doing things. So for example, and these are all draft ideas that we're going to experiment with. So we've created some online forums. We've thought about maybe making some forums world readable, but maybe those who have the credential get a disproportionate ability to communicate or to speak or to give voice, especially around conversations that might have influence on decision making. And so maybe this credential might allow people to talk on certain forums. It might be a prerequisite to granting programs. So one way to distribute resources is by allowing for people to apply for grants. And we might say that this particular type of grant opportunity is open to contributors versus non-contributors. We've talked about early access to products, maybe early access to alphas or games, or who knows. There's all kinds of things that we could potentially unlock with this credential. And we've also talked about a world in where passive staking starts leaving in favor of active staking. And so what role does this credential have as maybe a prerequisite towards active staking? We also talked about, the subsequent stages of governance. We talked about establishing councils. We think as that cohort comes together, they'll start to self-organize into various groups, and we want to facilitate that. We have some ideas of what those groupings might be. You might have seen some of them. Like, for example, we've talked about gameplay balancing be a council. Governance, obviously, is a council. There might be some others that are on your mind. We want to let that happen organically. We want those to self-form. And then, obviously, delegating responsibilities to those councils is the following step after that. And we see that happening in early 2023 and throughout 2023. Anything you guys want to add?
Yeah, so on the early access to products front, I think that doesn't need to be just Sky Mavis products. If a community product chooses to do so, they could interact with the contributor NFT without permission from anybody. They could integrate that into their project as well. So I think that idea goes beyond just core Axie Infinity products. That can be, the Axie Infinity community as a whole, if you so choose, as a builder.
From the launch of the white paper, right, we had this concept called the Axie score laid out. And really what I see this as is us being able to build towards something like an Axie score, right? Because if you're going to have an Axie score and you're going to be giving individuals a number that affects their staking rewards, then there has to be a process. There has to be a way for that number to be derived in a way that is just and makes sense and is accepted by the community.
So, hopefully your appetite is whetted if it wasn't already. And I want to appeal to different types of interest. So if you think to yourself, well, man, I want to be a town builder. Can I become a town builder? The answer is yes, potentially. We identified the 5 town builders that have already been identified. They now have the responsibility of minting other town builders. So if you're interested, find one of the town builders, show them that you're interested, and you can get involved. If you're a contributor to Axie, you plan to contribute, well, you have the Season 0 election process that's underway. We have application window open throughout this next few weeks. Please apply. If not, and you just want to ask some questions around the process, the contributor electors, I pointed them out. You'll see them here at AxieCon. Please approach them, approach any of us. We'd be happy to answer questions. And I want to put a small plug in for the afternoon session. There's another room in the back where we're going to have an unconference session around governance. So bring your questions, bring your observations, bring your criticisms. What did we miss? You're welcome to come and join, and based upon who participates, we'll tailor the conversation to who's there. If you are an introverted person and you just want to spend more time thinking and learning about governance, a question that I often get asked is, where can I go read more about governance? Here are some of the books that have inspired us: The Wisdom of Crowds, The Art of Community, The Social Singularity. Come and find me. I can share some others with you all. A lot of input, a lot of previous art went into some of the things that you heard today, not to mention all of the many, many contributions and feedback that you all have given us over the past months. I'd maybe like to close and give both Arctic and Jiho an opportunity to share some reflections based upon where we're headed with governance. Arctic, did you want to start?
Sure. So while the path forward is uncharted, I think our ultimate goal is getting governance of Axie Infinity into the hands of the community, into the hands of the people who actually use Axie Infinity and know this community, not outsiders who just buy up a bunch of tokens and push their own proposals through. So yeah, while this process, it's not going to be exactly defined, I think we're going to be defining this process together, and I'm really looking forward to it personally. And I'd also like to thank Paul and Jiho and Sky Mavis for recognizing me and enabling me to be a beginning part of this process. And I'm really looking forward to getting more and more people involved in a measured but fairly quick way.
I think the amazing thing about Axie is that it's opt-in, right? We all choose to be here. We come from all walks of life. We're from all over the world. And recently, right, it feels like society is losing trust in the systems and the structures that have gotten us to this point, right? It seems like the governments of the world, the legacy nations, don't really know what they're doing. And we're starting to see these online grassroots movements and communities gain more and more relevance over our daily lives, right? Axie is just maybe one example. But I strongly believe that the future of decision-making, the future of how we move ourselves as societies, I think that it will be determined by these grassroots online communities. And we have a chance as the Axie Nation to really set the standard. If we don't figure this stuff out, it might be possible that no one else will. So that's the opportunity before us, and I'm really excited to push forward with each and every one of you.
I just maybe want to close by saying that we are all collectively Axie Infinity. We're extremely excited that you all are here at AxieCon. It means a lot to us that you were willing to travel the world to be here, and it's another reaffirmation that you all care deeply about this thing that we're all building together. We hope that what you see in this presentation is a way in which you can get more agency and start to influence the process more and more. But we welcome your continued input, your feedback, even your criticisms. We really want to encourage an open, frank dialogue around how we can empower everyone. So we look forward to talking with you more about this in the days to come. And thank you very much for the opportunity to give you guys an overview. Thanks a lot.
All right. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Paul. I can't wait to see all of these conversations that come out of the Capitol stage. Governance is so fascinating to talk about, and you got my brain turning. Up next, we've got a very important person at Sky Mavis, building player-owned economies. That's our panel coming up. This is heavy stuff. We all know that NFTs are the backbone of our space, but there's a little bit more to it than that. So without further ado, I'd very much like to introduce our game product lead, Philip Law.
All right. Well, excited to be here. It's been great meeting a lot of you so far, and excited to get started with my first talk, which is a super important one, and looking forward to all the other talks too. But to start, it's about building sustainable player-owned economies. So I want to give everyone a glimpse of our latest thinking around player-owned economies at Sky Mavis. As we co-create Axie Infinity together, it's important for our community and for all of us together to understand these concepts and build it together. And as more Web3 games come out, it's going to become more and more important for us to figure these things out in a way that is sustainable and makes sense and can last for the future. A lot of this is obviously new and is all being learned over the past few years and in the upcoming years. So to start, I wanted to start at the beginning with Web2 games. We had some amazing games in the Web2 world. We had, the Fortnites, the Minecrafts, the Hearthstones of the world, and the model was quite simple. So you have a game, and it gives you some sort of, intrinsic value in fun. So from social to competitive achievements to exploration, creativity, you would get this value as gamers, and from there, people would spend their time and their effort and their money to get this value. And it made sense. It's a simple model, and that could have been in the form of just playing the game a lot, could have been buying console games, could have been spending in-app purchases. But what these games did not have as much of was ownership. And so with these games, you had limited ownership over the assets you got. You couldn't sell most of them. You couldn't buy from other people. You couldn't trade them. If you tried to sell them in gray markets, you might get banned. If you did something wrong, you can have your assets wiped, and it was all on one server, so the developers could basically do what they wanted. And this is all changing. So with the blockchain, we now have player-owned assets. And so with decentralized blockchains, we unlock immutable ownership of your digital assets. And basically, there's no single owner that controls your digital assets and what you do with them and your ownership. And it's all kind of there on the blockchain. Is everything perfectly decentralized? No, we are working our way there. Is it a massive paradigm shift in games as a whole? Definitely and completely. And at the same time, when we look at Web 2 games and the evolution of Web 3, Web 3 games still got to keep all those elements that I talked about, the intrinsic value, the fun, the competitiveness, the social value, the exploration. All those things need to be there. And this ownership element is this added bonus on top and this additional value that people get. And so that's kind of how they should be looked at. So with digital assets now on the blockchain, they gain a lot of the properties of physical assets like amiibos or Pokemon cards or Warhammer figures. And they basically can be used and owned and also have utility of their own. And so amiibos can unlock a lot of bonuses in different games. Pokemon cards you can use for battle. And another property that they inherit with similar to physical assets is that their utility can change over time. And so they can gain more utility or less utility. For example, with Pokemon cards, there's different set rotations in tournaments. So you might have a powerful card, but once they deprecate that set, now it might not have as much utility. And then you get new cards. You might have an amiibo that gets extra bonuses in a game when a new game comes out. And so their utility can change over time. And so digital assets have these properties as well. And so with that and the ability to sell them, to trade them, to gift them, you basically have, by default, an economy created. And with that economy comes real money value on a lot of these assets. And that really changes a lot of things in games, as you might have noticed. So now players care a lot more about inflation, about scarcity of their assets, how that changes, which was not necessarily the case in Web 2 games. And it's a completely new dynamic that needs to be managed with Web 3 games. So for example, with Pokemon Go, there was a resource called Stardust. And Stardust is used to power up your Pokemon, and it just, you get it from a lot of different sources in the game, but you just accumulate it over time. I have millions of it at this point. And even as it inflates across the board, it doesn't really matter, because you can't trade it. There's no real world value. You just get more, and when you need to use it, you use it, and no one complains about that. In Web 3, if this was an asset with real money value, it wouldn't be the same. And so that's why this is a new kind of challenge for Web 3 that we have to really understand and look at and manage. And we've seen how this can be a difficult thing to manage. When things are unbalanced, you can get a lot of inflation, you can run into issues, and it gets particularly highlighted if the player base is very focused on that monetary value of that asset. So this brings us to how do we build the sustainable economies. And so some keys that I'll highlight today include intrinsic value, which is fundamental to any product, any game needs to provide some sort of intrinsic value. Really managing that narrative around your product, making sure that people understand what it's about, those expectations, and then finally economy design. So let's start with intrinsic value. This is pretty straightforward, actually. For any product that you try to get, you put effort to obtaining, or you spend money on, you do it because you get some sort of intrinsic value, which is basically value that you get for the sake of it, and things you want to get just because we as human beings, we have a lot of needs and wants, and these things satisfy those. And this is in contrast to extrinsic value, which is you get paid to do something, or you do something for money. And it's with most products, the way they work is the users or players or whatever it is spends money and puts it into the system. But if everyone expects to take more out than they put in, it's ultimately not sustainable, because where does it come from, right? And we've seen countless examples, not just in Web 3, but Web 2 as well, where people are motivated by some sort of extrinsic value to use a product, and products will provide discounts or promotions or incentives to use their product. But if the intrinsic value is not there, then eventually all those people leave once the extrinsic values run out. And so it's very important to have this as a base. For example, with Pokemon cards, they have intrinsic value in that people love the game, people love the cards, people love the Pokemon themselves, and so they just want to get them for the sake of it, and that's why there's such strong value in those. Even though it actually is a very inflationary system. You know, they're printing and creating new Pokemon cards all the time. They've re-released base set Charizard 5 times now. I've bought all of them probably, and so the reason is because people love them. I just want all the Charizards for the sake of it. And so that's kind of the key underlying part of games that they need to have. And what are some of these things that games need to think about in terms of intrinsic values? There's a lot of different models out there, from Quantic Foundry or kind of the more classic Bartle taxonomy of gamers, of motivations that people have for playing games. And all of you have different ones, and all of games cater to different ones as well. So you have things from action to, you know, you want to be a PvPer, you want to just beat people, you want to just socialize, you want to hang out and explore. There's a lot of different motivations, and as Web3 games go through this process of designing their games, they need to figure out what are the things that I'm providing, what is the intrinsic value I'm giving to the players. And with that, they can then design all the mechanics to make sure it aligns to it, make the animations exciting, make the progression engaging, make the social systems frictionless, and just create that value. And so ultimately, it comes back to you've got to make a great game first. And so, for example, with Axie Infinity, with SLP, it really only has value at the end of the day because people want it to make more Axies that they want to collect, or they want to craft runes and charms that they want to use to rank up on the leaderboard and really achieve and hit those achievements. And so the next one is narrative. And some people, you know, once they got the game ready, they want to jump into the tokenomics and the economy. But this is actually a key area to focus on before that, especially given how games in Web3 have player-owned economies that have real-world value, that makes it even more important to manage this. You know, for Web 2 games, they really focus on the fun. You know, they focus on the adventure, what you're going to do in the game, what fantasy you can live out in the game. Web 3 games also focus on this, but they also want to find that balance of educating people on the ownership side. And as much as there is that full game, you want to have that bonus value that you express and educate players on top of it. And so figuring out that narrative is extremely important. And with Web 2 games, you know, ultimately 100% of the revenues that go into them go back to the developer. With Web 3 games, some of that gets shared back with the players. And although on aggregate, it'll never be as much that's put in, it's infinitely more than what people would get in the Web 2 space. And so ultimately, that narrative needs to be managed and making sure they understand there's the game and the intrinsic value, and then this bonus value on top of ownership, and educating the community on that. And it's a bit counterintuitive, but talking more about the game and making sure that you have the right narrative actually helps the economy as a whole, as that's what drives the economy, is that intrinsic value. And so focusing on that and maybe talking less about the economy and more on the game sometimes and balancing out with the ownership could be more valuable to the economy in the long term. The way to do this is through all the methods that people have, from websites, PR, ads, all the typical kind of marketing channels, and making sure those are all aligned to the right narrative, and making sure the community, the influencers, the content creators are also all aligned to driving that correct message and narrative. One thing that's a bit less obvious is this idea of pre-sales and the price to play a game. And these are actually extremely important factors that help shape people's mindsets and narratives about a game. If there's a very high price to start playing a game, if someone spends a lot of money just to get started, then they naturally will start thinking about, okay, am I going to get this back? Whereas with classic games and with Web 2 games, people just play, and they play the game, and they spend when they want to, and those are things that really need to be thought about when games are developed so that you set the right mindset with people to start and really focus on the game. Finally, we get to the economy design. There's tons of different designs out there, structures. I'll talk a bit about a couple areas that we think are important, but there's probably models out there that we haven't even seen yet. So one thing to keep in mind for economy design is if there is any part of the economy that can be abused or exploited, it probably will. So you got to make sure it's airtight. You got to be very thoughtful and very careful, especially with blockchain, where you can't go back on a lot of things. And so here's a couple key ideas to consider. The first is just that your sinks, which are where people spend the resources, need to be greater than their source, especially for the real world, real money value tokens. And so basically, if you have your source exceeding that, then you have inflation over time, and then we get the bot farms, we get the multi-accounters, and you get this massive inflation that is hard to reverse. And so it's important to make sure that this is part of that economic design as you go through creating a Web3 game. At the individual level, yeah, some people might be able to generate more tokens or more resource, some people less, but on an aggregate, this needs to be true for a balanced economy ultimately. How that detailed structure and economy really depends on the type of the game. There's tons of different genres of games out there that should be structured differently, and so there's many different ways to make sure that you have this in place. The next one is a hybrid off-chain and on-chain economy, and this actually is key to satisfying the first principle that I talked about. And when you think about it, it's really hard for players to get started if they're limited in the amount of resources they're getting, that source. And so if we give a lot of real money assets at the beginning of a game, though, then you also get the bots and the farming. And so it's this nuanced process where if you just have people join and they can start earning tokens and they can start generating a lot of different resources, then you might get issues with inflation. But if you don't, now the game is not as fun because people can't progress as quickly. And that's why this off-chain, on-chain economy kind of idea is one that we found to be quite effective, where people can come in, they can play that off-chain game to start, really enjoy, love the game, collect some assets, learn how everything works, and just play the game for fun. And then eventually, when they're ready, they can onboard to the on-chain side of things and get educated on the values of being able to trade those assets, to own those assets. And over time, people can take that slow progression. And this not only helps manage the economy to make sure that you can make sure it's all sustainable, but it also makes the game much easier to onboard for all people who might not be as familiar with the blockchain yet. And so this is an important concept that we've been embracing for a lot of our games, as you've seen with Origin as well. And so how are we applying these? We think about all these and how they apply to our unique situation, kind of our history, what we have out, our future plans, our discussions with the community. And we touch on all of them. So the intrinsic value, obviously, that's just making a really solid game. As you've seen with Origin, we've been spending a lot of time just talking to you, figuring out with the community, what is the best gameplay, how do we make it more balanced. It's still obviously a process that's ongoing, and we want to continue to push that, and we spend a lot of effort. And then it's also supporting a lot more fun experiences like builders games and building out our land game and making sure all of that just provides really fun, engaging gameplay that provides that intrinsic value to all of you. And on the narrative side, obviously educating on this whole system, which is new for a lot of people, how it all works, how sustainability is built out, giving presentations like this. And on the free-to-play part, reducing that barrier to entry so people can just come in, use starter Axies, start playing, and just play the game for what it is and onboard to the blockchain side over time. And the last part is the economy design. So as you've noticed in Origin, we do have this kind of off-chain, on-chain hybrid economy where we have moon shards, which are off-chain, that give that initial progression, and then we have on-chain SLP that people get, that they can craft more runes and charms, breed more Axies in the future too. We want to add in more different types of economic systems in the future that will just be exciting and fun to play as well, basically, with upgrades and cosmetics, more different types of runes and charms. And yeah, that's all. We think about all those aspects all of the time. And so with that, we want to shift the narrative further. So we started with play to earn, and then we went to play and earn. And to grow sustainably in the future, we are finally going to land on play and own, and to really focus on the ownership aspects of the blockchain and make sure people understand and get educated on how to look at this space, how to look at blockchain games, and further grow sustainably over all of our games that we release in the future too. We're moving towards a future that is owned by, where games are owned by the players. You have the power to influence everything I've talked about, and that'll be the reason why Axie succeeds, ultimately. Help everyone in our community realizes just how much power and responsibility you have to educate new players, to talk about the right ways to look at different games, how to approach games, and that is what's going to make Axie sustainable, is all of you, and sharing this message and educating others and understanding how really to build sustainable player-owned economies. And that's all I had for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Phil. Very interesting stuff. The governance continues and more conversations to come. For now, though, it is time to eat. We invite all of you to join us for lunch for the next 45 minutes. Then we will be back with more programming here at AxieCon.
Sometimes it seems
Attendees and guests, please make your way back into the main room. Our program will begin soon. Please make your way back into the main room. Our program will begin soon. Thank you. Attendees and guests, please make your way back into the main room. Our program will resume shortly. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from YGG, Ian Mercado.
Hey, good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome back to AxieCon 2022. And I hope you guys had a fun lunch, and I hope everyone is like very full right now. And again, I'm inviting everyone to go here at the main stage because our panel again is starting, and we have exciting people who would talk here up front. And again, I hope you guys had a great lunch. Did you guys have a great lunch? Yeah. Yay, kampai. Okay, again, I'm inviting everyone to go here at the main stage. And without further ado, I'm here to introduce to you guys. They are the big brains of the guilds and the most popular ones that we'll be talking about what's the future for the guild system for our Web3 games. So we are here to introduce to you. We have Gabby Dizon from YGG. We have Akil Jindal from Quest. We have Mariano Rubenstein from Sura. And we have Max Guru Daiwald from MTTM, or Method to the Mythos. Again, everyone, let's give it up for our guild masters.
Go.
All right, can you guys hear me okay? Fantastic. What's going on, everybody? So I see a lot of familiar faces as well as some new faces here. And I know there's a lot of people who are also watching the stream right now. So hello to every Lunatian. So my name is Max. I'm better known as 0x Guru in the Web3 space. I am the founder of Method to the Mythos, MTTM Guild. And we've been around for a while. Of course, not quite as long as another gentleman here, but we are very heavily committed to Web3 as a whole, and Axie Infinity is our foundation. So I am super excited to be here. I thank you guys all for tuning in or hanging out in the audience. So without further ado, let's get started. Today, we are going to be talking about an extremely hot topic, and that is guilds in Web3. Right? Everybody has been having their eyes on guilds since pretty much the beginning of Axie Infinity's blow-up, because guilds were everything. Guilds provided the player liquidity that allowed games to succeed. They also provided a lot of the strong personal branding for all of the different unique communities in Axie Infinity to come together. And now we're at a point where I personally think Web3 has made some huge changes from the beginning of this guild structure. So where do guilds lie in that? Okay, let's get started. So I want to start with the very end here. Mariano, you're a slightly newer face for me, but it is a pleasure to have you up here. Let everybody know a little bit about you and, of course, Shura Gaming.
Okay, thank you very much, Max, and glad to be here with all of you. I'm very new at the Web3 gaming. In fact, as far as 1 year ago, I didn't know about it. I used to run different businesses. And I started with Axie Infinity and with the guild just by chance as a financial endeavor. And as the time goes by, I started to increase my number of scholars. And with that, we needed to incorporating technology and human resources. And well, we're now a little bit huge in over a year. With more than 1,000 scholars and 25 pro players, content creators, 62K community members. It's quite a lot in an industry with a speed I never seen before.
It's amazing. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who's here right now that hasn't seen your Shura players walking around. The branding is on point. Very well done, Mariano.
Thank you very much.
And now, here is an introduction I don't think anybody needs, but I want to give him the floor anyway. Gabby, it's the first time you and I have had a chance to speak with each other. I'm super excited. So give everybody who probably already knows who you are a nice complimentary introduction of you and YGG.
Okay, so hi everyone. It's really nice to see everyone here, especially the strongest supporters of the Axie community. My name is Gabby, and I've been in the game industry for almost 20 years now. I started a game development company in 2014. 2017, started taking a look at crypto, and specifically Ethereum. And then CryptoKitties came out and really had me believing about the power of NFTs. In 2018, I invited a guy called Jeff Jiho to Philippines to talk about Axie Infinity. And as a form of thank you, he gave me Mio tokens, and that's how I got started in Axie Infinity. So I've been part of the community since 2018. And yeah, just having fun. I was doing a lot of breeding. I wasn't that good on the battling side. And 2020, I noticed that a lot of people from the Philippines during the early part of lockdown started coming into the game because they wanted to play and they wanted to have a way to kind of earn some kind of income after being laid off and being stuck at home. So a lot of people who were not like crypto enthusiasts, they were basically people who were looking for a way to access an economy. They found Axie Infinity. And this is the start of the rise of Axie, that what we see today. And we founded YGG as a way to kind of help give access to these digital assets to a lot of our player community around the world. So yeah, we started YGG in 2020. Now we have our different sub-DAOs representing different areas of the world: Southeast Asia, India, LATAM, Brazil, Japan, Korea, and Turkey is coming up as well. We've invested in assets of over 40 games, and yeah, it's been a fun ride since then.
Yeah, you guys you're all over the world now. I know I almost lost track of it when you were building up all the branches. You had, YGGC, you had YGG India, all over the place. But, I really respect not only the scale at which you have now created YGG, but also just the momentum and the passion behind it. So huge respect from me. And now another gentleman here, you and I go way back, Akil. I was just talking to him earlier. I said this is like full circle. A little over a year ago, he had me on his stream interviewing me, and now it's my chance to interview you. So Akil, tell us a little bit about you, and not only just Quest, but kind of just like the, the journey to Quest creation, the inception of Quest. I'd like to hear a bit more.
Sure. So hello, everyone. Shout out to the organizers and Sky Mammoth staff for this amazing event. It's really well done. And thank you, Guru, for the introduction. So my name is Akil Jindal. I'm a co-founder at Quest. We're probably best known for the Axie Creator Program and helping service that. So you mentioned the evolution of kind of our guild. And so at first, there was two guilds, Proof of Game and Super Whale. And the co-founders and I kind of sat together and decided we were striking at the same problem, which was how to create a ecosystem where people were brand advocates for the game. And that was been our central thesis. So we wanted to expand beyond just directly onboarding people, but to actually invigorate culture and allow that to propagate externally. So yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I know I've known you from even before Proof of Game was in, and you were. I know that education, information, and then just empowerment was always a big. It was always a big virtue of yours. So you guys are doing a great job. Quest has done phenomenal with AxieCon. So if you guys don't know them, definitely check them out. I love all the people up here. But without further ado, let's get into the actual topics here. So guilds. Guilds, for the longest time, have been known, obviously, for the investor-to-scholar relationship that is created. A lot of guilds will end up putting forth a lot of assets and then bring in scholars, or I guess we could call them scholars. There's all sorts of different words for them, sponsors, partners, etc. But we started as bringing in scholars to be able to play, and then those scholars would end up creating, or at least maintaining, a relationship with the guild themselves, split the earnings, and that was kind of this harmonious relationship where people could come in without putting their own risk of their own money or assets forward, utilize the guild assets, and then the guild would profit as a result. Now, I know the play-to-earn concept of Axie Infinity, or even just Web3 gaming in general, has slowly been shifting, and I really want to double down on what your guys' perspective of that harmonious relationship going into the future is now. So let's jump right on this. I think one of the biggest things that a lot of people are seeing right now is this development and this push for esports. Right? Esports has become so synonymous with a lot of the biggest guilds. I myself just launched my esports program. Quest has been killing it in esports. YGG, you guys got some serious esports players. And Shura, I feel like that is like the foundation of Shura right now is esports. So guys, I want to hear your opinion on how the scholarship system has kind of evolved into a little bit more of almost a sponsorship partnership system, and then your perspective on that, like how you think that is going to change or evolve further into the future. So let's work it back the other way this time. I'm going to let you take it away, Akil.
Sure.
Share your thoughts.
So I think it's helpful to just frame what a guild is and the role they play in gaming. They serve two primary functions. One is growth, and the other is retention. And it's a function of basically product cycles. So during bull runs, guilds were primarily onboard users, whether that's through direct acquisition by asset lending or just from vibes because you're the best and people would be a part of the best. And then with retention, it comes back to the same core principle of community building as well. So when we think about the community that you onboard into your guild, the composition of that must, it needs to be well thought out. Like how many of those people are going to be brought in through direct onboarding? How many people are you bringing on that are going to add value to the ecosystem in other ways? And understanding how to incentivize those positive sum behaviors is something that we're really focused on.
Yeah, yeah. And Gabby, I think out of everyone here, YGG has been, they were the guild that essentially created the model for every other guild afterwards to pretty much come in and model after with the scholarship investor relationship. So I'm extremely, extremely interested in hearing what your perspective is, not just on the growing relationship, but also just maybe a little bit on the future of scholarships in general and YGG's take and drive on how you guys are going to be taking your scholars. You're the biggest guild in the world right now, and how you plan to be making sure that you are future forward, like forward facing with your scholarship program.
Sure. So the current scholarship model was modeled on the basically tokenomics of Axie Infinity, right? Where you had a tokenized resource, which was SLP being created from people winning games. And what happened was that this, so the innovation from the Axie team side is really that play-to-earn system using basically proof of gameplay, winning a game inside Axie to earn a tokenized resource that had some value within the ecosystem. Of course, you have to burn SLP to breed, and that creates the demand for new Axies. And that's what set the stage for the huge growth that happened last year. Now we're seeing that it's very hard to balance that because as more and more people come into the economy, if you have basically linear earnings per person, then it's hard to maintain that value for the token itself. And so now we're seeing evolution of tokenomics, and we see this with a lot of the games coming up, where you're maybe not rewarding a tokenized resource when you're grinding, because when you're grinding, you want players to have progression in the game. Maybe you haven't gotten enough from a value perspective so that you're letting the players cash out. When you tokenize an asset, whether it's a fungible token like SLP or it's an NFT, you're basically giving the player permission to sell that asset because it's tokenized, because they own it, and they can do whatever they want with it. That's what digital ownership means. And I think games now realize that they need to control their internal economy more closely, because if you have a currency such as SLP, for example, tokenized and available in exchanges, that means that there's so much liquidity available outside of your game economy that can affect the price of a resource that is inside the game. So because of exchanges, if SLP is either 1 cent, 0.01 cent, $1, because of speculation inside exchanges in the greater crypto economy, it changes the perception of people that are playing the game. And this is very difficult for game developers to balance because you have no control over what happens in the greater crypto economy. So now we're seeing the evolution of game design such that, for example, you're seeing an origin that the SLP you earn may not be cashed out until an intermediate step. The game designers are looking for more control over the game economy. And as a result, scholarships have to change as well, right? The guilds have to make sure that they're delivering value and can get some of that value out of it. And I think how guilds will evolve depends on how the tokenomics of these games will evolve as well.
It's a good point, and I think you bring up a really important topic. This is something that I brought up a lot when I talk about guilds, and that is that balance between value add and value extraction. For the longest time, I think guilds have always kind of existed to add value through player liquidity, through legitimization of the games themselves. But the extraction was a little bit of an unbalance, especially during the bull market, because you have, just as you said, Gabby, a lot of people speculating on the assets, on the tokens, and that actually compounds with the people who themselves are treating this almost like a game, right? The play-to-earn aspect. They were playing simply to earn, and then they would cash out in an extractive manner. Now we got to look at value adding, and value adding can be done in a variety of different ways, one of which is obviously being able to bring in branding, esports involvement, etc. So Mariano, I know this is one of your expertise. How is Shura looking at this situation of adding value to an ecosystem? And I think I have a general idea of how you're approaching it, but what is your take on it? How are you guys trying to add value to the games and the ecosystems you're involved in rather than extract it?
Absolutely. I think at the beginning, everyone was buying NFTs and renting to the scholars. It was mostly a financial involvement as a guild. But when the market crashed, we saw in our community that they were asking for different things. So we started working with the University of Buenos Aires, with the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, and we have created postgraduate studies in a partnership with Axie Infinity and the University of Buenos Aires on gaming and metaverse. And now the program is running, and it was a huge success because many people wanted to learn about gaming, general knowledge, and everything. And we believe that education is the base of guilds in the future. So we are not just keeping that. We are launching 2 new programs on training. One that it will be for general gaming and metaverse knowledge without the university degree requirement, open to all the community, and we aim to train 50,000 people the first year. It will be open to all the community, at first in Spanish, and then we will translate it into different languages. And the second one, it will be a pro player academy. So the same way Quest created the content creation program, we took some of their model that we like it very much, and we will be doing something similar for the pro players. So we need to add every people playing Axie different skills so they can enjoy the game, they can improve their performance on the game, and they will be better. And this is not just for the player, it will benefit the game too, because trained people performs everywhere always better.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's interesting that you mentioned something that I've actually identified with guilds too, which is that, guilds, the information, the guidance, that is one of the biggest value-adding factors, not just to the game, but more importantly to the players, or scholars, if you want to call them that. And I think that this brings up another interesting concept, because professional development, it's a big responsibility, and it is not cheap either. Being able to effectively educate people and make sure that they're able to perform, that's a huge commitment coming out of guilds, right? And I know for guilds that are a little bit larger, that might have a lot of VC backing, that might have a really strong stance to monetize in multiple different ways, they have an easy time doing this. But I would really like to hear you guys' perspective, or just your opinions on that concept of monetization for guilds, because I think we've all understood that the previous way guilds monetize through the share of token earnings is something that most guilds, especially newer guilds trying to come up into this space, don't really have the same opportunity. We could leverage it because we were doing it in a bull run and money was flying off the shelves. But looking at it from the perspective of a guild that might not have that same backing, or even one that does, if you want to share that point of view, how does monetization for the guild fit into the picture here, right? Like, because we got to find other ways besides just pulling out a token liquidity to monetize ourselves. So, maybe we can start with you, Akil, because I know Quest has a few different ways that you're doing this, but how does Quest and how do you personally see the monetizing opportunity for guilds coming to fruition?
That's an awesome question. So I think one thing to think about when we also discuss guilds is they're essentially proxies of the games that they participate in. And so what they're able to do, Mariano brought up a good point, where it's people are asking for different things. So being able to service people at a faster rate than the games themselves can service is how you're able to essentially meet customer needs. And that's how you're essentially able to monetize, right? So things that people are asking for is, hey, I want better equipment to record better content. I want better types of Axies to play more competitively. And this is just the beginning. And of course, when you think about a gaming ecosystem, there's much more than just content creation and esports. There's collectors, there's casual players. So I think what we'll see is people who are in guilds who are able to service those individuals in a really strong way, in fact, the best way, they will end up finding avenues for monetization.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, I know YGG is exploring a lot of different ways. So Gabby, I would love to hear your perspective on guild monetization. How is YGG approaching it? And maybe this would be an interesting thing too, because you can literally exist at the top. How would you, if you had to start maybe from the very beginning now, how would you approach it? How would you look at guild monetization?
Right. Well, first of all, I think that no two guilds are the same. I think that now we're exploring different ways that guilds are trying to add value to the system. It's just saying like no two companies are the same, and they're trying to add value in different ways, right? So you see the rise of service guilds, you see the rise of like media guilds, you see the rise of very like competitive guilds. For us, we think about this how to do guilds at scale, because our goal is to bring the entire world basically into Web3, and doing that primarily via games, because people kind of get afraid when they talk to them about, oh, here's what crypto means, and here's what a wallet is, and you have to be careful with these 12 worlds, or you lose everything. That's very scary, but there's a lot of benefits to basically digital ownership of your own assets, and doing this via game means that you can access a much bigger market. So that's how we think about it. We want to onboard the entire world to Web3. This is why we have geographical guilds in different places of the world. And then how do you make these guild members more valuable? Because essentially, if you're a source of community members, of users to games or applications or protocols, then they will want to market to these guilds, to these entities, to come and use and spend money on the protocol and drive value to it. So that's how we think about it. We think a lot about driving the reputation of individual community members. What makes an individual community member useful within a community context? So there's a lot of ways where people can do that. Some may be very active in Discord. You may be a moderator. You may be a content creator. You may be in esports. How are you creating the kind of reputation system so that you can look at a community member and say, these are their skills. I, as a game, as a DAO, have a job that requires doing for someone with this skill set, and I'm willing to pay this much if this task gets done. So we think that Web3 guilds are literally the future of work, where I see a future where you're probably not an employee doing 8 to 5. I may be a freelancer. Like Ian is part of YGG, but she basically works for herself. She's her own brand. And apart from that, she's doing different things to drive the value of their brand, but it also drives value to a group that she's part of, which is YGG. So being able to codify people's skills and reputation and basically start at the bottom. Maybe I'm a scholar. I know nothing about Web3. I'm borrowing assets and doing, I would say, more menial work inside the game. And then I build my skill set, build my knowledge and experience, and then leverage that into basically higher paying opportunities or opportunities to own my digital assets. So we think of it from basically a tech company and scaling perspective, because that's the background I come from. And yeah, we want to onboard like the next billion people into Web3.
That makes sense. So then I'm going to hit you with one more. Don't worry, we'll get to you, Mariano, but I really want to hear Gabby's perspective on this. I know that YGG has a lot of financial leverage in the space. You guys have done very well for yourselves. Now, assuming we have a new guild coming in, or even just a new, desiring brand, an upcoming brand, do you think that it is a necessity for that entity to then approach being a guild as more of like a business? Do they have to pursue a funding round? Do they have to get that kind of heavy financial leverage behind them in order to succeed as a guild? And maybe not just speaking about the size of YGG, but as any guild, right? Because you mentioned no single guild is the same. So do you think it's necessary for a guild to have that kind of funding to be able to pursue things at that scale, at that level?
No, definitely. It really depends on what your goals are. And a guild may be a group of people and their friends playing a game and sharing their assets, and that's completely fine. A guild may be top-tier competitive esports team that is really want to place at all of the tournaments and get brand sponsorships, and that's great. A guild may be something that is going to be basically onboarding layer for users and have a tech stack, which is what we're doing, and that's great as well. So I don't think that funding is needed, at least outside VC funding, because that comes with its own costs.
Of course.
You are asked to grow a certain amount. They have to be able to cash out later on. And there's also a lot of pressure that comes with that. So it's good to know what your goals are with starting a guild. And if you want what is essentially like a World of Warcraft guild with a treasury, that's fun as well.
No, I agree. Actually, I talked about that in one of my articles. I said, I think Web3 can truly say that we have wide adoption of gaming once we have casual guilds. We need more casual guilds. Guilds don't need to be these giant financial entities. That's just a personal take of mine, but I'm happy to hear you share the same perspective here. And Mariano, what's your take on this? Do you agree with this? Or like, do you think, you know, from your point of view, you guys are obviously approaching being a guild like a very serious business with professional development. Do you think that it's very valuable to have guilds on the other side that are more casual? Or do you think that they're kind of classified differently?
Yeah, we're a little bit different than most guilds. We haven't been funded so far. My co-founders and I supported all the operation, and we managed to survive the crisis, to grow, and to still have plans for the future. So we have a different approach. We think that we are a link between games and gamers. So we try to understand what games need and what gamers need. So putting ourselves in the middle and trying to understand both parties, we try to monetize on that interchange. So we have some agreements with games that usually sell lands or NFT or tokens to guilds, but those tokens or those assets are lying down and no one is using it. So our approach is to bring community. So we partner a game and we bring community, we bring a sense of belonging, we create events, online, IRL, esports. So that's what Web3 is about. It's about ownership too, but it's about community. Everyone wants to play with a community. We have some examples of people who can buy their own assets any way they want to play with us. And when we asked them why, they said, because you are giving me training, you are giving me coaching, you are giving me a sense of belonging, and I perform very much, I perform better playing in a team than playing by myself. So I'm willing to share my profit with you.
Yeah, no, that's a good point of view. And I think we're getting close to the end here, so I want to do a quick little fire round, because this is one thing I think is going to be very valuable for anybody who's considering making a guild, being part of a guild, or just in general, you know, understanding guilds as we go forward. So we're going to start with you, Akil. I want you to tell me what you think the upcoming biggest challenge for guilds going into the future of Web3 is, and how maybe you would address it. Make it quick. Let's do it.
Yep. All right. Biggest challenge, I think, is going to be decoupling your guild size based on your direct onboarding. So we need to broaden our perspective in terms of how we onboard people into our ecosystem. And if it's just through direct asset lending, I think that's going to be a challenge that we all have to face.
Oh, 100%, yeah, big one. Gabby, what do you think?
So guilds that depended on like yield for revenue, I think that model is going to go away in the near term. I think the rise of like service-oriented, media-oriented guilds are really going to rise because these are kind of in tune with what the goals of the games are. So yeah, so for those guilds that had dependent on scholarships for basically revenue, I think this year is going to be tough for them. But for those that build out the skills that games would want to have as part of the ecosystem, I think they're going to do well.
No, I'm happy to hear that. And Mariano?
Yeah, we're just worried about bringing our community more games, fun games to play. On the top of that, of course, they want to make money, and we want to make money. This is a business, of course. And we are providing also games with different kind of tools, feedback, and technological tools we have developed for ourselves, and putting them available to help serve other guilds smaller.
Okay, so let me just wrap it up here with my point of view, because I've been interviewing you guys, but I want to share my point of view too, because MTTM is another guild that is completely privately funded. Me and my core team, we did quite well over the bull run, so we were blessed to be able to privately fund our initiatives. but I think one of the biggest things, you both had mentioned it, even you, Mariano, is that guilds that currently are relying on what was a inefficient and elementary tokenomics of play-to-earn games are going to struggle very heavily into the future. We're already seeing it with the Bull. I've seen so many guilds that have just been shaken out. I do a lot of independent consulting. So these guilds, if they're not already dead, they're just hanging on by a thread. And I'm telling you right now, if you don't find a way to value add to put yourself in the market, you're going to be shaken out even more. And another thing, I like that you mentioned it, Mariano, is going to be the game side of it. I think as a guild, you have to be realistic about your timeline and how involved you're going to be with the ecosystem based off of that timeline. Right now, Axie is really one of the only staples that guilds can almost like build on top of. We have grants for esports, etc. We have a huge fleshed out game, but we are waiting for more games to come into the space, and there's a lot of them. I think there are some amazing games out there in development. But I think as a guild, we got to be smart about how we put ourselves out there and how serious we get with being involved in the gaming ecosystem while we are still in a very young phase of Web3 gaming. I think everybody wants to be fast, 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 but when it comes to guilds, you have to be very methodical. You have to be critical and strategic about how you enter the space, how you scale in the space, and then how you will maintain what you are in the space. So guys, I just wanted to thank you all once again. We're wrapping this up here, but it was incredible. I loved hearing your perspectives on guilds. I think guilds is a topic, 30 minutes just doesn't do justice for. So hopefully we can get back together later on and chat about this a little bit more, because I know there are a lot of questions people probably have on top of it. But thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody here. Thanks.
All right, and now we are back again in AxieCon 2022, and I hope you had an informative talk a while ago, and I think everyone enjoyed the talk with our guild masters. And right now, let me introduce to you an Axie Infinity Live Ops first feature reveal, and there are very important announcements that will be happening on this next panel. So let me all introduce to you Vince, or AKA Sozer.
Thank you. Ooh. How are we doing, everyone? How are we doing, everyone? Okay, awesome. So I am Vince, AKA Zoser. I am the Live Ops lead for Axie Infinity, and I'm here to talk to you guys today about sort of a new feature coming. But before we get to the new feature, let's talk about a little bit about kind of what live operations is, because we hear that term a lot, and I kind of want to make sure to define it and outline it before we get to the new feature. So live operations at a core level is to enable the game to always feel fresh and exciting for players every single day. Okay, so if we look at the origin core loop right now, you have your 3 Axies. And you pretty much, you log in, you play with those 3 Axies, you battle, you get some rune shards, you craft, and you kind of rinse and repeat over and over and over. And you might just use your same 3 Axies over and over, and that's fine. What Live Ops is going to come in and do is kind of enhance that cycle. So it's going to say, hey, maybe there's going to be other things going on, such as some events you want to participate in. So instead of just doing the same core loop, we're now going to add events, right? So what is an event? Basically, an event is a way to have additional gameplay and fun challenges for more rewards. And everyone loves more rewards, of course. So let's pretend you're a player that uses like a triple aqua build. Well, we might have an event that says, hey, every time you use a beast, we're going to give you bonus rewards. So now, even as an aqua player, you're incentivized to basically use a beast because that's more rewards for you. So you're going outside of your normal loop. Let's say you're a player in Origin that only battles, let's say, 9 to 10 times a day, and that's just sort of what you do. Well, if we launch an event that says, hey, if you do 25 battles today, you get bonus rewards, now you've changed your normal behavior through that event, and now you're going to want to play 25 battles that day. Or let's say we launch a limited time special adventure. So a new adventure opens up, and it's like, hey, there's these new bosses that you're playing against in solo. And if you use reptiles, for example, you deal double damage. Well, now you're going to want to pick up some reptiles so you can blow through that event. And so that's sort of how events work at the core. And they're really going to mix up the game and definitely add more rewards and stuff. So why are live operations important? So the first thing is they're going to provide novel challenges. So human beings tend to get bored doing the same thing over and over. So it's fun to constantly have new challenges going on and new competition, of course. Speaking of, so competition. Obviously, the seasonal leaderboard is a huge reason to play Origin. It provides a ton of competition. But imagine if we had mini events along the way. So we have a weekend event or we have a week-long event. Now you've got a different competition going on while you're still focusing on the whole 60-day competition, of course. And then, of course, the main goal is to make this as fun as possible. We just want Origin to be absolutely fun. We want the events to be fun. We want the season to be fun. So we really want to enhance this. So now what I want to do is look at some successful live ops in Web 2 to kind of spell out and get you more familiar with live ops in some of the games you may have played. I don't anticipate that live ops will be so much different between Web 2 and Web 3 because they're really both trying to do the same thing. They're just trying to enhance your behavior. They're trying to give you rewards. They're trying to make the game more fun. So we're going to look at Battle Pass from Brawl Stars. We're going to look at coin events from Summoner's War. And we're going to look at event campaigns from Epic 7. So let's start with Battle Pass from Brawl Stars. Some of you might be familiar with Battle Pass. For those that aren't, you basically earn rewards for playing the game more often. So throughout the course of a season, you'll just be progressing up this Battle Pass and just claiming free rewards as you play the game more. What makes Battle Pass interesting in these free-to-play games is they always have a paid tier. And if you pay to unlock this tier, now you get double the rewards because you get essentially everything on top and everything on bottom. So the two sort of connect in the sense that as you play more, you're incentivized to spend money because the farther you progress, you get to backclaim all those rewards that you've been working past. And at the same time, by paying, you also want to play more because then every new tier you hit, you get double the rewards. So this has been really successful in Web 2 games. Another one is Summoner's War. They launch coin events all the time. What this basically does is says, hey, come use a whole bunch of energy. And sometimes in Web 2 games, you can hoard energy. It's a little different than Axie. And so this is trying to get people to use all their energy and play as much as possible. And by doing so, they give them coins. And then with those coins, they're able to get more rewards. And so this gives players a really strong incentive to log in and play. It helps with some personal goals and then bonus rewards, of course. And then last, let's look at Epic 7. So this is an RPG game. I used to be super into RPGs. I played these games all the time. Final Fantasy was one of my favorites, so I'm very familiar with how this works. You'll see these all the time. This is basically a special, like a boss battle. They open these up, and you choose your difficulty. So you choose easy, normal, hard, or the hell mode, I guess, depending on how strong you are. And then what you'll do is you'll try to beat those levels as effectively or as quickly as possible, so the fewest turns possible, and then you'll earn rewards. And then one of the key components of this is that they'll always offer sort of a bonus character. So this one-armed samurai in this event probably deals like double damage in this whole event. So you'd want to pick him up in this game, and that way when you play this event, you're kind of like Rockstar because you're just demolishing these levels since he's doing double damage to everything. But you don't have to use him. You can challenge yourself. So these are kind of interesting, and obviously I'm very passionate about these types of things. So let's talk about Web 3 now and some opportunities we have that I think that Web 2 doesn't have. So the first thing that we can do is we can do in-game and on-chain things simultaneously. So in Web 2, they pretty much stick to the game. So you open the game and everything happens in the game. Well, we have this on-chain stuff we can do. So what that means for us is we can run an event whereby playing Origin and by breeding at the same time or the same event, it can be part of the same event. So an example would be we launch an event and we say, hey, if you breed an Axie or if you play Origin, you're going to contribute to this event. So you're doing on-chain and off-chain things. We can also do cross-functionality. So what I mean by this is imagine a world where we launch an event and we say you can play land Or you can play Origin, or even one of our builders games, and all of these contribute to one giant event that it's kind of hosting on the whole universe. And then we can also do collaboration between players. Phil was talking about earlier how there's a lot more collaboration and stuff in Web3 because we can buy, we can sell, we can trade, we have ownership. So we can utilize this for our events, and we can have events where we can actually encourage you guys to gift and sell and trade with one another as part of the event. And that's something that's super cool, I think, for Web3, and we're excited to explore. OK, so we've got this far. Are you guys ready to see the new feature coming for Axie Origin? OK, let me take a sip of water. This is a big one. Okie dokie, folks. Contests. So contests are going to utilize off-chain and on-chain activities to inspire logging in more, burning resources, increasing competition, and most importantly, having fun. Okay? Contests encapsulate almost everything you've seen so far in this presentation. So contests are broken into 3 main parts. So there's completing the missions. There is, and that's to earn contest points. There is claiming the milestones, which are your personal goals. And then there's the leaderboards, which is the most contest points climb the leaderboards. So contests are interesting because in live ops, you can configure them however you want. These might be as short as a 24-hour contest, maybe a weekend contest, maybe a week-long contest. That's for each contest to decide, basically. It's going to be different for each one. So let's talk about the first core part of contests, which is completing missions. Okay, this is how you're going to earn contest points. Now, everything you see here is just an example. It's just a mock-up. Okay, so total example. In this one we're looking at, it says you can breed a plant Axie, and that'll give you 20 points in this example. You can release a plant Axie for 15 points, or you can win a battle with a plant in Origin for 2 points. Okay, so these are the way you'd earn points. And now, if you notice, some of these things can be done infinite times. So there'll be events where it says, hey, if you want to win a battle or breed an Axie, you can do this an unlimited amount of times. There's no point cap. And other things, there might be capped, where we might say, hey, you can only do this action 20 times per event before we cap it out. So we're going to have that flexibility to work with. Okay, so you guys are going to see a variety of ways to earn points in contests. So let's look at kind of some of the fun things we can do with contests. So these are just kind of some things we come up with. So Feather Frenzy would be like, let's just imagine together an event that's all about birds and feathers. And so let's say you have to use feather parts in Origin. Like every time you win a battle with Tri-Feather or Feather Fan, you get bonus points. And the rewards for that would be very bird-themed. So maybe you would have the chance to earn some runes from the birds, or the bird epic charm, for example, things like that. Plant Stravaganza. This is a funny one, guys. I had a dream about this event before I even started Origin. I pitched this to Jiho during my interview. I used the exact word plant stravaganza. It was just what came to my mind as the first thing we needed to see this. So you can definitely count on this being an event. I promise you that. And it's going to come to light. And so in this example, it would just be about you got to breed plants, you got to release plants, you got to win with plants, everything plant related for the week. And then everyone's just all in on plants, and you're going to see the meta change, of course, because hopefully people want to do well in the contest. And then From Dusk to Dawn is something I just kind of came up with for fun. We can do a lot of stuff with this. So imagine we launch 2 contests at the same time. One would be a dusk contest, one would be a dawn contest, and maybe they're competing against one another in some way, and maybe you decide which one you're going to play. There's just a lot of stuff we can do. And so yeah, it should be cool to see all the contests that can be created. So if the first core part of contests is to complete missions to earn contest point, the second part of contests is to unlock milestones and earn rewards, okay? So based on the amount of contest points you get, there's going to be certain milestones that you unlock. So these are personal goals you're going to have each event. These are completely unaffected by what other players are doing. These are your own personal goals. Okay, so in the example we're looking at here, you can see that there's a 50 contest point mark, 120, 250, 400, and looks like 600 or 800, one of the two. And by hitting those amount of contest points, you're going to unlock those milestones. So what are some milestone rewards you might expect to see? Well, moon shards definitely comes to mind. Moon dust and ancient moonstones. Sealed runes and charms, very good thing to give out because those are the non-mintable, so it's very cool because that way you can have those for the season that you've earned. And then stickers and other in-game cosmetics as well. I think that's kind of where we're going to start as far as rewards go, but subject to change. So This is basically milestones. And actually, let's look at this example really quick. So in this one, the players earned 156 contest points. Okay, so they've gotten past the second tier. So you can see they can claim the first milestone, which is 50 moon shards in this example. They can also claim the second milestone, which in this example is 500 moon shards and 50 SLP. So yeah, this player is working toward completing all the milestones. And these can be configured every event, meaning they can change. We can move them around. We might go to 10,000. It's how we set these things up is the key. So the final part of contest is claiming the contest leaderboard. This is where you're going to compete against other players to see who has the most amount of contest points by the end of the event. Okay? So most contests, but not necessarily all, will have leaderboards, because in theory, we could run a contest with just a bunch of personal milestones if we wanted. Okay? So the leaderboard, you should expect to find similar rewards as contests, but probably more of them, because usually the leaderboard's more competitive, so it's more natural to find more of something. And you can see here in the example, our friend Jeff Cam, aka Shade, is at the top of the leaderboard. He has 831 points. There's 59 minutes remaining, and then he would claim those rewards. Again, it's just an example, so don't take too much into what the actual rewards are, but he would claim those rewards, assuming he finished first place, obviously, when that ticker hit 0. Cool, so it looks like I pretty much flew through this. I hope I didn't talk too quickly, but development is underway. We expect this to arrive in Q4 of 2022. I'm really excited, and honestly, I think we're going to need a lot of your guys' feedback, because the cool thing about contests is because we configure these for each contest, I think you guys are going to have a big say in the kind of contests you want to see, what you guys want to change, and if you guys are like, hey, we really want a reptile contest, then we might just build one. So that's all I got, and thank you so much for listening, guys.
So yeah, thank you so much, Sozer, for that announcement. And again, I hope you are having fun here at the AxieCon 2022. And again, from the people outside, I'm inviting you to go here at the main stage so you can know what's next on our next panel, because it's about in-game to in real life, how Axie assets are used beyond Lunasha. So let's all welcome. We have Arnau Ramillo from Unlocked, Luis Siton from MoonPay, and we have Leia Kalam Butler from Empharsis. She's a moderator. So again, let's give it up for them. Yeah.
This is very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that great introduction. So yes, we're going to chat about Axie assets, how they're used in real life. We were kind of thinking that we might start off with some basic things, but kind of extrapolate into what could be possible in the future. But before we dive into it, I'm not sure if you've heard of MoonPay or Unlocked, so I thought maybe you guys could just give us a little introduction to the company that you're working with and maybe your role there. Do you want to kick us off, Louis?
Sure. Firstly, really lovely to meet everyone here, and absolute pleasure to be here. Cool. Yeah, so my name's Louis. I work for MoonPay. We call ourselves a Web3 infrastructure company. We're a couple years old now. We started off as an on-ramp company to create a really easy and seamless experience for people to purchase crypto with a credit and debit card. We've since expanded to a whole suite of products. We're about 300 folks now, and we completed our Series A earlier in the year. My role is I run our NFT checkout product, which makes it really easy for people to purchase NFTs directly with credit and debit cards.
Thank you so much. And Arnau, tell us about Unlocked.
Yes, so I work for a DeFi protocol that we're launching soon. So it's a DeFi NFT protocol called Unlocked. We're basically building a financial layer for NFTs and gaming and metaverse assets. So it's kind of an Aave for NFTs. You can put your NFT as collateral and get debt on it. And we really think this financial layer is like the next phase for a next massive growth in the NFT ecosystem. And also comparing to traditional markets, when you see where debt comes from, it usually comes from illiquid assets or future revenue, not from liquid assets like ETH or Bitcoin. So we see NFT collateral as the big, the assets that will push debt on crypto and make markets more efficient. So yeah, that's what we're working on and hope to be on mainnet, Ethereum mainnet soon.
Nice. And actually, before we continue on, you guys both got into crypto fairly recently, but kind of coming from different angles, right? Louis, you've got a long history in fintech, I think. Tell us, how did you get over to the dark side of crypto?
Yeah, my background's a little bit weird and wobbly. So the start of my career, really, I wanted to be a professional poker player. Which was a pretty cool but dreadful experience. So that's how I kind of got into gaming and everything around that. I then went and worked at a bunch of fintechs across the UK and San Francisco. Was fortunate enough to work for Tilt, which got acquired by Airbnb, and then a whole bunch of banks, or challenger banks in the UK, so Monzo, Starling, I don't know if anyone's heard of those names. And then Freetrade, which is a commission-free stockbroking app, which is the most custodial thing in the world. So I'd worked for these small fintechs and also did some strategy consulting. So I'd worked for some very, very, very big financial institutions doing things very, very slowly in the mortgage and credit card space. So I saw kind of the big institutional side of things and how that really wasn't going to solve a lot of the problems of economic freedom and opportunity. I started working for this new wave of fintechs with the promise that they would solve some of these problems. And I didn't see those promises getting solved in either of those places, which led me to MoonPay about 9 months ago.
Sort of a common story, isn't it? I hear a lot of people in crypto who are like, none of these problems are getting solved. I'm so over it. I'm moving into crypto. I'm actually going to make a difference one day. Yeah, but you're totally fresh, right, Arnau?
Yeah, my background is similar but very different. I didn't want to play poker. It's a funny story. So I started university and found a problem that I couldn't send money easily to my friends, to my family. It was why can I not send you 20 euros now, right now? And this pushed me to know Bitcoin. So I found Bitcoin, found ETH, and just possibilities of changing everything, especially on the DeFi side. That just was amazing. So I saw Ethereum especially bringing this fluidity to digital assets and massive, huge amount of new assets flowing in the economy. So that was so amazing that I could. So I've been in crypto since day one. It's the only industry I've been working on full time. So yeah, I started in 2017 and still here. So
that's awesome. Proper Web3 native. Love it. So yeah, let's dive into the topic. We're going to talk about Axie assets, how they're being used IRL, which I think is a fantastic thing to dig into because obviously that's the nature of Web3 games. Traditionally with Web2 games, you're not allowed to take those assets out of the ecosystem at all to do anything. So it's a pretty exciting topic to think about where you could go with this. But let's just start with what's happening today. What sort of use cases have you guys seen in your world in terms of how Axie assets are actually being used IRL?
I'll
start?
You're the expert.
Yeah, okay. So for me, an Axie and any kind of NFT gaming asset, especially Axies that are the ones that have gotten more traction, it's just an asset. So I could compare it to a building. So you have an asset, you can lend it, you can get yield on it. So it's actually very similar to any kind of other assets. So what we see is that these new assets need a financial layer. And we focus on borrowing and lending, but any kind of financial layer. So being able to lend your Axie or being able to use it as collateral or just even speculate on the value and with options or any kind of. So building this financial layer in the end will bring more stability also to the game and to the asset. So more demand because you have a lower opportunity cost. Because if I buy an Axie or even higher value NFTs, you have an opportunity cost because you don't have ETH. You could be earning yield doing staking or any other stuff. So if you can use them as collateral or have like financial properties in these NFTs, so the value would probably raise or be more stable, and also like demand especially. So the opportunity cost will go down. So what I see, it's just an asset that can have value in a financial layer.
Nice. Yeah, it really kind of starts with that that concept of digital property ownership too. That in Web3, I think so many people outside our space really find that difficult to grasp. But when you're explaining it like that in the context of using it as collateral for a loan, I feel like that's something that a lot of people can kind of grab onto in terms of something that feels more tangible. What about you, Louis? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So I think, like, broadly speaking, some of the things I'm most excited about are actually some of the really boring things. I know that's not like a massively popular thing to say like on stage today, but I think there's some really huge problems that exist in the world right now that NFTs solve. And you talked about a whole bunch of these with like NFTs as collateral and things like that. I'm not saying your company's boring, by the way. But I think, like, you know, I was boring these guys backstage and telling them about mortgages, which I see everyone's face die and look very very bored as I say that.
Yeah, I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah. I think, like, where I'm most excited here is I think NFTs solve a huge problem, which is how do we know people own this thing? And I'm really excited about a time and a day which I think is going to come, which people are going to be exchanging, you know, plots of land on Axie for real plots of land. I think that is coming. I think if you look at like very, very high, you know, very, very high net worth individuals, right now they're putting £50 million or $50 million pieces of art as collateral for $400 million houses. Like, this is happening today. I'm really, really excited to see how that's going to happen on a more micro level, and NFTs are going to be used as collateral for loans, for mortgages, or used as proof of identity. Like, there's so many cool places we can go here, I think.
Yeah, I want to pick up on the boring thread, actually. Because, I mean, you say it might sound like a boring use case, but these are the things that underpin our everyday lives. And I think the more that we can see that crossover from Web3 into really useful things that we value in our everyday life, we're going to see a lot more adoption. One of the ones that I wanted to share is, so I live in the Philippines, and I've been looking at the adoption of Axie since mid-2020. And we saw this incredible phenomenon sort of around mid-2021, where there were hundreds of merchants in the Philippines that started accepting SLP as payment. They were using Ronin as a payment rails. There was no evangelist kind of like going around and trying to get the merchants to put a like pay with Bitcoin sticker in their front window or something like that. This happened because we had this new class in society that had SLP to pay for. And rather than doing, you know, like 10 hops to kind of get through a DEX to a regulated exchange to be able to cash out in order to be able to pay for food and put it on the table in real life, they just wanted to be able to pay with SLP. So I thought that was a really interesting thing. We were just kind of talking behind the stage too about like ICOs. You know, the holy grail of ICOs back in 2017 was that people are going to use our token for payments. And like, we literally didn't see any projects do that. And here it was happening organically in the Philippines because of a cute digital pet game. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you guys, like, what do you think that proves about crypto adoption and Web3 more broadly? Like, are we actually starting to challenge assumptions about how crypto assets might be used because of Axie?
Yeah, that's super cool. So I think, like, the key thing that stood out there for me is the way in which Axie has driven a bottom-up consensus of like a payment method. So if you think about today, like payment methods we choose, these are prescribed down to us. These are top-down. Like, we've worked very, very closely with Visa and MasterCard and American Express in my role, so I don't want to say anything too negative about them. But take Starbucks as an example. Starbucks, you know, built their own app, which instantly got hundreds of millions of dollars of distribution. Starbucks' app, I think, would be like the third biggest bank in the world or something crazy. But they're very much prescribing payment methods down to you. Hey, if you want to buy a coffee in Starbucks, here's how you do it. I think what was really cool about that example you just mentioned is this was bottom up. This was thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of people saying, hey, here's the most convenient way for me to pay.
Yeah.
Like, let's do that. and it pushed the merchants into the situation where it made business sense for them to accept it. So like, it's a complete flipping of the roles, which is really, really cool.
Yeah. What do you think, Arnel?
So, like, remembering when I saw this news, like, there are people in Philippines paying in SLP, the first thing, my reaction was, wow, this is crazy. So the first reaction was, Axie is changing, like, a new paradigm, no?
Yeah.
And it was also during pandemic, so there were, like, 2 million players, I think, in the Philippines, or maybe a bit less, maybe I think it was 2 million in total. But people, like, getting decent revenue, like, or salary in the end of the month, thanks to a game, because they were spending time and they were building things and they just like generating money from that game. So that was first amazing. And then knowing that people were accepting SLP as payment, it was like Axie proved itself that the value was there, it was real, that people were willing to use these digital assets. And for me, like the thinking logic was push again my view of this, like internet is fluid information. You can send data all around the world, and blockchain is like fluid assets. So with SLP, it was like, there will be so many assets, so many kind of ways you can pay, and you can, so it's like financializing everything and giving value to any asset that people accept. And it's what you were saying, that it's not the company says, I want you to pay me like this. So the community will come up and say, look, this is what we accept as a payment. Are you willing to accept it? Like, I remember Mark Cuban, I don't know if it sounds familiar, that accepting Dogecoin as a, so if there's demand, if there's community, there will be someone that will accept it. And this, like, you are like unifying two big industries, so there's a huge community, you just need people to accept that currency, and you will get like revenue from it. So it was really amazing and astonishing to see how a game and an asset of a game was being used for real use cases. So yeah, it was.
Yeah. And I think too, I mean, we've talked about SLP, but there's a lot of various digital items that you could potentially own in Axie, whether it's a utility token like SLP, are we talking governance token like AXS, are we talking about the NFTs themselves? And it's really interesting to think about, I mean, maybe not just use cases for the assets themselves, but also business models that have come out of this. I mean, that was another really interesting thing to see in the Philippines, like this whole new wave of Web3 innovation. Actually, I've got to plug XLD Finance. They were meant to be here with us on the stage today, but unfortunately, Ian, their co-founder, wasn't able to make it. But they're providing payment rails so that people can use in-game tokens to buy whatever they want online, whether it's like a concert ticket or flight tickets or groceries or whatever. So, you know, how do you think about that in terms of these digital assets? Like, how is this, you know, kicking off a new wave of business models that are actually, you know, startups that are coming out to solve problems for people who earn in these tokens or who hold them and own them?
Yeah, this is cool, isn't it? So just to flip it a bit. So first I brought you a really boring example. Now I'm going to answer like a slightly different question. So I'm not
expecting fireworks.
I'm not doing a very good job here. But you mentioned startups, and I think like obviously we're going to see an explosion of fantastic startups doing amazing things, and I don't think any of us can predict what those things are. But there'll be hundreds of them, and they'll be amazing. I think one of the things that's particularly interesting for me is how are these huge, you know, S&P 500, FTSE 300, how are these massive multinational organizations going to make use of some of this technology? Because their users are crying out for it. And I think some of the really cool use cases that stand out to me are around customer retention and loyalty. I mean, everyone here has heard this idea. I don't actually know if this is true, but like it's cheaper to keep a customer than it is to acquire a new one. That's something you sort of see on LinkedIn. I'm never sure if that's actually true. But you know, think about the opportunity here to build better customer experiences and retain more customers. I mean, think about like theme parks as an example. I think we'll get to a world where you know, you enter a theme park, you have NFTs in your wallet. Maybe these are soulbound NFTs, or maybe these are NFTs related to like Jurassic Park or whatever they might be, right? The theme park knows you. They've done some analysis on your wallet, like automatically. They know that's the type of thing they want. That you want to go on the Jurassic Park ride, and they can give you queue jump on that ride. You leave the theme park, they can send you, I don't know, photos of you on rides as NFTs, which you can like automatically share wherever you want. So like, there's just such a long chain of better experience, better customer retention things that these huge organizations can do. I mean, like imagine what like Nike, Disney, these huge companies could do if they really got their teeth stuck into this space. I think there's so much cool stuff.
Yeah, the IP and like brand partnerships thing is really cool too. Do you remember? I'm sure there's probably a lot of people here who loved crypto kitties. Did you ever see kitty hats? Remember Jiho was working with kitty hats? They had like really cool brand partnerships. I feel like that was the original Web3 brand partnership. I think they did something with like FIFA maybe. Or,
That's pretty cool.
Can't remember. Yeah, it was a sports brand partnership. But it was things like they had accessories for crypto kitties and they were branded. And I think we're seeing a lot more of that now in terms of how, so many brands want to be relevant in the metaverse. How do you do that? What about you, Arnau? What are you seeing like in terms of business model innovation?
So I would take that question to more my side, again, to the digital assets and this idea of financializing everything. So when you get these kind of assets, it's very similar to a stock, and it's very similar to like points in a company. So it's very similar to a way for Nike to get more engagement from the users and their clients. And it's also a way of giving financial rights to the company, to the users itself. So it's like you're combining points with stocks, and you're getting this new kind of asset, this crypto asset, that it's just better in every way. Like in every way I try to see them, I just see it's much better. You can put any condition as you want. You can design them and design the tokenomics so that they can absorb more value from the company, not only dividends. You can also use them as money, and you get like new business model that they switch these token for dollars, and then you can pay on the store. So for me, it's again a way to just see how companies will end up in these kind of assets, because it's just the best of both worlds. You can promote engagement in your company. You can allow users to be more engaged and buy more of your things because you have a special treatment with them. And at the same time, they become like advocates of your company because they share part of the revenue. They have governance rights. It's the best of both worlds. You get this new crypto asset that people just describe it as a token, but it's much more. It's like, it's better than any kind of asset, at least from my point of view, because it provides the best of points and the best of stocks, and with more ability to change the design. So I think right now nobody knows which is the best token design. Maybe if the governance model from Curve, or nobody really knows, or revenue sharing, but we'll get to it. And I think in the end, like these digital or crypto assets will be much better than any kind of asset. And
I think what was particularly cool about what you just said there is this idea of like shared ownership. And I think this concept is actually nothing new, but the execution of it is so much better through these tokens, right? I mean, I remember in like 2014, well, it still is a big thing, but crowdfunding being this massive thing, and it was own a share in this company. People were essentially doing millions of dollars of pre-sales before they'd launched anything, and people wanted this sense of ownership. Then we saw the sort of ICO boom, as you mentioned, which maybe took it in the other direction. But I think like people want to own a share of the brands and the companies that they use and love. And this is just a far superior mechanism to enabling them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about in-game to IRL. And now we're sort of talking about these big brands. I've heard a lot of people talking about the goal to onboard millions to the metaverse, if not billions. What about IRL to in-game? Like, I feel like there's still a lot of friction with onboarding. I'd love to hear from you guys, like, what do you think needs to be solved so that we can actually get more people from IRL to in-game?
Yeah, no, this is a cool one. And like, selfishly, this is exactly what MoonPay's here to do. Our mission is...
you might have some ideas on it.
Yeah, we think about this a bit. So our mission at MoonPay is to onboard the world into Web3. So we fundamentally believe that Web3 is an incredible force for good in the world. But exactly what you just said there, it's kind of difficult to get involved. And I think, companies like Axie and Sky Mavis have done an incredible job at onboarding a certain community to Web3, not because it's necessarily Web3, but because they've built an awesome reason to be there. I think what Axie has executed on so well is just a fantastic game that people want to play. and they don't necessarily want to onboard into Web3. These people aren't necessarily looking for kind of a Web3 experience, but they want the benefit that comes with some of this technology, and they just want to play, these games. So I think that's awesome. I think like broadly how we see it in the NFT space, which is what I spend most of my day doing, is around, if you actually think about these friction points, it's really, really difficult. Like, if I sat down with my mum later and, well, actually, I've got a real example. Like, we did this. We got, I think, like 125 customers. This was something that took us months. And these were technically savvy people who hadn't bought an NFT. So these were all people that, had jobs in technology or, were pretty tech-savvy folks, but they didn't own an NFT. They weren't involved in Web3. And we gave them some very high-level instructions on, hey, go and buy an NFT. And we pointed them to some places. We said, you might want to check out OpenSea and MetaMask and these things. And we just saw the overwhelming majority of these people struggle to do it. And it's quite easy to forget, I think, how much we've learned about how all this stuff works. And you're doing some amazing, super advanced stuff around like collateralization, but and that's an amazing problem to solve. But I think the first one to solve is, how do we bring more people into this ecosystem? How do we reduce the barriers to entry? And how do we increase levels of education? Because, as you said, I've been working in Web3 for 9 months, and I've been interested for years, and I'm still learning stuff every day. And there's certain concepts and things, if you ask me to explain on stage right now, I'd start sweating because it's complicated.
Oh, good, because we've got a quiz, actually. What about you, Arnel? Where are you seeing the biggest friction?
I have kind of a different approach.
Okay.
Well, similar, but I think it's good that it's difficult to enter Web3 because it's, first, the obvious thing, it's like we need to get better user experience, UX, UI, and the front designer, this part of the team dedicated to this here. But also, like, if we make it very easy, it ends up centralized. So it's important that people understand the risks and that MetaMask and your seed phrase, and this will take time. And I think that the engine of adoption must be network effect, and that people just, like my mother, again, similar example, she needs WhatsApp. Even though she's not good with technology, she needs it. So she ends up learning. And I think this must be, or I would like it to be the real engine, because if you end up centralizing and making it very, very easy, users end up like not understanding what they are doing. So I think network effect will be the real adoption force.
Yeah, that's a super interesting perspective, and I think the value in what you're saying is obvious, right? I mean, if we could onboard 500 million people into Web3 tomorrow, I think
it's a problem.
We'd all have a big problem.
It's a huge problem
for all sorts of reasons. So the way we think about this, and we've thought through that exact thought process is, do we want to onboard the world into Web3? What are some of the costs associated with that? Some of the way we chose to break this down is, do we believe Web3 is fundamentally a good thing or a bad thing for the world? We think it's a good thing. I think everyone here would agree it's a good thing. So if you believe that, then I think you want to bring people in, but you want to do it at the right speed and in the right way, and with the right level of education. Like as you exactly said there, like seed phrases, these things are complicated, and you need to have a pretty base level of knowledge to even get involved in a real way. I mean, we were chatting earlier about like online banking, which seems so standard now. Everyone's got an online bank, especially everyone here. But there are some negative things about online banking. Like people still get scammed through having an online bank, and there are fraudsters that target individuals, of a certain age or whatever, that have an online bank because they're a little bit more susceptible to those types of things. So I think all these things have trade-offs, and Web3 is neither 100% good, nor is it kind of 100% bad. There's a sliding scale, and I think education is the important thing, as you just said there.
Yeah, we're almost out of time, but I just wanted to play devil's advocate, actually, because, we're talking about these trade-offs, for example, and I totally agree. If we're going to onboard millions to the metaverse, it does have to be more simple. But there's a lot of concepts that kind of underpin the Web3 world, and maybe, Web3 and crypto people are almost proud of the fact that they are totally not IRL, because, we value these things in terms of decentralization around self-sovereignty and, protecting your own private keys and really understanding how to be your own bank. If we actually abstract all that stuff away and make it easy for people to enter this space from IRL to in-game, but they don't actually have all that education, again, just to play devil's advocate, like, are we actually kind of taking away the whole point of getting people to kind of understand the benefits of Web3. Just keen to hear what you think about that. Like, are we going too far down the path of the trade-offs for the benefits of centralization?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting debate. I mean, I certainly feel like we've got quite a long way to go before we start seeing that trade-off flip, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think, like right now, the type of user, the type of person that has a MetaMask account, overwhelmingly right now is someone who's done their research and has understood it. But that is going to flip, as you say. And there is some benefit to friction, 100%. I mean, going through and again, MetaMask are a big partner of ours, and they've done something absolutely amazing there. But going through a MetaMask onboarding experience is tough. There are some phrases in there that you don't understand. What's a seed phrase? What's gas cost? So yeah, there's certainly some benefits to having some friction there, I think.
Yeah. What do you think, Arnau?
So I would say, like, as you said, I think Web3 is a good thing for the world, and as many people, better, no? But at the same time, I would like to see this space keep their principles and the philosophy. So I fell in love with this because DeFi promises like a new kind of financial system where everyone has access. So if to have a huge adoption, we need to don't allow new people to understand what they are doing, and the benefits and the philosophy and the principles behind it. So I would say it's better to be patient and don't rush it, because if not, we end up in the same place. And I think crypto is not about speed, not about quick payments. It's about secure and decentralized payments. Because in the end, Ethereum is very expensive. It's better to make maybe a bank account transfer, but I run the transaction. I think that is the value. So I think that there's no rush, and network effect will push people to understand what they're doing, and yeah, it will come. The next bull run will come soon enough.
Yeah, maybe if it's
first. There we go. Yeah.
Maybe if it's Web3 principled people who are designing and building these products, they will build in those things that we value, like privacy by default, for example, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great shout. The creators have these principles, they're going to embody and push these forward to the products they build. Yeah, that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, we're almost out of time. This has been a really amazing chat. I like where we went at the end there, which, it really is kind of that intersection, not just between the assets themselves, but how do we actually kind of get these products immersed in our everyday life, how we use them. Final thoughts, guys. Where do you see this going in, and you've only got 30 seconds each, where do you see Axie assets being used in 10 years from now?
So I'll go first. I'm super bullish in general. So I always use an example. I'll try to be fast. So when the URS, Russia, came into the world, the world PIP grew because we weren't considering a part of the world that was very important. So I see the same with these digital worlds and these gaming. So it's like a virtual world that people don't give value to it, but it could. And we could even have a picture where banks keep financing wars in digital worlds. And this is real value. And I think gaming is it's undervalued because people say you're playing, but people spend time and effort and money, and it just needs economies, ownership, and financial layer. And yeah, I'm super bullish. That's why we ended up in Unlocked. So
10 seconds.
I mean, I can't be that one. I think that was
that
really
was pretty
cool.
good. Yeah.
I think broadly speaking, I think onboarding the world to Web3 via gaming is something incredible, and I think it's something that's going to bring a lot of people enjoyment, and it's going to solve a hell of a lot of problems in the world. So yeah, super bullish.
I couldn't agree more. We're done. Thanks, guys. It's been a great panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And right again, I am back, AxieCon 2022, and up next we have an update for land, which is Project Kingdoms. So let's all welcome Philip La from Sky Mavis.
All right. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this one. So yeah, super excited to talk about land today, Project K. All right, so before I get started, I need to do the usual. This is a game in development. There's going to be changes. A lot of what I tell you today is things we're thinking about in the future. And yeah, obviously don't take any of it as financial advice. So with that out of the way, let's dig in. What is land? So just in case anyone here has not heard about what land is yet, it is the gathering place for the Lunasian digital nation to play, socialize, and build. And so as you know, Axie Infinity is a franchise. It's an IP with multiple media properties, multiple games. Land is one of them. And land is a huge one that incorporates multiple genres, from real-time strategy to role-playing to simulation, and is really that metaverse layer that people can hang out at. And it's a multi-year project we are fully invested in building out for our community and our players. And the goal is really just a super fun digital gameplay experience and world made possible through blockchain technologies. And so let's look a bit more around where it fits into the Axie universe. So we have our first-party games kind of on the left there, where we have Origin and Land, and then we have third-party experience as well, where we have community, all of you building games. We have external studios that work on games for Axie. And so the first-party games is where we really look to push the envelope on blockchain technologies and the paradigm-changing games. And third-party experiences take that foundation and build out tons more types, genres, all different types of games with the Axie IP and the infrastructure. And so land is part of that first-party category. And so we started with Origin and the whole battle game system. And that was very straightforward, obviously PvP focused. People can come in, and that game showed what could be done with blockchain gaming. It showed our community, it showed the industry, and land is really the game to take that to the next level. And that's why the scope is so much bigger. It incorporates multiple genres, and it's really meant to push the limits on what can be done. And so how do we think of land in terms of pushing the frontier of games and blockchain? And when you look at the space, and you see there's many games and different experiences out there with land NFTs now. And there's kind of a spectrum. So on one side, there is the very UGC, user-generated content-focused, open world, ones like Sandbox or Decentraland. And then on the other side of the spectrum, where you actually don't see as much of, is land games with full content and progression and game mechanics and everything you have to just jump in and get started. And that's really where we wanted to focus with our land game, is like we want people to come in and be able to start playing a game with progression, with mechanics. And then we want to expand that, though. We want to bring that across the spectrum so that as we develop land, it has those metaverse elements. It has the user-generated content elements. And that's why it's such a huge, ambitious, multi-year game that we are putting so much effort and time into. Underlying all of that, it will incorporate all the innovative new technologies, from player-owned economics to asymmetric gameplay. So some people will have different experiences on land compared to others, and taking all of the interoperable assets in the ecosystem as well. So obviously Axies, but some of the NFTs in land can be used in other Axie games and vice versa. And so with all of that, we have to be very careful with how we build out land too, because with blockchain, it's hard to change things once you've got it out there. And the core of where land starts is really actually before Origin in terms of the story. And it's the beginning of the Axies building out their civilization. And you get to work on building that out. As they work on building up that civilization, you'll actually work with some native Lunasians that you'll meet too and get to partner with them and work together. And you'll also learn more about just the overall Axie Infinity universe as you go through this game. So with that, let's take a look at the alpha that we've been working on, that we've talked about before, that we're aiming for the end of this year. So kind of the first few actions that we're adding in includes gathering resources, building structures, producing and processing those resources and materials, and crafting items. So these are some of the actions. And as I talked about actually in my previous talk, for anyone who attended, this is like Origin, a hybrid off-chain, on-chain game. And so most of these mechanics to start will be off-chain, other than obviously your land plot itself is on-chain. And then over time, we would layer on the token elements and build that out very carefully. So let's take a look at the latest on some of these features and how they're going first. So there's some land items there being placed that some of you might own out there. Awesome. So that's, oh, feel free to clap. So definitely huge kudos to the LAN team for working super hard on getting that and the demo out there going. But there's actually a couple other features coming in the alpha that we haven't showed as much about yet. And so one of them is trading. Within an auction house, you will be able to craft and trade items with other players. And these would be the off-chain items. And a big reason why it's all within the game is that it actually matters where your plot is when you trade these items. So if you're trading with someone far away from you in a plot across the land, it's going to take a while. If there's less roads, it's going to take a bit longer. And so all that matters with this auction house system. The other mechanic is idle combat. So as you craft items, what you want to work towards is selling those items to these native Lunasians who will take them and go battle enemies. And as they get those items, they'll give you a currency that you can further build up your land with. And as they defeat enemies, you actually earn points towards the leaderboard. And each season, whoever has the most points will get more rewards. And so let's take a look at what these look like right now. And these are actually not in the demo happening at AxieCon, so you won't get to try these out yet. Awesome. So that was the other features that we're working on getting out to everyone. And that's basically what's happening in kind of the near term. But we also want to talk a bit about the future of land and what we're going to work towards. And so as a quick summary before that, I'll quickly go over basically the overall loop. We have the gathering resources, build structures, produce materials. Then you craft those items, sell them to Lunasian natives, get those idle combat wins, rack leaderboard points, get your currency, and ultimately be able to trade everything in the auction house. So that's the base game we're aiming for 2022. So for the future, so we talked about phase 1. That's what we're trying to get out for 2022 this year. And for phase 2, we want to focus on getting out features that we know all of you, the community, cares about. And we've talked to a lot of landowners, and we talk regularly with a lot of you. And this is basically a lot of features that people just want. And I'll dig into some of them, such as delegation and NFT Axies. And then in phase 3 is where we would layer on the token components and introduce a land token, more NFT items, and a lot more of that on-chain activity. And finally, in phase 4 is really focused on accessibility, allowing more people to access land, allowing better improved onboarding, mobile accessibility, app stores, all of that. And so that's a multi-year project, and we'll be working hard every day on it. So let's talk about a few of those features. So first, we have delegation. We know that a lot of our early Axie supporters, players, and later ones as well, many of them have a lot of land. And even if they played 24/7, they would not be able to play on all their plots. And so that is something we know and we've heard. And also, there's a lot of people who want to play land that don't have land yet. And so delegation is a system we want to build out so it's easy for people to delegate out their land to other players to play, to solve kind of both those. And the people that would get this land would manage it. We're calling stewards for now. And they would basically both work together. The off-chain resources would stay within the land, but on-chain resources can be split in different ways to the landowner, to the steward, to make sure that everyone benefits and is enjoying the gameplay. This will enable a lot more accessibility, especially in the short term, as we introduce more gameplay for free players in the future. Another one is just socializing on land. Community is obviously the key to our community. It's why we've still been thriving after all the ups and downs. We know people just want to hang out on land, and we want to build out the Avatar Axies feature to allow people to just walk around, go to someone's plot, hang out, chat, and also represent themselves and use their NFT Axies to represent themselves on land. So you have your favorite Axie as kind of your avatar. Token gameplay. This is going to be a key part. Obviously, it's that layer that's on top of the off-chain gameplay, all the on-chain work. And so to start, we're going to be adding in some AXS gameplay that's going to be incorporated into the idle combat. So as you win and get wins in idle combat, you'll be able to pick up some AXS potentially. And once that system is more scalable and built out, a lot of the land staking rewards would go back in there, which has always been the plan. And so you would actually have to play and manage a lot of your land to get those AXS rewards. We'd also add in some loops where you can actually use AXS to generate some buffs and add them to beacons, give some bonuses to your neighbors as well, potentially. So a lot of different areas to incorporate there. And then the other area is land token. So we want to introduce a native utility token for land. And this would be used in all parts of land, from crafting NFT items to recharging NFT Axies to do certain tasks, many things. Some of you might be wondering or have asked, why wouldn't we use SLP, another utility token within our ecosystem? And it comes back to the game design. When you're using an external token within a new game with its own economy, it's almost impossible to balance that. So as SLP price went up or went down, the game and the core progression would now become a lot easier or a lot harder. And so we want to make sure that's all balanced within the same game with this new token. And this is definitely one of the hardest parts of blockchain games as a whole. And we need to be very careful with how we build this out to make sure it's balanced and sustainable. Next one is non-landowner gameplay. And so this starting to get into the accessibility area. We know there's the delegation system that allow for managers, stewards, and landowners to use their plots. But there's still a limited number of plots. And we want everyone in the Axie Infinity community to be able to play the land game. And this is where the asymmetric gameplay I talked about comes into play, where players that aren't managing land or aren't a steward, aren't a landowner, will actually get a different type of gameplay as they come into land. And the goal is that they would come in and be able to have a more Animal Crossing type experience. So they would get some sort of tent or a campsite on a public node and be able to start decorating and building out things, collecting resources, battling whatever mechanics are out there, and really progress in their own gameplay. And then over time, it'll intersect, where they would want to upgrade further from their tents and actually get an apartment. Those apartments would be on a landowner's plot. And landowners would build out these apartments that people can rent, spend resources on, and there's a lot of different ways we can structure it, but they would then be working together and have this gameplay where landowners are managing plots and non-landowners have this other gameplay where they're progressing and really building out their apartment and decorating and progressing their Axies. And ultimately, this will allow anyone in the community to play and really enjoy the game. Accessibility, pretty straightforward. We want to get this on mobile. We want to get this on app stores, all the different areas, make sure everyone can access it. And the last one is dungeon battles. And so this is where we want to allow people to actually send their Axies out there to battle chimeras and go into dungeon battles. And also with landowners, they would get benefits to actually be able to form larger parties with their friends or other players to take down larger bosses, larger chimeras. And all of that would be part of this dungeon battles feature for the future. And that's really it that I have for today. I think that hopefully was enough. And I hope everyone got a good idea of where we are with land and where we're going. There's no doubt this project is hugely ambitious. It's not going to be easy, but it probably wouldn't be worth doing if it was easy. Last thing is we have the demo out there for you to try out some of the basic mechanics, so definitely check it out. And thanks for listening today.
That was a great update on our land gameplay. Thank you so much, Philip La. And now, what we have is another gaming update from A16Z's Caribou on new models for digital ownership in gaming. So again, let's all welcome Caribou.
Can you guys hear me? Should I talk louder? Hold on. Okay, is this better? Awesome. This is my first talk ever, so please go easy on me. Set your expectations a little bit lower, and then put them on the floor, and then put them below the floor, and then we can start. I'm Kara. I'm a partner on the crypto investing team at A16Z, and I've had the privilege of working on many of our crypto gaming investments over the last year and a half, including several of the projects that are represented here today, like BreederDAO, YGG, and of course the reason we're all here, Axie Infinity. When I agreed to do this talk a couple months ago, we came up with this topic: new models for digital ownership in games, which I thought was a good placeholder title because I didn't know what I actually wanted to talk about, and I was like, how can we come up with the broadest possible title? I haven't run this by the organizers, but what I actually want to talk about today is the relationship between money and games, so hopefully they don't hate me for this. I have only one slide for you, in part because it's the one thing I want you to take away from this talk. And then in part because I have PTSD from working at Apple, where every single product spec came in the form of a slide deck. So here's the slide. It'll get more interesting, I promise. The argument I'm going to try to make today is that fundamental technologies, whether hardware or cloud computing or distributed systems architecture, open up entirely new possibilities for what games can be. And those paradigmatically new game mechanics offer novel ways to capture value. This may sound obvious, and I think maybe a little bit less obvious is the idea that those monetization practices create feedback loops. They create market-based incentives that change the games themselves again and again, either actively because developers respond to what's making money, or passively because they change the meta experience for gamers. For example, watching ads in between each level of a game. This iterative feedback loop is, I think, what often makes or breaks the success of the game. It's where a lot of the resistance to new models of gaming comes from. We saw it when the product model of games shifted to the free-to-play era due to the rise of the iPhone and in-app purchases, and we're seeing it again when it comes to crypto games. I think resistance to a lot of new game designs often misattributes the failures of a bad business model to the technology itself. So I'm going to start with a brief history of gaming business models and then move into some of the trends that we're seeing today. And then finally, I'll finish up with some thoughts around sort of what the future of crypto gaming might look like. So I think we can take it all the way back to the 70s and 80s with arcade games. Arcade machines were this sort of like fundamental innovation that made video games like Pong and Pac-Man possible. It was very natural for this brick and mortar model to monetize through coin-operated machines, which I think were sort of like the first model of microtransactions in games. And Atari was like the first to the market here, but the business model provided almost no defensibility and limited returns to scale. So quickly, there were a bunch of manufacturers creating super undifferentiated arcade games, and this ended up frustrating customers and compressing margins. Eventually, this oversupply broke the market for arcade games, and then in 1983, there was this big crash, and it decimated the industry. After that, in the 80s and 90s, it gave way to games as products. So you could go to the store, you could go to Target, you could go to GameStop, and you could pick up a CD, and that was like your game as a product. This shift was made possible by the fundamental innovation in consoles and PCs. And so this hardware was moving from the arcade, retail, brick and mortar shop into the home. I'm going to give an example of a good and a bad business model that both stemmed from the same shift in technology but resulted in very different product outcomes. So one of the earliest business models here was called shareware, where indie game developers would burn their PC games onto a bunch of different floppy disks and quite literally send them out into the abyss. Like they would send these games to like a ton of random addresses and hope that like somebody liked these games enough to mail back a check to order the next chapter in this game. That incentivized a new model of game design that was heavily serialized. So there was like a narrative structure and there was chapter after chapter with limited replayability. And that in turn broke the business model further because it mandated a brutal and wildly unscalable pace of content creation. So there was this feedback loop between the business model and the game design that created a downward spiral. From us looking back on this is an insane business model. You're just like sending floppy disks out to people for free. It's an example too of a business idea, business model that killed the product. The more successful business model that ended up winning the games as products era was the platform publisher model, which is still sort of incumbent today and was pioneered by Nintendo. What would happen was Nintendo would front the cost of like really expensive hardware, like consoles, to put them into retail stores, and as a result, they had heavy distribution advantages that enabled them to artificially constrain the supply of games and keep the quality bar really high. So it combated the problem that we saw in arcade games. This then incentivized game developers to pool together resources to pay the overhead of expensive licensing fees and to strike exclusive deals with those platforms, which is how publishers like Activision arose today. And then because customers had already paid the overhead of an expensive piece of machinery, they were incentivized to max out the value of those consoles. Because they knew the platform games were high quality, they felt comfortable justifying the cost of a $60 or $100 game. And then came the free-to-play era, which was made possible in large part because of the smartphone, specifically in 2009 when Apple turned on the switch for microtransactions and in-app purchases. The properties of digital distribution, due to the mobile phone era, made it so much easier to sell things online. There was no longer this physical overhead to recoup through steeply priced games, whether at GameStop or Target. And instead, as the friction to spend started coming down, game makers realized that a bunch of little transactions spread over the lifetime of a gamer was significantly more profitable than selling the game for $60 up front. So the top of the funnel became way more important. Game designers began to build in skins, wait times, boosts, a bunch of like microtransaction features. And as a result, they also began to optimize for retention, replayability, and stuff like social status, leading to the beginnings of the social gaming boom. I think the other thing worth pointing out here is that publishers who didn't make the pivot to a digitally native business model started to fall behind. Even for the same product content, digitally native business models made significantly more money than the models meant for an era of physical distribution. And a good example here is that Valve originally released Team Fortress as a paid product for $30, and then they switched it to free-to-play, which kicked off that feedback loop, and the game took off and became the hit that we know and love. Epic took PUBG, which cost $30, I think, at the outset, and made it free-to-play as Fortnite, and the rest is sort of history. So there were a bunch of publishers that rejected this new business model, and ultimately that was to their detriment. It allowed a bunch of newcomers to break in. Okay, so at this point you're like, Kara, you spent all this time talking about stuff that you weren't even like alive for. When are we getting to the crypto part? I think there's a significant similar opportunity today with crypto gaming. Putting aside the novel capabilities of the blockchain itself, at the market level, there are some shifts happening. There's an unprecedented amount of consolidation happening amongst the biggest players in gaming, and it's making it hard for fresh indie game developers to make new content and service it. On the other hand, many of the most creative and entrepreneurial game makers are spinning out, and crypto offers them a low enough cost of capital that they can act as their own publishers. So now we've come to the end of our walk through history, and I want to point to 3 things that the market seems to want from the next generation of games. And hopefully it'll become clear that crypto unlocks a bunch of new design patterns and primitives that uniquely meet those demands. So the first I want to point out is social gaming. Creating new content is expensive and unscalable, and it's a big part of the reason why there's been such major consolidation in the games industry. One thing I didn't touch upon in our tour through history is the rise of the MMO, which was made possible by advancements in distributed systems and server technology. What we're increasingly finding is that games are the best monetized social networks in the world, and vice versa, that social networks are the most capital efficient games in the world. People do the job of entertaining each other through a social layer, and with the right forcing functions in place, you can get close to infinite replayability. And so this is sort of the modern MMO. It's the holy grail of this wide top of funnel and long LTV. The second thing I want to point out is that there's this increasing shift toward ecosystems of creativity. Many of the most successful businesses in games today are shifting toward this like creativity economy model. So like I think the common example here is Roblox. Roblox is not about innovative gameplay. It's about engaging the user base by letting them monetize their user-generated content. It's about incentivizing players to entertain each other and to create infinite replayability. You can make a similar argument on the back end for Unreal Engine. And then the last sort of big trend, which I think is a little bit rogue, so like we can debate this one, is that the economy is becoming more psychological over time. I think much of the low-hanging fruit in terms of core technological innovation has been picked. There are cases where hard tech advancements like faster chips are only nominally useful. So the next phase of this progression is like if we can't make these products better, we can at least make them look and feel better. And so I think this is part of what allowed direct-to-consumer brands capture so much value over the last few years. There's like an Allbirds on every corner now. OK, so now things look pretty much good across the board. Where do we go from here? I think more recently, companies have turned to gamification to drive more revenue. And this is everything from earning points on Toast Tab to Superhuman, what Gabe Layden describes as the Fortnite of email inboxes. But I want to be a little bit more precise here and sort of define what I mean by gamification. What I mean is features that create critical outcomes by tapping into your biology and psychology. I think this sort of behavior, this gamification behavior, exists in a lot of contexts outside of software and games, and it's closely related to money itself, because money heightens the stakes. So like a couple examples here, fiat is an invention. It's an instrument designed to make you work. And like sort of just to be a little bit more clear here, it's an inflationary, unbacked instrument that quite literally mandates that you work in order for your money to retain its value. Derivatives, too, are a deeply psychological asset. It dwarfs the real productivity in society, no matter how you slice it. I think it's like 7x the stock market, 14x the real GDP of the world. The vast majority of the money in our world lives in our collective imagination. And then sort of like finally, the last example I'll go through for like the psychology economy is TikTok, which is a software product that accesses a part of you that you don't even have control over, that you may not even know exists, in the service of like propagating memes. But the thing I want to emphasize is all of this is being done behind closed doors by centralized entities that offer no guarantees whatsoever and whose incentives diverge from ours because we don't own those entities. OK, so let's talk about crypto now. Crypto is one of these breakthrough fundamental technologies, and I think it opens up an entirely new design space for games. Blockchains offer us a lot of things, but they offer us two really important things. Ownership and composability. And they both stem from the blockchain's ability to make strong guarantees as a global computer. To date, there's been a lot of focus on ownership in Web3 games, and this makes a lot of sense, since there are lots of analogs that we can point to from the past and the present of Web2 gaming. In the games as products era, you used to be able to like own these games, and GameStop actually made 25% of its annual revenue reselling used copies of games. For decades, people have also experienced large-scale confiscation of virtual goods, whether in RuneScape or World of Warcraft, with no hope of retribution. And these virtual goods were worth incredible amounts of money and time. There's been a little bit less emphasis, I think, on composability, probably because there aren't a whole lot of analogs for this, I think, with the exception of Roblox in Web2 games. But it has massive implications for what a game can be. So now I'm going to argue that blockchains are a product that enables those three big trends better than any other technology. So we'll start with social gaming. If the North Star of social gaming is like infinite peer-to-peer entertainment, decentralization, I think, is the fully autonomous end-state execution of it. Crypto networks are fundamentally peer-to-peer technologies, and I think that's sort of why we've seen really interesting grassroots games take hold. There's almost no marketing. There has been almost no marketing in crypto up until this point because everyone is so invested in the things that they have ownership over that they go tell other friends. And that's the phenomenon that has sort of made YGG and Axie this like incredibly lightning in a bottle moment for all of us here in this room. A couple of other good examples are Bored Ape Yacht Club. It's been a force of nature. Disclosure, we're investors in Bored Ape Yacht Club and Yuga Labs, but it's been an incredible force of nature to watch hundreds of thousands of people start to assemble around the Bored Ape community to throw huge live events, to pull in a bunch of celebrities. And that's something that was done from the ground up, and that's only possible with a community-first lens on social gaming, surfacing some of that indie content that is really hard to surface today due to the consolidation of major gaming companies. I think the second thing that blockchains address in terms of creativity ecosystems is that ownership brings like monetization, user monetization of UGC to its logical extreme. It brings the Roblox example to its logical extreme. Guarantees make it possible for creators to get invested in the ecosystem. I think asking creatives to build experiences on top of centralized platforms is like asking a real estate developer to build on top of an active volcano. Like, we don't know when it's going to erupt, but hey, in the meantime, this volcanic ash is like really good for growing crops. So part of what has made Roblox so successful is that they allow creators to capture some of the value that they bring to the game. But even in Roblox, creators are able to capture only a very small sliver of their contributions at an exchange rate that is set unilaterally by Roblox that can change at any time. Ownership, on the contrary, offers enough incentives for that creativity to become a serious and long-term endeavor. And I think those guarantees, that composability, opens up the possibility for really cool new game design mechanisms and metagames. And so just to extend the Bored Ape example, there's a project called Jenkins the Valet that has assembled around a single Bored Ape that people have named Jenkins because he looks like a valet. And dozens of people are now working full-time to bring the Jenkins the Valet universe to life. They're creating films, games, comic strips, merchandise. That's something that can only happen when you have ownership over Jenkins the Valet and the value that exists within that NFT. You would never do that if that ownership over that asset belonged to some centralized platform. And then, of course, an example that we're all familiar with is YGG. The fact that you can own Axies makes it possible for you to design entirely new metagames around owning the Axies, renting them out to people, creating communities and creative ecosystems around the scholar and scholarship manager dynamic. So the last thing I'll talk about here is what blockchains do for the psychology economy. I think you can, of course, make the argument that the psychology economy is a bad thing, but I think the more pragmatic thing is to address it head on and say, okay, this is a growing phenomenon. I'd argue that if it's going to happen, it's better to bring it out into the open and on the user's terms. Strong incentive design, I think, can be enshrined in open source contracts, and hopefully that can bring the psychology economy out into the open. And hopefully stuff like DAOs can give you better choice around how software engages with you metaphysically and why. I also think that there's upward and positive possibility in games where you can create new primitives for social engineering and in-game conflict with rules that are clearly laid out, owned and approved and modified by the participants. I think it can bring modding to a new level. I think it can create the possibility of network states within virtual games, set the rules of alliances, set the rules of games and physics. And sort of, I think all of this hinges, this psychology economy within games hinges on a strong notion of reputation, trust, and identity. Okay, so I'll finish up with some stuff that I think, some business models that I think are worth considering for unlocking a bunch of this upward possibility. Okay, so for the social aspect, I think it's a really unnatural inclination to lean into the decentralization of games and the decentralization of communities, in part because it's so unfamiliar and in part because it's really hard to design tokens that capture that value. I was thinking about this morning, and I don't have a solid answer. I think a lot of these models are still sort of in the primordial soup days, and that we don't have really canonical answers. But I think a couple of questions here, or some ways to think about it. What is the network here? How does that token capture value and incentivize the intangible value that is unique to that network? So to make that a little bit more concrete, I'll give the Bored Ape and ApeCoin example. Anyone can fork each of these contracts, but there are intangibles that come with participation in that specific community. So how do you create a token that captures that intangible value, that makes this community the sum of the value of this community greater than the sum of its parts? I think okay, so now we can talk about creativity and sort of ownership and composability and some of the business models that arise from there. I think it's worth recognizing that the user's incentive is to increase the value and the utility of the assets that they already own in the same way that they wanted to amortize the cost of their consoles and their iPhones across a lot of different apps and games. And so again, I think again, I haven't made a game. I'm not a game maker. A bunch of the people in this room are far more qualified to make these assessments, but I think it's worth considering resisting the urge to create walled gardens, because the more the NFT and asset value of the players increases, the more likely it is that they'll want to drive value back into the ecosystem. And then I'll talk a little bit about what you can do with the psychology economy and sort of the business models that result from incentive design and governance. I think there are really interesting ways of increasing the velocity of money through your system through psychological economic tricks. So you can create unstable equilibria that, that pushes money through sinks and faucets in a game. I think you can create smart contracts that force apocalypse and force people to make decisions that drive value into the game. But yeah, so I'll just conclude by saying it's not enough to build the best game, and that was true of shareware, that was true of Atari. You also have to find the best business model, and it's not likely that it will resemble the business models of the past. Games with better business models end up winning because they make the game better, either via network effects or cheaper price points, the things that we refer to as economies of scale. And then conversely, bad business models and bad economic incentives have the possibility of driving negative downward spirals and killing the games themselves. So to conclude, real money, I think, has always affected video game design. But in the past, it was sort of hidden. It was endogenous, which is to say that the real money market dynamics were absorbed into the system recursively, programmed by these centralized megacorpos to funnel all the value back to themselves. What happens with crypto gaming, I think, is that it brings those market dynamics out into the open and funnels the value back to those that create the value, hopefully resulting in better games for everyone. So that's it. I'll also say that I didn't invent any of the ideas here. I just did a lot of reading and would highly recommend Patrick O'Shaughnessy's podcast. He's brought a ton of really cool game makers onto the podcast, which informed me a lot about the history of games. I can't say that I knew much about the 70s or 80s before this. And so, yeah, I would highly recommend scrolling through his podcast. I'm not sponsored by him in any way. OK, that's it.
Okay, so we will be having a short break. Don't go just yet, because later on, our afternoon will be jam-packed because the founders keynote panel will be upcoming next. So get some water, relax. I'll see you guys in a while.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Day one well underway here at AxieCon, but we've got a lot more coming your way. The Founders Panel right around the corner, so of course you're going to want to look forward to that. But before, we've got app.axie, the future of the marketplace. And to go through this with you, we have none other than Jeffrey Cam to come and take it away. Jeff?
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, this is insane. I honestly can't believe I'm up here. Like, if you told me a year ago that I'd be on stage at the first ever AxieCon talking about Axie, I would have thought you were crazy. So, cool. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about app.axie and the future of the marketplace. But real quick before I get into that, if you don't know who I am, I'm Jeff. I'm one of 3 Jeffs, I think, at Sky Mavis. Some of you might know me as Shade if you hang around the Discord or the Twitter. And at Sky Mavis, I lead product on the marketplace and this new thing we're calling app.axie. Yeah. So my claim to fame, by the way, is I invented the triple aqua build in the Origin Alpha. Super broken. I beat Jiho on stream, in April with it. But it has since been nerfed. But I invented that. Cool. So before I jump in, I want to talk a little bit about the history of the marketplace, right? In 2018, this was our marketplace. It was a fork of the CryptoKitties marketplace, I think. This is way before my time, so I'm really unfamiliar with it. Only the OGs will remember this. At the end of 2019, we built our own marketplace. If you joined last year or recently, you are familiar with this. You spent a lot of time on this like I did. And this was designed by my boss, Leo, and developed by Bean, 2 OGs. Actually, 2 probably the most underappreciated employees at Sky Mavis. So shout outs to them. Yeah. Wish they could be here, man. Yeah. I joined in 2021, and we started shipping things, right? The marketplace team was very small back then. There wasn't even really a marketplace team. And since then, many incremental updates. This is a design that we shipped in 2022, and visual refresh. We started planting the seeds of bigger things coming with this design. And then today, a few days ago, we released app.axie v1. This was a huge, huge milestone, right? Yeah. Huge milestone. It's been in the works for a long time. A lot of amazing new improvements. And it might not seem like much. It might seem like just a cosmetic upgrade, but there's a lot going on under the hood, which I'll talk about. We reroute the entire front end. It's using our new design system called Dango. We switched the URL from marketplace.AxieInfinity to app.AxieInfinity.com because we felt like it encompassed more of our vision. You can see recessive genes now. One of the most requested features. Shout outs to Freak, by the way. He's here somewhere. He brought us this far. Yeah, Freak is a legend. He brought us this far, and we're carrying the torch. And much more. But what is app.axie, right? It's not only a refresh, like I said. It's a lot of new features. But fundamentally, it's a shift in the way that we think about the marketplace and the web app experience. It's a homepage. It's a dashboard. It's a central hub of all things Axie and Axie community. In a way, I like to think of app.axie. App.axie is Axie Infinity in a way. And the name comes from the URL. Early on, I said app.axie, just to be short and brief, and it just stuck on. So we're calling it app.axie. The goals of app.axie. The first one, we want to bring industry-leading onboarding and education to our web app. We want to streamline onboarding. Today, it's very clunky. You got to go through multiple different websites. You got to download extensions and things like that. And it could be a lot better. We have a unique advantage at Sky Mavis in that we built the blockchain that Axie is running on. We own the distribution on Mavis Hub. And so we can own the user experience end to end. And that leads into the onboarding. We want to make it easier for people to learn how to play Axie Infinity. And app.axie is a highly visited web page. And that is a beautiful surface to put some education, user education. How do I learn about breeding? How do I learn about the Axie parts? Everything about the community. Right now, today, there's a lot of friction, and that friction doesn't need to be there. Grow with the community. The community is growing in so many different ways, right? We have a lot of new player archetypes popping up all the time. We have collectors, competitive players, esports players, artists, streamers, breeders, content creators. And we need to build a platform for all of them, not just people buying Axies or breeding. We want to be a home to all Axie games, whether it's made by Sky Mavis, a third party, or the community. We want to build a scalable platform that can support all these games, all their assets, collections, and things like that. We want to encourage interaction with the ecosystem. We want to encourage more than just money making and profit. Axie Infinity is also about collecting, competition, and community. And I want to use app.axie to help strengthen the bonds with our Axies. This one's a little bit of a personal goal, but I want to be the best marketplace in Web3. It's important for us to build the best marketplace for Axie Infinity, but at the same time, I think we have a really good opportunity here. And finally, a major goal is to lay the foundation for Mavis Hub. I'll talk about this a little bit more later. Cool. So jumping into the vision. What does this vision look like? What's on the roadmap? I'm going to highlight some of the upcoming things here. And quick disclaimer, development is tough. Things change. Things change based on community needs and dependencies. So today, this is what it looks like, right? Buy, sell, breed, release. You can kind of, there's some collection aspect. But the vision is much bigger than that. And it starts with the homepage. We released this a few days ago, but the homepage is where we can capture an overview of Axie Infinity and show it to you right on the homepage. Games. We introduced a new games page. This is where we'll put all the games. Right now, there's not much going on there, but you can imagine builders programs games being there. Third-party games by other developers. Collections. This is an important piece that we're spending a lot of time thinking about. We want to redesign the entire collection experience. Each collection on the marketplace will have a dedicated page with dedicated analytics, dedicated activity tab. This is important for one day welcoming other collections and third-party collections into the marketplace. Here's a screenshot of what collection activity could look like, right? This is very standard in marketplaces in general, but I can go to Axies and see Axie activity. I can go to Runes and see the Runes activity. And eventually, we'll split out Axie sub-collections into their own dedicated collection page, right? Today, those rare assets and collectibles are very, very underappreciated, and we need to give them their own space on the marketplace. We're working on offers. This is a highly, highly requested feature. I get messages every day about this, and we're bringing offers. There's so many viable Axies out there that are not listed, and there's just no way to reach out to people to purchase them. We're working on offers. It's one of our top priorities. And yeah. On top of that, we want to introduce collection offers as well, right? So if I want, say, a Mystic for 7 ETH, any Mystic, I can put out a collection offer, and anyone that has a Mystic can fulfill that offer. And we can go deeper too, right? I want a Mystic with rugged sail for X amount of ETH. Anyone who has that can fulfill it. Buy with card. this is a huge one for onboarding. We're teaming up with MoonPay. Shout out to Louis right there for MoonPay. We've partnered with MoonPay to bring the ability to make purchases on the marketplace with your credit card. So this is going to improve onboarding a lot, right? For new players, simply buy an Axie with your credit card, and you're instantly onboarded into the Ronin network. MoonPay's NFT checkout is incredible. They're the best in the industry at this. Shout outs to Louis again. Events. Vince talked about contests earlier in live ops, right? We're building a unified event system, and I'm not talking about in-person events. I'm talking about in-game live ops events, right? These are special events. We'll aggregate them all on this page. It'll be a new tab on app.axie. Things like breeding events, in-game events. And Vince talked about contests. This is going to live in app.axie. Community. We want to have a community tab right in app.axie. We would not be where we are today without our community. So it's important for us to have a dedicated page to highlight things in the community. You can imagine landing here and seeing spam streaming on Twitch within app.axie. Maybe you could see the latest winner of the art contest. Check out some developer tools, things like that. We need a space for the community within app.axie. Lunalog. This is a new thing. But it's effectively an Axie Infinity compendium, the official compendium within app.axie. I can go to learn about parts. I can go to learn about the lore, read the lore, and badges, and much more. Speaking of badges, we're building a badge system. Phil tweeted about this months ago, but we're building a badge and achievement system within app.axie. You'll be able to earn badges and complete certain quests within the Axie ecosystem and earn these awesome badges. As you accumulate more badges, these badges become your credentials, right? They'll represent your contribution to the ecosystem and the community. And this could later have some implications on onboarding and governance even. And these are the first two badges. Everyone at AxieCon physically today will get the AxieCon attendee badge. And secondly, we have a contributor badge. Paul showed this off earlier. This is our season 1 badge for contributors, fully voted on by the community. There's a form out right now for you to nominate yourself or somebody to get this badge. Esports, a huge part of our ecosystem, right? We want to build an esports portal. We're working closely with Ziori and the esports team to build an awesome portal for our esports ecosystem. So, players, tournaments, rankings, community events, official tournaments will live there. And we'd also like to immortalize the best players in our history in a Hall of Fame. User profiles, one of the most neglected parts of the marketplace, I think. And we need to do a lot more. My vision is that people share their user profile in their Twitter bio. Today, you don't see that, right? But there's so much that we can do, right? Outside of just showing your inventory, we can have a showcase. Here, I'm showing off my 3 favorite Axies in a custom showcase. We'll show off badges, your activity, and much more. There's so much stuff to do on user profiles. So that's a lot of info. It's a huge snapshot of what we're working on. Today, it looks like our sidebar looks like that on the left, right? Just a few things. But you can imagine our sidebar in app.axie looking like that on the right. A rich experience within the web app. Yeah, and so much more. I'm honestly barely scratching the surface with app.axie. There's so much more in terms of customizing, interacting, ways to express yourself as a Lunasian that will go into app.axie. Cool. So Mavis Hub. You might be wondering, what does Mavis Hub have to do with app.axie? Well, a lot. With app.axie, we're building a platform which will become the framework for future games on Mavis Hub and the Ronin ecosystem. We're going to put app.axie into Mavis Hub, and you'll be able to do anything that you can do in the browser. With the built-in integrated Ronin wallets, you can purchase Axies, navigate through app.axie, everything, right? So essentially, Axie is the first customer of Mavis Hub. And now take app.axie and apply that amazing platform that we built to any third-party non-Axie game on Mavis Hub. It's a platform. It will be available, to integrate for other games. So instead of building a Web3 platform first and then looking for games to fill it up, we've essentially built the ideal platform for Axie, right? The best NFT gaming ecosystem. And then, since it's amazing and works for us, we can apply it to other games. This is a fake game, by the way, so don't speculate. Yeah, and so, all those pages that you see today on the sidebar and everything that I've talked about on app.axie, imagine those as apps in Mavis Hub, and developers can come and choose what apps they want. If they want a dedicated marketplace, they can do that. If they want an event system, they can do that. It's pick and choose. It's very modular. If you want to hear more about Mavis Hub and Ron, Alexander is having a talk tomorrow called Ready Player Ron, so check that out. He'll talk a little bit more about Mavis Hub and the vision there. That's it. I can't leave here today without shouting out my team in Vietnam and all around the world. The app.axie squad, they're incredible. They're amazing. I truly believe they're the best in Web3. And my product and design team, they're incredible. I wouldn't be here today without them. So shout out to them. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Amazing stuff from Jeff Cam. The marketplace couldn't be more integral to the success of Axie Infinity, and I feel so confident knowing that we've got him at the helm. Up next is the big one. We need more people in this room because a lot of big information is coming your way. It's the founder's keynote up next. The next Axie is Axie. Let that sink in for a moment. The next Axie killer already exists, and we're playing it right now. So I would like to bring to the stage Jeffrey Zerlin, known as Jiho.
Friends and fellow Lunasians, it's an honor to be here with you today for the first AxieCon here in Barcelona. Our community has come from all parts of the world, north, south, east, and west, to attend this special gathering. The crowd assembled here is truly diverse and international, which I think is a huge testament to this community. It's a sign that Axie is something that many of us have been unconsciously yearning for our entire lives, the chance to be part of something much greater, much larger than ourselves. 4 years ago, we set forth on a mission, a journey to create property rights for gamers. This is our mission. Most startups align around a mission, but I think that truly revolutionary organizations and products align around questions that have never been asked before. Here are a few. What if we built a game that could onboard the world to Web3? What if we could make crypto nostalgic, educational, and immersive rather than scary? What if a game could be built by developers and players working alongside each other through aligned incentives? Together, we've accomplished amazing things. Axie is the #1 NFT project of all time by volume. Together, we've racked up over 4 million downloads for the Ronin wallet. There are over 2.2 million unique Axie holders, and the Ronin chain has over 750,000 unique monthly addresses associated with Axie smart contracts. But before we talk a little bit about the future and even the present of Axie, let's take a trip down memory lane. And who better to tell that story than the man who started it all, So I'd like to introduce and welcome to the stage someone I regard as a brother and a hero, Trung.
Well, hey, hi. So actually many people yesterday asked me how I felt when this is actually my first Axie meetup, and this is my first chance to meet all of you guys, all the OGs, all the old friends, all the community members. So I feel very special. I feel very grateful to have all of you here with us today. It's like we get to a milestone together, and then we take the time to revisit all the moments, revisit all the things that we have been through together. So yeah, flashback a little bit. It all started, I think in December 2017, when I first played CryptoKitties together with Alec and Jeff. And then I got to Masamune, and we talked about the ideas. So I think, well, many of you here could be engineers, software engineers. And even if you are not like a software engineer, maybe the curiosity could get you into the process of, like, when you play something, when you use a product, sometimes you think that you can do better, much better than the product. You want to reverse engineer. You want to see how it works behind the scenes. So that's what happened with us when we played CryptoKitties. And we were so passionate that we want to create something even better. Oops. OK. So some nostalgic moments. So this is actually the first draft that Masamune draw regarding the design of Axie, the characters, and also some part of the game mechanics itself. But then I think he disappeared for like 2 weeks without any kind of like further information. I thought that like he just like gave up. But then 2 weeks later, he came back to me with like even more ideas. So he said that like he tried to play CryptoKitties a little bit, and he thought that we can build a more sophisticated, more fun game, because like looking at pictures is not fun at all. So we thought that we can put some kind of like bottles on top of characters, and we can have different stages in the Axie, like for Axie evolution, instead of just one stage all the time. So yeah, that started Axie. That's the first idea. But well, I don't think we could have done this without all the team members, like without early founders and also early team members, and then get to the like more team members right now, and of course all of you here, all the team, all the community. So you can look at, well, this is Masamune drawing some art and designing games at the beginning. So I still remember the old days when we still have like just 2 people. I think Alec is the 3rd person that joined our Discord. And then after that, like I think like 1 month after that, we have Jeff join the team. So at the beginning, I think we have to do like most of the work. We even like take shifts in order to be online on Discord like 24/7. Like, so we can answer all the questions from the community whenever they have any kind of questions. So yeah, I still remember like when I still had time to argue on the internet, like a lot. But yeah, and it's not the only thing that we have been through. So like many of you might remember this kind of user interface. Like, and many of you might not even recognize it. It's so early. So this is in August 2018. I think the first version, the alpha version, came out in July 2018 when we were still in Singapore, when Andy joined and fixed a lot of bugs that we have. And then we released the alpha right when we was in Singapore, like
it's when we attend an event or something. Jeff was out. I had to stay in the, well, an Airbnb apartment together with others to fix work together with the team back in Vietnam. So I think this brings a lot of like good memories. And fast forward a little bit, I think it has been 4.5 years, and right now actually the community is so different. I can recognize a lot of the OGs, but like there's also many new faces that I like couldn't even like recognize, but I still appreciate all the effort, all the contribution that you guys have put into the game together with us. So that gets Axie to where we are today. So yeah, I'll get back to Jeff to get to the present with like Axie Origin.
Yeah, some great memories there. I remember, did you know that a software engineer can burn, I think, 10,000 calories coding for 17 hours straight? So in Singapore on that trip when we launched the alpha, we were just shoveling food from the hawker stand straight into Trung's mouth. It's amazing. All right, so let's talk about Origin. All right, so many of you guys probably know about Origin, but for the world, Origin is our latest iteration of the Axie card battler. It features free starter Axies, upgraded art and animations, a more intuitive, a faster paced, more instantaneous battle system, and new leaderboard mechanics and expanded rewards. It looks beautiful. So a crucial feature that's been added, a crucial loop, has been the addition of runes and charms. So runes and charms, they allow for vertical progression, right? Finally, we can customize our Axies and make them more powerful in battle. This opens up new strategies, a more complex and shifting meta, and of course, a new lever to help us balance the economy, right? Each rune and charm is an ERC 1155 token, which can be minted on the Ronin chain. That costs Axis, and it also, of course, costs SLP and moon shards to create them. So Origin is crushing it right now. I'm happy to announce to the world that just a few days ago, we officially crossed 1 million downloads for Axie Infinity Origin. Of course, let's remember that Origin isn't even on app stores yet. It's still only available through the Mavis Hub or as an Android sideload. So we've been getting a lot of questions around the economy, right? One of the crucial upgrades with Origin has been the runes and the charms, and of course that makes the game more fun. And this is a Web3 product and project, and there have been a lot of mistaken narratives from the media around the state of the Axie economy. So I'm here to set the record straight. So in Season 0, we've seen 43 million SLP earned. And we've seen 155 million SLP burned. It's still too early to declare victory, but we're seeing that the system that Phil and Vince and the Origin team have crafted is working. And I couldn't be more excited for the promise that these more complex loops bring to our ecosystem. So now we have a little gift for you guys, something that we wanted to unveil for the first time at AxieCon. Yeah, shout out to our amazing art and animation team. They were actually working on that right up until the last moment here. So some of you may have noticed a little Easter egg in that video as well. We are officially launching Axie Infinity Origins in its true state. I think it's a little bit funny because when we launched Origin in April, the community actually believed that the name was Origins, and we were kind of trying to correct people for a bit, but we realized that that was its true name. So we'll officially be making that change with the launch of Season 1. Season 1 will be our biggest season ever in terms of Access Leaderboard rewards. So you can see here that we have 6,750 Access tokens for the first place winner. There's 112,000 Axis in the prize pool, which is approximately $1.5 million. And we'll be paying those out to the top 40,000 players on the leaderboard. We've also, from community feedback, done a little bit of tuning where there's more differentiation between 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and 20,000 on the leaderboard. So thanks for your feedback on that. That was something that you guys helped drive the dialogue around. So this is always something that I think the community is asking us about, is like, when part upgrades. It's been something that we've been looking forward to. I've been looking forward to as a community member for almost 4 years now. So I'm excited to show some initial concept art with you guys to show off the progress. So with part upgrades, there will be potential for things like stat boosts, increased rune and charm optionality, and of course, they'll also be coming with brand new aesthetics. So you can see this is a plant. And here we have a level 2 upgraded beast and an upgraded aquatic. Phil will kill me if I don't put a disclaimer that these are still in the pipeline, but we wanted to make sure that we showed off some of the progress and you guys understand that these are things that we're working on and are really important to us. So this is actually something that's a little bit closer in the Origin roadmap, which is equipable accessories, We all know that digital fashion is huge, We see that with Fortnite and kids spending billions of dollars each year on skins that they don't even own. What would happen if we had skins that were NFTs that you could actually trade and had full ownership over? We're going to find out. So these are the starter Axies modeling some initial concept art for accessories. We're just using the starter Axies as models here. So you can see that accessories cover things like maybe a lipstick mark, a plunger, but even things, organic organisms like pets. And some of these accessories could be quite rare. You might only be able to earn them from the leaderboard, from crafting. They could even be things that only certain collectors, collectible Axies could access or earn through the game. So yeah, so cosmetics are aesthetic only. but they will be tradable as NFTs. And yeah, the ways to earn these, I think, are going to be really interesting because we can. That's the beauty of a game, right? We're not just going to airdrop them to you, but there will be awesome, like, interesting ways for you guys to actually earn the right to equip these on your favorite Axies. Oh, this will leak. All right, well, that covers my time. It's been amazing. Thank you, Barcelona, for welcoming us, the Axie community members from all over the world. And I will let Alex tell you what this is.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff and Trung. So first off, I want to say thank you to everyone who's here from the Axie community. It's amazing to see that so many have traveled all this way to Barcelona. And I know a lot of you watching from home were not able to get your visas here, and we apologize for that. So next year, we'll make it even better, have it probably a place in Asia. So we're looking into that. When it comes to this figurine, it's actually been a work in progress for, I would say 18 months when we started looking into how can we give more benefits to Axie players. Like how can we get them to, just be more or get more immersive stuff in their like physical space as well. Like we've been historically a little bit bad at merchandise. So this NFT figurine, right, it's two parts. It's going to be a digital one and also a physical one. And the Mystic holders who are here, they will get it when they are at the Mystic party tomorrow. Everyone else, yeah. Everyone else who wants to buy them, they will be accessible for Mystic holders first, then Origin holders, sometime in the future with the launch of the long-awaited merchandise shop. So yeah. Watch out. Oh, last thing though, they are limited edition, so make sure to buy them fast. All right. I do also have more announcements to make. I got pretty lucky with my presentation here. So for the next one here, it's actually also related to adding more value to Axie NFTs and Axie holders in general. So not only Axie NFTs, but land in particular. So last year, I was in Finland working, trying to talk to many different game studios, right? Because a lot of what I do, I try to find deals that will benefit Axie Infinity holders. And we have partnered with a Finnish game studio called QuickSave. And today, after this presentation, you will be able to demo the first minigame created by a third-party, like professional studio, and it's called Ray Lights. Yeah. So I've also been told by Phil that I have to be careful here with too many promises. So everything here has a disclaimer, but this is one of many games that we will be expecting to release in the future, of course. But we want to be better at delighting rather than promising, right? So expect more of these like surprises that can come randomly rather than big promises and then failing to live up to expectations. Now, over to something a little bit more serious, right? Because we know that this year has been difficult. It's been different. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the period during the Ronin incident and hack itself. So this is a quote from Dune. It's called The Litany of Fear. And the reason why I have it up here, it's because during the time of the hack, literally, we woke up one morning and we realized that, oh my God, is it possible that Axie is not here tomorrow? That was actually a realistic outcome. And when you're trying to work through something as massive as this, it's really about trying to surpass those fears that you have. And I think everyone in this room can relate to that. Because it's not only about our assets as a company, it's all about your assets too. Because everyone who's here probably has some Axie Infinity assets on Ronin, right? And if Ronin is gone, then Axie is also unfortunately gone. So for my mental state and for everyone else in the founding team who was working day and night to try to resolve these problems, I think this is an extremely good quote, and it's also very fitting for the entire crypto space in general. So keep that in mind if you do get afraid. Like, it's okay to be afraid, but you have to work through it and not let it consume you, because then you cannot do anything at all. And I do also want to shout out to the entire community, because without you, it would not have been possible to get through this emergency. Because people read Twitter, people see the sentiment, and when we have support from you guys, that means everything. So thank you. And now for the good news. Over time, we have been working with law enforcement, but we don't say too much about it because, of course, it's a very sensitive subject. So, last time we discussed, you heard that $5 million had been frozen. Now it's up to $30 million frozen by law enforcement. And what this means is that this money will be directly deposited into the Axie Infinity kind of treasury where it was taken from. And this is massive, right? We're not exactly where we should be because the entire, the funds stolen was immense. But of course, this is a great start. And we are going to be very transparent about what's happening in the future as well, so that you can all be, a part of what's happening. And hopefully, we'll see that this number goes up even more in the future. This is also important, right? To manage expectations. We are dealing here with very, very high-level legal stuff. So we're talking with the FBI, with the US, law enforcement in general. And it's going to take some time to get it back. But the good thing is we are here to stay. Axie Infinity and Ronin is not going anywhere. We're here to stay. All right. And yeah, so we're going to take a 15-minute break now. But afterwards, Chainalysis, who have been working with tracking all of these funds, will be coming on. And to me, that's very exciting as well, because they have a very methodological approach of tracking funds and making sure that law enforcement can freeze it. So I know I'm going to be watching that. And thank you all for coming to AxieCon. Make sure to stick around for the Ronin talk tomorrow, where I'm going to be talking also about the Mavis Hub and the broader vision that we have for this entire ecosystem. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that break. A much-needed break after all of that alpha from Trung, Jiho, and Alex. My brain is still buzzing with all the new things that are going to be coming out. But we've got a really good one up next. We're going to talk about the Ronin hack and how Chainalysis is following the money. This is really important, and this is going to be an ongoing thing for probably years, but we're lucky to have some of the best folks in the world helping us with this. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Aaron Plant, the head of investigation at Chainalysis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today, and thank you to the Axie founders for their amazing keynote that just occurred. Also, just huge credit to the Axie founders and the Axie community for making the success of these funds possible. It really was this event that pulled the community together to stop and the ability of these threat actors to be able to cash out funds. And that's not an easy thing to do. And huge kudos to the entire community for everything that was posted, everything that was shared, because what it did is it put a huge focus on this recovery for law enforcement. So there's a huge focus from the law enforcement side of it. Partners like Chainalysis and other companies in the Web3 space, from centralized exchanges to decentralized protocols, that all have eyes on these funds. And it is going to be very difficult for these funds to be cashed out. So there are hundreds of people looking at these stolen funds at every minute of every day and grabbing them as they attempt to cash them out. North Korea has wreaked havoc on the DeFi space this year. They've hit many bridges in a big way. They've stolen over $1 billion in crypto from Web3 platforms, and it takes the entire community coming together to stop that threat. And if we can stop them from cashing these funds out, we'll ultimately stop them from stealing money to begin with. So I'm going to talk to you about what we've seen with the funds, how they're moving, and how we're working to stop them. So the Axie Bridge, this is our platform that we use to trace funds. We see the 173,000 or so ETH move out into the hacker's address. This address was quickly sanctioned by the US government, which is a great step, because every time there's a sanction on top of tainted funds, if those funds, it's just like trying to deposit dirty money into a bank. If you try to deposit that dirty money into an exchange, it's going to hit a trigger and it's going to be stopped. So step one, US government, thanks again to the community for pushing that forward, sanction the wallet. The dirty money now has that taint on it as well. North Korea then moves funds around a lot. So they move funds into intermediary clusters. Clusters are groupings of addresses that are controlled by a single entity. They then hit a mixer. So this mixer was recently sanctioned by the government as well. So another taint on these funds. Another way that these are labeled as dirty funds. Don't cash them out. These funds hit your service, hit your exchange, contact law enforcement, contact anybody, and that's how they've been recovered. They leave the mixer. The mixer is meant to de-anonymize or anonymize the source of the funds. They leave the mixer, they consolidate again in post-mixer clusters, and then they're swapped. At this point, you've got ETH still. You're using decentralized exchanges to swap for Bitcoin. Bitcoin gives a whole other avenue for laundering, and that's what we'll see them do next. They hit another mixer. So there's a lot of Bitcoin mixers out there. The this mixer was also sanctioned by US government, so we now have 3 sanctions tied to these funds, plus the fact that they're labeled as stolen funds across every crypto business out there. They then try to cash them out. The whole goal is to cash out stolen funds. You want to buy something with the money that you steal as a criminal. And this is the point that the funds are stolen, or this is the point that the funds are recovered. And this is where the process takes a long time, because at this point, they've broken them up into very small amounts. They've mixed them, they've moved them, they've swapped them, they've done everything they can to obfuscate the path. And they hit an exchange hoping to cash them out quick. We work with those exchanges, and law enforcement's working with those exchanges, and the entire community is looking for these funds, and they can be stopped at this point. We've seen some additional tactics leveraged lately. With the sanctioning of the mixers, it's made it harder for them to move funds through mixers. So now we're seeing a lot of movement across blockchains. So we call this chain hopping. So this, you're seeing the ETH be swapped for wrapped ETH. It's going to BNB chain. It's then being swapped for USDD. It's then moving to BitTorrent chain. It's then being swapped again and moving to Tron. So this is what we call chain hopping. Again, very difficult to trace. We have eyes on these funds at all times, watching. This all occurs within less than an hour. Chain hopping, and then they'll try to cash them out. The complexity of the fund movement has been astounding, in particular, because in part the focus on the community. They've gone through extra lengths to try to obfuscate these funds and cash them out. On the far left, you have the Ronin bridge, the funds, and then the hacker that was the wallet, the original wallet of the hacker. This money laundering leveraged over 12,000 distinct addresses to launder these funds as of now. This is a very sophisticated hacking enterprise. The funds are moving rapid fire through over 12,000 distinct wallets. We're watching that as it happens, and the fight continues, and we have eyes on these funds at all times. The community is very, very invested and focused on getting these funds back and stopping this threat actor from cashing out these funds and continuing to terrorize the community.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Very interesting stuff and so important to securing our future here in Web3. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to come back with more. We're going to have some stories from 2018. This next panel coming up is one you won't want to miss, so please stay tuned because we're coming right back. Hello there, my friends. Welcome back once again. Day one of AxieCon, getting close to completion, but we do still have a couple of panels left. Of course, we also have 2 more days of AxieCon coming up after this. Hopefully, you'll be joining us either here in person or on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. Up next, we've got stories from 2018. And I couldn't be more excited about this panel because all 4 of these individuals I would call a personal friend, individuals that I respect more than I have vocabulary to express, and I can't wait to hear about these tales from the crypt. So without further ado, let's introduce Freak, Chuck Fresco, Arctic, and Cloud White to the stage.
Hey, AxieCon. I like how they put a panel of degenerates on after maybe most important discussion of the day regarding the hack, so that was a good move. Whoever set that one up. I'm Cloud White. This here is Arctic. We got Chuck, and we got Freak, and we are the OGs from 2018. So I thought it'd be kind of fun. Thank you. I thought it'd be kind of fun if we kind of all went through initially and just took a minute to talk about how we entered Web3 and then specifically Axie Infinity. We were all there, obviously, in 2018. But I believe Arctic was actually there first. He was there before Jeff, as he mentioned earlier. So everyone thank Arctic, because I would not be here today, possibly without you, because Jeff wouldn't have found it, maybe, and, you know. Could be a different world. But before Arctic goes, I'd just like to say this is absolutely amazing. I think in 2018, we could never imagine being here today, standing in front of all of you talking, and it's really kind of a dream come true to, know that our convictions were in the right place and that other people also believe. So I really appreciate everyone that showed up, and I'm so happy that we got to come here and do this. So Arctic, take it away. How did you enter the system?
Yeah, so I first became aware of Bitcoin, and I think it was probably 2015, and I was still in high school. I didn't really get it. And then when the 2017 bull market really was picking up, I think it was December, I re-entered the space, and I became really interested in utility tokens. I think that was like one of the biggest narratives in 2017. And not many tokens actually had utility, but as the market began to crash, and no one really knew it was crashing, I just kept looking for more new and interesting projects. And at that time, it really consumed all the time of my day. And just randomly scrolling through Reddit, I came across Axie Infinity. And I then very quickly, I went to the website and immediately fell in love with just the Axie image, these 3 cute mascots, Ginger, Puff, and Kotaro. And I think that same day, I bought my first Axie, and then pretty quickly, I bought 2 more. And then after that, I joined the Discord, and in those early days, the Discord was very small, the community was very small, so we had the opportunity to talk to Trung and Masamune directly, and I very quickly became what we call the helping hand, and then the first community moderator, and I did that for most of 2018 and 2019. So that's how really I got my start in Axie Infinity, just helping people out in the Discord.
And you raise a good point about the Discord. I think that the founders and the conversations we were having at that time were a little bit more organized than the Discord can look like sometimes today. I don't even think I've been in the Axie Discord in like a year or 2. I don't know. But at any rate, you're doing a great job moderating the early, those early times. And it's really unfortunate, as we were discussing earlier, that we actually lost the first year of the Discord records. So, but good times. Chuck?
So I started in 2018. Shortly after Arctic, I had just bought some Ethereum and was playing a game called CryptoKitties, sort of like the founders of Axie. And out of nowhere, Jiho tells me this story like, hey man, I'm here about this game that's really cool. It's called Axie Infinity. And at the time, there was a lot of projects coming out. But I was like, oh, I didn't pay attention to it for the first few weeks. But he's like, he messaged me on Discord again. He's like, hey, this is really good. Like, people actually like these things. And I gave it a second look and joined their Discord. And basically, I was hooked on the idea that it was cool to have like a PFP or like a picture of something as a collectible. but it was better to have something that you actually could play a game with. And then that's what Trung and the team were promising. As they talked about in the founder thing, Trung used to talk to us in Discord a lot, and me and him, like, we would troll a lot with each other. And thankfully, Arctic was the first mod of Axie Infinity, and he didn't ban me. He could have easily banned me for a lot of things that I was saying, but he told me once, I saw the goodness in you, so I didn't ban you. But believe me, if he would have banned me, there'd be no Chuck Fresco, and I would have not gone to do a lot of the things that I've done in Axie. So thank you, Arctic.
Yeah.
But from that point on, you know.
Freak?
Yeah, so I think I was in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, since 2011. And I was actually quite the Bitcoin maxi until probably 2017 when CryptoKitties came out. And at that point, I think there was so much developer interest in Ethereum and CryptoKitties that for my own education, I just wanted to learn about what it was doing. Even though I was like really into Bitcoin and didn't really believe in Ethereum at the time, it's like there's so much momentum there. I just have to learn about it because everyone's using it. So I started playing CryptoKitties with Cloud White, Chuck, Jihos, Psychout. And I started writing tools just to kind of learn how things worked on the blockchain. And after playing CryptoKitties for a while, we learned that like Dapper Labs, who is the creator of CryptoKitties, they didn't really develop the game much. So when Axie started, it was kind of like what we were looking for. It's something exciting. They were creating new content, and it was just kind of innovative for us. Like the art really got me. It was really silly. You got like balloons and sandals sticking on the back of Axie. So that's not for everyone, but I enjoyed it. And actually, when I first joined the Discord, you guys were just talking about the records being deleted. I used to look back at that, and I used to look at what I used to say, and it was quite like confrontational at the time, because as Chuck mentioned, there were a lot of scams coming out at that time, and I was like, "Are you guys legit? Like, what are you doing? How come this smart contract is not right?" Or like, I had a lot of questions, right? But eventually, I bought my first Axie, and I rolled a Mystic on my first Axie.
Oh
it was a sleepless Axie. Bought one, and then like I bought a trickle of more Axies over time. And so I kind of grew from there, started creating new tools, like kind of brought the knowledge from CryptoKitties about genes and breeding and things like that. So developed some tools around breeding and exposing the genes to the public. And I think I put it out there on GitHub, and a lot of people have taken that code and created their own tools from that. So happy to be a part of the community.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Freak's tool building was really something that inspired me in the early days and really kept me in the community. I saw so many people, even though the community was small, probably less than 100 people, people were stepping up and building tools and building other things, or just generally engaging in the community. And that early building is at really Axie's core. Like since the very early community, yeah, the community builders back then and the tool builders.
And that goes to
culture
something
has pushed forward to today.
You were saying earlier on your panel regarding, the community being able to kind of fit these niche roles, right? So we have Freak, who is developing really useful tools for the community. I think of Chuck as like really important for the actual game, because he was kind of pushing the limits of that at the time, and playing. What are you, season what champ? You a champion still?
Historically, I was always very competitive in Axie. V1, as funny as it seems, there was just automated battles, but I wanted so badly to be the best, even in that season. So I was playing in the finals of the V1 version. I finally was able to win in V2, the first tournament that Axie held, and recently I won a tournament in V3. So for me, it's all about really like becoming the best at the game, or the best I can now, because I got a lot older over the years.
All right. Yeah, so myself, I was not into cryptocurrency prior to NFTs. I was actually watching a Vice news story, December 2017, and it was like this 5-minute clip on how, CryptoKitties and the future of digital collectability. I was a really big collector prior to that, Pokemon cards, like anything you could collect. I collected lip smackers for a minute. Does anyone remember those? You can wear them on like a lace. So I had like 20 fucking lip smackers on me. So anyway, anything you could collect, I had my eye on. So when I saw digital collectability, I was like, that's the future. That's the future of the internet. That's the future of culture. That's the future of ownership. And I quickly dove into CryptoKitties, which quickly went to shit. I have no problem saying that up here. And Jeff approached me about Axie Infinity. He's like, man, we're going to do this new thing. You got to come in. And ironically, my first Axie was an Origin that was gifted to me. And that's why I kind of try to still do stuff like that within the ecosystem. I think like this, this idea of like bringing people in through that mechanism was very helpful in the beginning. And I know Jeff did a lot of that as well, just handing out tokens or Axies just to get people invited or interested, give them a taste. So entered the system. Then after these guys, just slightly, maybe a couple weeks later, and just kind of fell in love with the idea of building the culture within the community and what it would look like outside of the game per se. For those of you that don't know, I don't actually play the card game at all. I think I've played about 10 rounds. So for me, the game is a little bit larger in that I really believe that we're building a universe, and that is going to encompass all other parts of life, that come with that. Recently, we bought a basketball team, so that was exciting. They won the championship. So doing weird things like that outside of the game, I think, it was always really important to me.
Yeah. And I think that's a good point you made about the game is larger than just the card game. For the first 6 months, I believe around 6 months of Axie Infinity, there was no game you could play. It was just people in the Discord speculating and having a lot of fun, thinking about how gaming could change, how adding ownership to games, true ownership, was revolutionary. And the game is so much larger than just the Axie Infinity card game or Land or any one game. Like, there's so many games outside of Axie Infinity, like video games that you can play too, cultural games, status games, all sorts of stuff. So.
Right. So everyone remember that. If you want to contribute in other ways, there's always room for that.
Cloud White is really like the original OG contributor, a content creator. Yeah. He was the first one to make like a music video about Axie Infinity, first tattoo. So he went hardcore.
Yeah, yeah. Which brings up another point. Someone showed me a new Axie tattoo they got the other day. There's still spots in our Axie tattoo reward program. So if anyone gets an Axie tattoo, feel free to reach out. Got some tokens for it. But yeah, so what do you guys want to talk about? We we're just kind of like winging it. We're like, it's like you guys are all beautiful out there.
So I don't know if you guys experienced this, but when I entered Axie Infinity, you actually couldn't see your Axie when you bought it. You just had like a token that could claim a plant or an aquatic or a beast or a random roll of all 6 classes. So it was like that for about 2 to 3 weeks.
The OGest of OGs.
Yeah, he's the only one who knew this.
He's the only one who saw that, I think, yeah.
Good story about this. He had seen this Axie code right before we had these images, and that's where the idea for the Axie code t-shirts came up for the New York party that we recently had, kind of throwing it back to our true origins, right, which was just code.
Yeah, there was a moment when we were able to finally claim our Axie, but you still couldn't see them. And all you could see was, I forget how you do it, but there was a way to just see the code of the Axie and what the part makeup was and other genetics. So everyone in the Discord at the time was just looking at this code like, oh, this says Mystic, yes. Like, is that a good thing? What does this mean? Like, we didn't know what it looked like, but yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah. Chuck?
I don't know. What was the question?
The question is Chuck.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to say, kind of bringing up his idea. The first time, I always say this idea. The first time I ever rolled an Axie was actually with Jiho on a stream. I think it was probably the first stream of rolling of an Axie. I was like, hey, Jiho, maybe I should buy these Axies and like stream it just to see what they look like for other people. So it was like such a primitive video in the past, but it still exists in my YouTube channel. And I remember the first time I rolled my Axies, it was the first time I said, this game's gonna be pretty big. It reminded me of when I was a kid playing Pokemon and like catching your first Pokemon. That first experience, you'll always remember it. You'll always remember catching that Caterpie or that Bulbasaur. And I just felt, for me, it was that first moment of rolling like a Origin Axie, but then rolling some Mystics that I could never really like replicate. Like, it's always made me, I wish I could go back in time and relive that, knowing how amazing Mystics became much later. You could literally buy them for like 0.3 point something ETH back then, but now they blew up over time, and a lot of times I wish I can go back and pick up some things.
And Chuck, he said, oh, he rolled a Mystic, but I remember watching that stream live, and he rolled a double Mystic bug on screen. And he's like, oh, is this good? Is this something rare? But yeah, that's...
Where is that now, Chuck?
Coco has
Oh, Chuck.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Coco picked that up.
No longer. Freak, what was did you roll any?
Yeah, so yeah, I got in, like my first Axie that I rolled was a Sleepless Mystic. But I bought it in slowly. Like people always say, oh, you OGs, you had such conviction, but I mean, we didn't go like Coco. Coco had conviction, right? He went in and he spent, I don't know, $500,000 buying up all these assets.
Yeah.
But like I bought slowly through the years. So I mean, as new people came in and they were learning about the games and there were certain price spikes and things like that, I would try to buy certain, like I would pick my opportunities to buy certain Mystics, convert regular sales and sales of regular Axies into Mystics. And so I bought pretty slowly, I think. There's a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of Coco, I should shout him out quickly and say, if it wasn't for him, I could honestly say I probably wouldn't be here today.
I don't think any of us would be
probably
here
none
today.
of us. Actually, none of us would be sitting here.
I believe Coco bought almost half of the original Axie pre-sale. So without his contribution there and his conviction, his foresight, I don't think any of this would have been possible because 2018 and 2019, the depths of the bear market got pretty low. So yeah, without him, I don't think we'd be here.
And on a very personal level, you know, he financially incentivized a lot of the things that I was trying to do for the community, you know, and made it worth my time. So, you know, that goes back to like building up the people around you, right? And I think we all kind of still try to do that today to a certain degree.
Yeah, I mean, like, so that was actually like a red flag for me in the beginning, in the early days when Coco owned all of half the assets, right? I was like, you got one guy in control of all this stuff. It's a little shaky. Like, you got the economy depending on one guy, but I mean, he's proven throughout the years that he's taken that responsibility and used it well, right?
Yeah.
And he's been very generous throughout the years. I mean, he's given away tons of Axies, tons of Mystics, land, right? So without him, I don't think Axie would be where it is now. Yeah.
Which brings up another good point. Because who developed Axie Sushi, the racing game?
Yeah.
We don't have. Yeah. Anyway, I won a lot of free land in that free to play game, so that worked out well.
Yeah, that was maybe one of the first examples of play to earn, where you could play this little racing game where you just I think the chances were based on your Axie's class or something, how they raced. But he put up a lot of land items and land and really created an incredible prize pool, and that was I think that was an entry point for a lot of people into land and other assets.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is Owl here? Did he? Oh, there he is, buddy. Owl told me Coco's somewhere here hiding in plain sight, so I don't know.
He could be anyone among us.
Oh my God.
Speaking how generous Coco was, I don't know if you remember this, Chuck, but when the Agamo Genesis went up for sale, you and him were battling on bidding on it. But before that, he had said, oh, he wasn't going to like bid on all of them, right? I wanted to buy one.
Why are you sharing this story?
All right. So I know you and him, you were going back and forth, and eventually he bought them out, and I didn't make a bid because I was a little upset actually, because I was like, he said he wasn't going to bid on it, and then after the sale though, he actually offered to sell it to me at what he bought it for. So, but I turned it down for 6 ETH. I could have bought a Agamo Genesis.
Oh my God.
That was a huge mistake. All right, but I mean, yeah, he was trying to do right by me. So.
Oh wow.
What did they go for? 6 ETH?
I think he went for 6 ETH.
6 ETH, yeah.
The three rarest Axies in Axie Infinity. 6 ETH each.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and I know it says stories from 2018, but I guess, you know, 2019 was also a big year for me personally in Axie Infinity. Obviously, it was a horrible crypto winter. There was a lot of doubt as to where things were going, but that's when I personally just kicked things up. I was doing two things. I was a casting director in Wisconsin, which probably wasn't a smart idea, and and fighting for entertainment tax incentives in the state of Wisconsin. But my bread and butter was really serving tables, which is a really shitty thing. So if any of you are out here serving tables or working in the customer service industry, keep grinding, you're going to make it out. But every penny I had just went right into buying more land, right into the Axie ecosystem. And now Axie Infinity has become sort of my life's work, which is a really weird thing because I'm not really a professional video game player. And when people ask me what I do, I kind of tell them I don't know it. I kind of just freeze. I don't really know what to tell them.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy and grateful for those times, and I'm grateful for all the people on the stage here as well, because they've turned into more than friends or community members. They're very much family. So it's been a great journey. You guys want to tell any other good stories that you have?
I do.
You got one, Sean?
Well, not a story, but just a conviction of the team, because a lot of times I feel like we're living through deja vu in a sense, because in 2018, when Axie launched, I remember they had just launched around February and March of that year, and shortly after that, a few months later, there was a huge crash in the Bitcoin and Ethereum market. So it caused everyone to panic. A lot of projects at the time, similar to right now, were always saying we're sorry, we can't continue this project because of such and such a thing. A lot of projects died out in that time. But Trung and the team, they always had this conviction to continue this project, even in the bad times. And I feel like that's what always inspired me about knowing them in a little bit of a closer level, is that they believe in their game. They believe in what they're trying to do. And even in hard times like that, it was easy for Jiho, Jiho, Alex, or any of those guys, Trung, to just say, just let's quit. There's no point in going forward. Ethereum's down. This whole thing is a mess. Let's go on to real jobs. But the team really had that conviction to continue on. And even during these days when there has been another crash in the market, they continue to build and deliver. And they're actually delivering way more than in before. They've been hiring more people. And for me, that's what makes me proud to be in this community, proud to be a part of this project, because I just see that there's so much potential going forward. We're definitely in a down time or a bear market, but with a team like that, you just feel like there's going to be some great possibilities in the future.
Yeah, and I think it's markets like this where the true progress is made.
I think there's probably more to that story too.
Yeah.
Because the initial sale of the Axie assets was made in ETH, right? And that was kind of when the market was kind of high.
Yeah.
And I know the team, I don't know if this is public information, but the team didn't actually sell the ETH to dollars for operating expenses, right? So they were running out of money as a company. So it was hard, but they chose to keep building. But I kind of felt that. And actually, I offered to lend the company some money to keep them going. Yeah. So if people don't know, I'm actually the first investor in Sky Mavis. So I lent them some money, and I feel like it helped them get through a hard time back then. But I mean, this is another example of the community helping and stepping in to help sustain the company. So.
Wow.
And Chuck, regarding something you said, just with the team, and special thanks to the team, and really making this their life's work. That's my understanding. When I was talking to Jiho about him moving to Vietnam when he was there, and
I remember
as well as Psych Out, that's conviction. We're doing this.
Yeah, I remember the day too. Jiho messaged me on Discord saying, "Hey man, I'm going to Vietnam," or whatever. I was like, "What?" He was like, "You want to come?" And I was like, I was hesitant. I told Jiho, I don't know if I can make that. I just got out of college. The crash had just happened, but Jiho was going to Vietnam. He went out and go, and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
that was an amazing decision to make, though.
They're very generous. I had just taken a trip to Taiwan with my family.
Yeah.
I planned to take a trip there, and Trung invited me to go to Vietnam. So the first time I met them in 2018 was just a random trip. I was last second, going from Taiwan to Vietnam to meet the team.
Wow.
So they're very generous back then.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Well, what do you guys want to do later?
Relax.
I mean, I could just spitball here for another couple minutes. You know, some of the early projects that I did to kind of help build like culture and community. Arctic and I both did some art contests. So like, I know that Axie, you know, specifically has run a couple themselves. But we, as community members, have also held our own art contests and tried to do innovative things within the Web3 system, but even more so within the Axie system, right? So. For me, that was Cocaine Cowboy, and that was Axie that we fractionalized and gave away for people making art and you know, continuing to build the culture around our universe. Arctic has done 2 art contests now, is that right?
I think 3, 2 or 3.
3, yeah.
Maybe 3.
Oh, he's beating me. He's kicking my ass.
Yeah,
those
I
have been
think
successful.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the beauty of Axie Infinity. Not only do we have a core team with Sky Mavis who will build through thick and thin, good times and bad, we also have a community who will push forward when Sky Mavis, let's say Sky Mavis doesn't have the bandwidth to give something the attention it needs, the community will step up and create magic where Sky Mavis can't. So it's not just Sky Mavis or the community who contributed to our success in those early days, it was that beautiful combination of both.
Right. I'd like to kind of say something actually about just all early community members in general that's really like touching to me. So if you guys entered Web3 or Axie Infinity within the last year, you probably noticed you know, some people dropped off. Some people didn't make it, right?
Yeah.
They're no longer interested. They're not with us today. That cycle has actually happened about 2 or 3 times at this point.
Yeah.
So I guess the question I have for each of you, if we want to go down the line, is, you know, how did you maintain that conviction and interest, you know, when so many other people have dropped out in so many other of these cycles?
Yeah, so for me, before I got into Axie Infinity, I had stopped playing AAA games for a long time. I played a lot of very obscure indie games with small communities, so I was pretty familiar with small communities. It wasn't about being on top of the world or anything like that. It was about the passion around the project that I loved. So, like, I really thought that Axie Infinity provided maybe not the answer, but part of the answer to the broken gaming industry today, where, you know, developers, they mainly see they don't see you as a player or a person. They see you as someone to extract money from, and the abuses of the loot box model and other things. It's clear that a lot of gaming companies out there don't have respect for their players, and also the way they crack down on like the gray economies that existed for like 20 plus years now. Axie Infinity seemed like it was legitimizing a lot of these things and giving power back to the people instead of just trying to take as much from people as possible. Yeah. So yeah, even when times got dark, like just my personal history, and then that vision from Sky Mavis, and the fact that Sky Mavis never stopped, like that made me think, if they're not going to stop, I'm not going to stop either.
Right.
Yeah.
What about you, Chuck?
I don't know. I'm usually, for a long period, for a year, I went kind of quiet. I was almost banned from Discord. I'm always like getting threatened by the mods to get banned. But I think for a while I did take a break to avoid a ban. And then I came back during a tough period. I think all this stuff started happening, and a lot of influencers at that time who were supposed to be like the leaders in the community suddenly turned on Axie really badly, I felt. And that's where I suddenly like just came out of nowhere. My Twitter didn't even have 1,000 followers, I think, at that time. It had less than that, because I wasn't really active on Twitter, but I was like, you know what? Axie really needs someone to really help show the positive sides of Axie, even in a tough time, and to really help the community, like ease the community. Because I feel like a lot of times, a lot of influencers were spreading fear into the community instead of trying to show them that Axie is really trying to work on a solution, trying to find something for them. And I just came out of nowhere. I started blasting tweets all over the place, and apparently a lot of people liked them because I've gotten like so many followers over the last few months. But a lot of it's just playing the game for me. Like, people ask me, what is your contribution to Axie Infinity? I say, one thing I will say Axie Infinity wise one of the things is, like, maybe Zayori will never say it, but I started a lot of the esports ideas in the past because before I got to Axie Infinity, a lot of players were just playing Axie, like, let's play, let's like shake hands, it's all cool, we're all friends. But I was like, no, I want to destroy all you guys in this arena. And every single time I would beat someone on Discord, I would tell them, play better or get good or something. And that made people like get crazy. I remember this guy called RC Tech. I don't know if he's here. And RC Tech told me, I have 1,000 counters to anything you can bring up to in the tournament. And we played in a tournament, and I destroyed him. And I remember right after the tournament, I told them, you might have 1,000 counters, but I just needed to win 2 games to eliminate you out of that tournament. So these little things of like motivating the community in that trolling caused people to care about the game. It caused them to want to play better. And eventually they were able to beat me. And then that was another story. But I did see how little by little, by playing at a higher level, people started caring more. And it led up to more things like great players like Elijah, Indez, and so many people we know now. But I just always see the growth of the esport over the years. And now that we have Origin, I just can see so many great things going forward.
Speaking of you being a troll, people come up to me all the time and they're like, is Chuck really like this? And I'm like, no, this is Chuck's like alter ego. This is like as bad as he gets out here. Church going saint, this man.
He's a teddy bear.
Yeah. People always say, Chuck Fresco, you're a lot nicer in person than on Twitter. And I'm like, well, it's because trolling is hard to understand via text. Yeah. So a lot of people don't know I'm just messing with them, but they take it seriously. They're like, Chuck Fresco said this. If you see how many Twitter spaces have started because of just me tweeting something random on Twitter, it's amazing. I was like, why do people care about what I'm saying? I don't understand this. Like, what the heck? I'm just a person playing Axie.
I remember he was trash talking me one time, and Trung gave you a warning.
Yeah.
I actually enjoy. I'm one of the rare people probably that enjoy your trash talking. So
people respond to it differently.
Yeah.
Some people like RC Tech, and that's why I'll shout out RC Tech. I beat him bad in that tournament, but he played hard. He kept practicing. He played and played and played, and in the next tournament, he slaughtered me so badly. And all I could say was, wow, this guy really put in the effort to show that he is good. Like, he's not someone who gets defeated and then just falls off. He just keeps going up. He's an amazing player. And I hope I get to play him someday again.
And Freak, what has kept you around?
Well, my perspective is probably a little bit different. Like, I'm pretty passive, and it's like, when I got in, I've been in crypto since 2011, so I've been jaded. I've been through a lot of bull and bear cycles, right? So, I don't know, you've seen those memes where like you got the veteran like army guy, and then they got the noobs to the rookies, and they're like freaking out. And I'm just like, yeah, I've seen this before. It just, I mean, and I also have some coding experience. I've worked with developers, and I know it takes time to build a product, and you got to build the team, right? So, really, I understand that you need some patience for a game to be built. So, like, I didn't freak out over like delays necessarily, but obviously everyone wishes things could come sooner, but it really does take time. So I think a little apathy, whereas and I just wait. I have some patience, you know. So I think that's what keeps me going. But I mean, the last year or so, it's really, I mean, the community is really like inspiring, right? So I held this music video contest, and all these great musicians came out of nowhere and produced awesome music for Axie. And so just to see all these creators, like, I'm like inspired by Axie also, it inspires me. So like, I think it's like a self-driving thing where like people are just inspiring other people.
Yeah. All right, well, we've got about a minute or two here left. I just figured maybe we'll go down the line and just say a few sentences on what you're working on now. Where does this go from 2018? Where are you today?
Yeah, just really quickly, now I'm working on a game for Axie Infinity across Lunasia, which will be released to everyone who holds an Axie for free. So you'll hear more about that tomorrow if you make it to the talk.
Right on.
I'm on Twitter, Chuck Fresco, and on YouTube. I just make videos just to share about the game and stuff. And there's history on that channel too. So YouTube/Chuck Fresco as well. That's where you'll find me pretty much.
I'm not doing much these days. I'm just enjoying the community. You know, like I'll do what I can to kind of help with things, help with governance councils, help give advice to people if they ask for it. You know, so I got plenty of free time these days.
Right on. All right, well, Baron, I'd like to thank everyone once again for coming out, not only to this panel, because once again, we're just a bunch of degenerates, but just AxieCon in general. I mean, really, it's super surreal. Never been to Spain. And look, Axie's, quite literally taking us around the world. So huge congratulations to all of you for being here as well and continuing to be part of the community so that when we get out of this shit cycle and we're there next time, we can say, look, I made it, And then you help the next round of people come in as well.
Yeah.
Should we get the hell out of here? Go drink?
Get out of here.
That's the cue.
All right, everybody, how we feeling? Woo! A little bit of energy left. That's good. We're coming up now to our final panel for day one of AxieCon. We've made it all the way here. Give yourselves a pat on the back for making it through the first day of content. And I hope you get enough sleep tonight because there's a lot more content coming your way tomorrow. Now, because we're in Spain, we have a lot of Spanish speakers here, both from España as well as Latin America. So we thought it would be appropriate to do a little bit of content in Español. Yo practicando un poco. But we've got some great folks to take it away. I'm really excited to introduce EduMock, Chuck Fresco again, David Noya, as well as Rohan and K Manu, hosted by Lima, for Muy Divertido, Axie en Español. Please come up, guys.
Let's do it. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? ¿Me pueden escuchar? ¿Hablamos en español, sí o no? ¡Vamos! ¡Bien! ¡Woo! Un aplauso para todos ustedes que están acá, muy importantes. Gracias. Gracias a Lunacia. El día de hoy tenemos el agrado de tener el último panel en español, familia. ¡Vamos! Tengo la felicidad de estar sentado junto a personas que yo admiro gigantemente. Entre ellos, el gran Chuck Fresco. Vamos a darle un aplauso. Constructor desde los primeros inicios de Axie Infinity, una persona que yo admiro mucho, de las primeras personas que yo conocí cuando entré al ecosistema de Axie y que personalmente considero que es una de las personas más importantes en lo que es el desarrollo de Axie Infinity, tanto en inglés como en español. Gracias. El gran David, que ha tenido este corazón maravilloso de recibirnos acá en Barcelona, España. Hermano, muchísimas gracias por ser una de las primeras personas que entrevistó a Hijos en español y en inglés. ¡Vamos! NFTero, querido hermano, un creador de contenido que constantemente está desarrollando teoría, práctica, visión y futuro, y es un representante de España. ¡Va! Kamanu, siendo hermano de Argentina, uno de los creadores de contenido más grandes de todo el mundo, en el mundo de los NFTs, Gracias por estar acá, hermano, y gracias por todo el desarrollo que has tenido para con Axie, amigo. Y con ustedes, Rohan, una persona que ha desarrollado contenido educativo, contenido de gameplay, indispensable para el futuro de Axie Infinity. Gracias desde Argentina, el gran Rohan. Entonces vamos a hacer un resumen súper importante de cuáles son los aspectos y los puntos más hermosos del día de hoy. Chicos, y empezamos con Rohan. Rohan, ¿cuál ha sido el leak o la noticia más importante para ti el día de hoy, hermano?
Yo creo que hubo muchas cosas interesantes hoy. Ya desde entrar, que esté el gameplay de las LANs ahí, ya te hacía saber que algo lindo esperaba hoy. Pero bueno, pudimos probar el gameplay de Land, un poquito de Make Infinity. También había, stands de todo, estaba Axie también. Después había cosas que la comunidad estaba esperando, como hablar quizás de lo que se viene para Axie. En Twitter también se esperaba mucho, quizás del lado más competitivo, todo lo que tenía que ver con rehacer el sistema, la distribución de recompensas para la temporada 1, que eso es todos los pro players y la gente que compite está muy contenta con el nuevo sistema. Hubo como mucho, y no sé si hubo algo que sea lo más importante, pero definitivamente creo que es un día muy lindo para estar acá, para crecer y compartir con un montón de gente linda también, ¿no?
Excelente, gracias, hermano. Definitivamente la comunidad está unida, hemos visto mucho desarrollo, los programas de creadores de contenido están en constante evolución, gracias a Quest, que están acá presentes siempre con nosotros. Y también hemos visto que el Builders Program está dando grandes pasos. Kamanu, ¿qué opinas acerca de todo lo que se viene, hermano, para Axie Infinity?
Bueno, la verdad que lo primero que me llamó la atención son las tierras. Digamos que esta famosa frase de que el futuro de Axie es en las tierras se viene repitiendo y ya estamos viendo que va por ahí. Me encontré un juego mucho más profundo de lo que me imaginé que iba a encontrarme a esta altura. Y ya en anticiparnos que viene el alfa para fin de año es algo muy esperado. Por otro lado, cuando comentaban que habían viajado a Finlandia para cerrar partners con algunas de las desarrolladoras de videojuegos, eso está bueno porque también te da lo que es juegos en el ecosistema y de alto nivel, que no viene de estudios indies que pueden ser muy buenos, sino que estudios que tienen mucha trayectoria. Personalmente he trabajado con muchas compañías de Finlandia, yo vengo de ahí, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, de todo ese ecosistema, por eso sé el nivel de juego que pueden traer para lo que es el ecosistema de Axie. Así que eso me emocionó bastante. Axie Infinity Raylat se llama y tengo entendido que está a punto de salir.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. NFTero, ¿qué opinas del día de hoy? ¿Qué te ha emocionado a mil, papá?
No, hoy ha sido espectacular. La verdad es que ese Axie no deja de ser el juego que siempre está muerto, pero nunca muere. y yo creo que hoy es un día más para demostrarlo. Ese juego que siempre va creciendo, siempre va dando pasos, a pesar de que la industria no esté en su mejor momento, pero lo que más me ha gustado a mí para hoy ha sido, personalmente, la evolución de las partes. Es algo que creo que va a ayudar mucho al progreso del jugador de forma permanente. Tenemos runas, tenemos amuletos, que es más para seasons, pero las evoluciones de partes nos va a permitir abrir un abanico en cuanto a jugabilidad en Origin o Origins, que va a pasar a llamarse. Va a ser, creo que un abanico mucho más amplio, y eso va a permitir una mayor amplitud de composiciones, mayor diversión, y al final de eso se trata, de que sea muy divertido, ¿no?
Excelente, NFTero. Definitivamente, súper interesante el Body Part Upgrade o la evolución de las partes que se ha esperado hace muchísimo tiempo, y hemos visto que hay unos cosméticos súper bellos también. Cuando se anunció hubo toda una conmoción tanto en redes sociales, así que de cierta forma también las land, los Body Part Upgrades son solamente pasos de todo lo que se va a estructurar para el futuro. Querido David, tú que has estado en Axie Infinity de los primeros inicios, ¿qué sientes estar acá en AxieCon? ¿Qué tal el primer día, papá?
Brutal. Yo de verdad que nunca imaginé que iba a estar hablando en el primer evento oficial mundial de Axie Infinity, mucho menos ayudando, aunque fuera solo un poquito, a organizar el evento. Así que living a dream, como se suele decir, ¿no? Y la verdad es que aún procesando toda esta información y todos estos leaks que nos han dado hoy, pero para mí, vamos, sin lugar a dudas, lo de destacar de este día ha sido el marketplace. Todo lo que Jeff nos ha dicho, porque al final sin marketplace no hay lo que es Axie Infinity. Ahí es donde se hace el theory crafting, ahí es donde hay muchos jugadores que no, como yo, no somos pro players, pero nos encanta pues hacer scroll en el marketplace, mirar qué Axies hay, intentar pues también nosotros pues hacer un poquito de theory crafting y decir, ¡buah, este seguro que combina bien con este y hacemos un buen equipo y demás, ver el arte de los Axies. Aún nadie nos explicó por qué ahora se suben en pelotas los Axies, esperemos que alguien nos lo explique, pero de verdad que todas las nuevas actualizaciones que van a venir en la Axie.app, que ahora va a ser pues eso, un hub donde tendremos muchísimas cosas más que no solo el marketplace, el tema de los perfiles, el tema de poder por fin enseñar qué Axies tenemos. Una de las mejores experiencias para mí cuando fui con Sayori a Lisboa en un Axie, bueno, pues en un eventito que hizo muy informal, fue la experiencia de poder enseñar un Axie y que la gente dijera, ¡buah, cómo mola el Axie que tienes! Porque hasta ahora en mi entorno no tenías nadie a quien enseñárselo. Al final estás hablando de los macaquitos estos, tú solo por ahí, y no es lo mismo que sentir ese feeling, es sentir el sentimiento de otras personas que entienden lo que estás enseñando y que comparten pues el valor que tiene esta pet digital que tienes tú, ¿no? Así que, sin duda, para mí el marketplace y el trabajo que está haciendo Jeff es sublime.
Espectacular, excelente el trabajo que está haciendo Jeff y todo el equipo. La cantidad de actualizaciones que han venido hasta el día de hoy y vendrán en los siguientes días va a ser espectacular. Y nada de esto sería posible sin la comunidad de Axie Infinity, que son ustedes, familia, que constantemente están creando, co-creando con nosotros, con ustedes el futuro. Y el hecho de que AxieCon haya sido realizado por primera vez en España es algo que para muchas personas le ha parecido hermoso, poder comunicarnos en español, y justamente la intención de este panel es poder hablar en la lengua de esta ciudad tan preciosa y también de toda nuestra comunidad latinoamericana y en España que nos está viendo a través de todas las redes sociales. Chuck Fresco, hermano, ¿qué opinas acerca del primer día de AxieCon? ¿Cuáles han sido tus leaks favoritos, papá?
Los leaks favoritos. Creo que como dijo usted, que el Axie.app, lo que enseñaron del futuro, me gustó bastante, que hasta van a incluir a los creadores en el Axie app, como gente como Rohan, como los creators, pueden ahí ponerlos y los pueden ayudar a nosotros los creators poder ser reconocidos por la comunidad. Algunas veces es muy difícil en Twitch o otro decirles, hey, estoy viendo aquí, si no tienes un Twitter grande o una comunidad grande, pero con eso Axie los puede ayudar a nosotros llegar a más gente y compartir el juego con ellos. Obviamente yo no hablo español todos los días, pero me invitaron, estoy aquí.
Ahí, muy bien. Y lo hace muy bien. Quiero decirles que Chuck Fresco fue el primer campeón mundial de Axie Infinity desde los inicios. La verdad, una persona que constantemente está en evolución de contenido y hoy en día se dedica a Axie Origin. Gracias, Chuck, por estar acá. Yo tengo una pregunta para todos ustedes, chicos. ¿Qué significa Axie Infinity para ustedes? Quien guste tomar la palabra, adelante, chicos.
Bueno, empiezo yo si quieres.
Venga, dale.
Bueno, para mí yo creo que es un portal hacia el futuro, es un portal hacia lo que bajo mi punto de vista van a ser los videojuegos de aquí a 5 o 10 años, y es al mismo tiempo una comunidad, no deja de ser una familia, yo personalmente no soy de los que más tiempo llevo prácticamente un año, pero en este último año pues he conocido a tanta gente que por suerte también estoy conociendo aquí en persona, que te das cuenta de que eso es una comunidad enorme, tiene la gran fortaleza, ese pilar que estamos todos juntos, vamos todos a una, y creo que aquí el AxieCon se está demostrando perfectamente, y para mí eso es un portal a toda la nueva generación que va a venir al Web3. Creo que Axie va a ser pues, el punto de entrada para todos esos jugadores.
Gracias, NFTero. Definitivamente yo creo que la palabra portal es súper importante. En algún momento, quien es uno de mis mejores amigos y mentor, Gijos, dijo que Axie Infinity es un caballo de Troya positivo, porque lamentablemente muchas veces las cripto son demonizadas o tienen un concepto negativo en Latinoamérica y en distintas partes del mundo. Pero los videojuegos son una noción muy natural para todos nosotros. ¿Cuántas personas han abierto una billetera cripto por primera vez con Axie Infinity? ¿Cuántas personas, y me incluyo, hemos sabido acerca de descentralización, de DAO, de DeFi, de verdadera libertad y ownership verdadero de nuestros in-game assets por primera vez? Aquella educación del Web 3.0 llega de la mano de criaturitas preciosas llamadas Axie. Así que es verdaderamente un honor poder construir todos juntos, familia. Y vamos con la siguiente persona que quiera decir qué sienten al respecto de Axie Infinity en sus vidas, qué proyección ven para el futuro.
Había algo que yo quería comentar y es que me parece que está bueno dimensionarlo ahora, que yo siento que estoy viviendo como parte de la historia. Quizás alguien como Chuck, que está desde los inicios, recuerda las primeras temporadas, la primera vez que él salió campeón, y en su cabeza es como lo que fue Axie, la historia. Yo siento que lo que estamos viviendo hoy acá, el inicio del futuro de Axie Infinity, la primera AxieCon que sucedió jamás, que sea en España, en una ciudad hermosa, me parece que es algo que dentro de un par de años lo vamos a recordar con mucho cariño y va a formar como parte importante de la historia de Axie. Entonces, nada, me parece lindo.
De hecho, ¿sabes que un poquito iba por ahí lo que te iba a decir yo? Creo que no es solamente la historia de Axie. Lo que Axie está haciendo es revolucionar la historia del gaming. Está formando un hito dentro de toda la industria del gaming. Debido a Axie, el Web3 Gaming tomó fuerza, tomó presencia y empezó a desarrollarse. Hoy hay fondos de inversión metiendo 50 millones, 100 millones de dólares en producción de juegos Web3. Y esa piedra angular en el gaming la gestó Axie. Eso nació con Axie. Fue el primer proyecto que realmente trajo al mundo algo que decís, wow, mirá, existe, se puede hacer. Oportunidad de mejora, un montón. Y va a seguir mejorando y va a seguir creciendo y van a haber errores y aciertos a medida que se va creando como cualquier industria nueva cuando aparece. Pero es eso, es como la puerta al cambio dentro del gaming, a un nuevo paradigma. Y eso es lo que yo vi y dije, wow, qué locura.
Sí, para mí Axie Infinity es una comunidad que te fuerza a mejorarte a ti mismo también, porque al final entras en un entorno en el que te sientes, hay un sentimiento de belonging, ¿no? de pertenencia muy fuerte dentro de la comunidad y te ayuda a intentar ayudar a los demás y a no solo, digamos, extraer de la comunidad, sino intentar, bueno, pues aportar tu granito de arena de la manera que fuera.
En un punto, los que venimos del gaming, cuando un juego se desarrolla bien, desarrolla su comunidad. Y el sentido de pertenencia lo tiene una comunidad de un juego que está haciendo bien las cosas. Pero vos lo podés tener también en League of Legends, lo podés tener en Valorant, lo podés tener en Clash Royale. Yo he pertenecido a varias comunidades de juegos. Lo que te está dando a vos, Axie, es no solamente soy parte de una comunidad, sino que soy parte dueño, dueño de lo que esta comunidad está creando.
Claro.
Ese es el giro.
El click. Correcto, sí, y tal cual. Y el hecho es que los datos están ahí, ¿no? Axie Infinity ha hecho onboarding de usuarios a Web3 muchísimo más que cualquier otro protocolo junto, ¿no? Y es que al final la gente, digamos, los humanos, por el hecho de pasárselo bien y jugar, tienden a obviar ciertas barreras que puedes tener, ¿no? En juegos pasó que al final tienes que aprender pues, el metagame, tienes que aprender cómo funciona, pero no te cuesta porque al final quieres jugar, quieres estar dentro de ahí. Y aquí lo que estamos haciendo, o sea, todos cuando estamos metiéndonos en Axie Infinity es que estamos al final aprendiendo algo súper importante de cara al futuro, que es fundamentos financieros sobre el futuro de cómo va a ser los sistemas financieros mundiales. Entonces, es muy importante esa doble, digamos, ese 2x1 que tiene Axie Infinity, el hecho de que estamos educando a muchísimas personas y que están haciéndolo sin sentir esfuerzo, ¿no? Están jugando, pasándoselo bien, ayudando a los demás, pero al final hacen que entiendan sobre DeFi, entiendan sobre staking, entiendan que es contratos inteligentes, ¿no? Que es algo que seguro les va a ayudar en el futuro en otros ámbitos de su vida.
Y no solo eso, sino que al final es muy útil para toda la industria que viene detrás, porque Axie Infinity no deja de ser el típico rompenieves que va en mitad del hielo abriendo el camino. Obviamente, al ser el primero que abre el camino, hay aciertos, hay errores, hay cosas que aprender, pero es lo que tiene ser el primero.
Exacto,
que
se
te
van a
encuentran
encontrar
los
con las
problemas por
piedras.
primera vez.
Exacto.
Y entonces Axie Infinity también está abriendo ese camino para toda una industria que vendrá detrás y que seguramente tenga mucho que agradecer a Axie Infinity.
Es que en realidad Axie Infinity está formando a formadores.
Correcto.
Quiero decir, al final muchas personas han sido inspiradas por Axie Infinity y están creando sus propios videojuegos, están haciendo, digamos, emprendiendo dentro de la plataforma que te permite hacer Axie Infinity. Entonces, se está creando un movimiento mucho más grande que el propio juego en sí, y es muy, muy importante.
Qué interesante lo que dices, porque en algún momento me hicieron una entrevista y me preguntaron, Lima, tú que trabajas en Axie Infinity, ¿qué opinas de la competencia? Y yo inmediatamente les dije, mira, la filosofía de Axie Infinity no es que hay competencia, sino que todas las personas que están desarrollando el metaverso, el Web 3.0, son constructores y son personas que están motivando el futuro. Axie Infinity está de brazos abiertos a siempre apoyar la tecnología, la descentralización, la libertad, y no consideramos como estos juegos, estas hermosas herramientas que van haciendo, estos proyectos, como competencias, sino como aliados, y en ese sentido, como hermanos, yéndonos todos juntos hacia un futuro mejor, y como tú dijiste, ayudándonos entre nosotros.
Si es que además, al final el metaverso es un concepto, no hay nada definido, y a mí me parece, y yo creo que a mucha más gente igual le parece un poco inocente pensar que alguien va a tener el 24/7 retention de los usuarios, ¿no? Al final es mucho más fácil crecer todos juntos, remar todos hacia una misma dirección, bien sea desde la misma plataforma o desde otras distintas. Al final, digamos que trabajar juntos, marcarnos estándares sanos entre los distintos players que va a haber dentro de las personas que están creando plataformas dentro de lo que se va a ser el metaverso, ¿no? Es mucho más fácil que andarse pegando entre ellos, ¿no?
No, pero aparte la competencia la veo como algo positivo.
Claro.
Competencia, mediocrizo mi producto y de todos modos me lo van a consumir porque soy el único.
Claro.
Básicamente, al tener competencia, estás obligado a mejorar.
Exacto.
Constantemente. Si no tenés competencia, te vas a quedar sentado en el sillón mirando cómo pasa el tiempo. Y la verdad que sin competencia tenés más miedo al cambio, más miedo a realmente ir al siguiente paso, a dar uno más, alejarte un poquito más de lo que estás cómodo, acostumbrado. Es la competencia la que te empuja justamente a mejorar. Y si no mejorás, la competencia te pasa por arriba. Así que estás forzado. O me muevo, o creo, o cambio, o me quedo.
Interesante cómo totalmente se rompe la palabra competencia del Web 2.0 en el sentido de que David, por ejemplo, representa otro videojuego también.
Claro.
¿No? Que es Outer Ring.
Y de hecho, a mí el hecho de querer construir algo, yo también fue inspirado por la comunidad de Axie Infinity, ¿no? El hecho de decir, yo también quiero hacer algo así, algo que esté cambiando la vida de la gente y que podamos ayudar a que, ¿no? Pues que se lo pasen bien, pero que también aprendan y crear algo nuestro y dejar, ese granito de arena en lo que es inmutable de la blockchain, también me animó a meterme al final en un trabajo en el que también estamos creando otro videojuego en el que esperamos también que nos vaya tan bien como Axie.
No, y hermoso porque cuando tuve la responsabilidad de crear una fiesta acá en Barcelona, inmediatamente Gijo me puso en contacto con el gran David, que es Bitcoin Pendium. Y en otro mundo tal vez no te ayudan porque son competencia, ¿no? Pero él y su gran amigo Alex de BitBase fueron indispensables para el desarrollo de la fiesta secreta, así que gracias, David. Gracias, de verdad.
Es más, a nosotros, tal y como seguimos hablando como hasta ahora, aunque sea competencia, para nosotros nos encantaría poder colaborar con Axie Infinity, ¿no? Al final sería porque al final todos los juegos y los jugadores lo que queremos es interoperabilidad, ¿no? Al final yo creo que lo que los jugadores buscan es que, vale, yo he metido ciertas horas y cierto esfuerzo en este juego, pero luego si me voy a otro juego, pues estaría bien que todo este tiempo que yo me gasté aquí me suponga algo en otra de las plataformas, que no empiece de cero de nuevo, aunque sea un poquito. Para mí uno de los mayores eventos que tuve ahora actualmente del mundo tradicional, seguramente alguno de vosotros jugó al Diablo 2 cuando era el Diablo 2, no el
Qué
Resurrected.
juegazo, olvídate.
Vale, pues yo en el Diablo 2 me guardé mi personaje en un disquete y lo fui guardando de disco duro en disco duro hasta la actualidad. Entonces Blizzard sacó el Diablo 2 Resurrected y era compatible con los archivos del Diablo 2 y pude resucitar a mi druida después de 20 años y para mí eso fue brutal. Todas las horas que jugué yo solo, cuando no había internet, cuando no tenía internet en mi casa y jugué yo solo con el druida, que iba al ciber con mis amigos a hacer los trades, porque ahí es donde había internet, poder resucitarlo de nuevo 20 años después, para mí fue brutal y eso es lo que supone para mí la interoperabilidad y es lo que creo que todos los juegos deberían ir, hacia compartir assets, hacia el crossplay, hacia hacer fácil que los jugadores salten de un juego al otro de una manera sana. Que me apetece un juego de carreras, bueno, pues voy a un juego de carreras. Que me apetece jugar a Axie, bueno, pues salto atrás de Axie y no pasa nada, ¿sabes? Seguimos ahí haciéndolo. Entonces, la interoperabilidad para mí es importante, muy importante, y por eso creo que los juegos deberían colaborar. Y es muy importante el Builders Program, el hecho de que os abráis a que otras IPs puedan utilizar los assets de Axie Infinity dentro de sus juegos, porque lo único que va a hacer es que esos activos tengan más valor, porque al final tienen más valor, no solo en Axie Infinity, sino en esta plataforma y en esta plataforma.
¿Sabés, David, dónde hay un cambio de paradigma? Por lo general los juegos, todas las industrias, pero hablemos de los juegos porque estamos en ese mundo, protegen el IP. O sea, la propiedad la protegen y no la comparten para nada. De hecho, una licencia te cuesta fortunas.
Claro.
Básicamente acá el cambio fundamental es que están abriendo la IP para que la gente pueda desarrollar y pueda crear alrededor de algo ya construido. Eso es un cambio muy grande.
Sí.
Porque realmente hay desarrolladoras que el tener que desarrollar una IP de cero puede tener un costo de marketing brutal. Sí. Pero el concepto o idea del juego puede ser muy bueno.
Claro.
Entonces, esa apertura es una ventana de oportunidad para muchos lo que serían desarrolladores indies, para llevarlo a otro level.
Sí.
Algo súper interesante es que justamente con nosotros también tenemos no solamente un gran creador de contenido como NFTero, sino también es founder de una tool que va a revolucionar el mundo del metaverso. Hermano, cuéntanos un poco, por favor.
Bueno, al final yo trabajo con Bala, que es Bala Web Studio, que es un estudio que estamos enfocándonos en hacer tooling hacia juegos Web 3. Hemos comenzado, pues evidentemente, con el más grande, que es Axie Infinity, y estamos tratando de satisfacer las necesidades de los usuarios, que al final yo creo que es lo clave para que un producto, sea el que sea, triunfe. Y hace un par de semanas queríamos sacarlo antes del AxieCon. Sacamos un leaderboard donde la gente puede entrar, puede ver runas, puede ver amuletos, puede ver lo que está jugando cada una de las personas que está compitiendo en Axie Infinity, pero no deja de ser una versión inicial. Al final nosotros somos muy ambiciosos, tenemos un equipo espectacular de programadores, dentro de organizadores, de jefes de productos y demás. Y esto es el principio, el leaderboard es solo un primer paso, llegarán alertas, llegarán nuevas funcionalidades y la idea es esa, empezar a crear herramientas alrededor de los videojuegos, en este caso de Axie Infinity, porque los usuarios cada vez van a ir demandando más utilidades.
Y es justo lo que hablaban Gaby y la gente de Sura y demás en el panel anterior, que es que al final las guilds van a volverse una guilds de servicio hacia los usuarios. No va a ser simplemente, oye, yo tengo dinero y te alquilo NFTs para que tú puedas jugar, sino que al final van a tener que empezar a crearse guilds que están un poco orientadas hacia el jugador, a intentar escalarlos, a darle los recursos que necesitan para que puedan hacerlo mejor, porque eso al final lo que va a hacer es que la guild crezca.
Totalmente. Y qué importante todo el conocimiento que han dado las guilds. Un aplauso para las guilds, por favor. Acá tenemos a Sura. Hola Gigi. Tantas guilds que han venido de Latinoamérica. Rohan, a todas las personas que están presentes y a todas las personas que están viendo a través de todas las redes sociales, ¿cuál sería el mensaje que tú le darías a todas aquellas personas que están entrando en Axie Infinity por primera vez, hermano?
Yo creo que entrar en Axie hoy es un momento muy lindo, más que nada, bueno, en Origins, porque cuando un juego lleva varios años, lo que pasa es que la gente va descubriendo cómo funciona, qué es lo mejor, qué es lo más eficiente, qué nos sirve. Entonces, hay una etapa muy linda que a mí me gusta recomendarle a la gente siempre que pasa por el stream, que es cuando vos recién conoces un videojuego y no entendés nada de lo que pasa, qué hacen las cartas, cuáles son los efectos, cómo funcionan los turnos, las energías. Es un momento muy lindo que se disfruta mucho Yo creo que Axie en general está en ese momento en el que los sistemas están cambiando constantemente, se están puliendo, se están mejorando, la comunidad está dando un montón de feedback, estamos como en conjunto reworkeando todo, entonces todavía no existe como algo que sea lo fuerte o algo que se haya definido, sino que estamos como en un momento en el que todo sirve, todo funciona, hay que salir a descubrir, podés probar. Entonces creo que para el usuario, para el jugador, es un momento muy, muy particular y muy lindo, que por lo menos yo disfruto mucho a la hora de hacer contenido. Siento que es un momento que dura muy poco en los videojuegos. Y nada, yo estoy tratando de disfrutarlo y creo que la gente también podría disfrutarlo mucho.
No, y muchas gracias, porque Rohan creó un contenido específicamente. Uno de sus videos más famosos es ¿qué le diría Rohan de hoy al Rohan del pasado? Sobre todo lo que él ha aprendido en el metaverso, en Web 3.0 y continuamente está desarrollando contenido educativo. Los invito a que vean. Querido Chuck Fresco, ¿cuál va a ser el futuro de Chuck Fresco y su contenido para Latinoamérica, para España, en Origin? Queremos saber un poco más, hermano.
Creo que obviamente voy a continuar en Twitter, dando mis tweets que siempre doy. Algunas veces causan controversia en la comunidad latina, pero sí, lo que yo sí quiero hacer es como si apoyar a la comunidad, enseñarle lo que el equipo sí está haciendo, lo que está trabajando. Hay bastante, como digo, mentiras que vienen en tiempos, pero yo quiero decirles a todos que el equipo sí trabaja duro, ellos tienen bastante pasión para el proyecto. Y eso es lo que quiero enseñar en mi YouTube y mi Twitter, es enseñar más cosas que Axie está haciendo. Y como se puede ver en el Founder Meeting que tenieron hoy día, están trabajando en bastantes cosas, su roadmap de todo está bien espectacular para mí. Y honestamente, yo estando aquí desde el 2018, yo puedo decir, yo no imaginaría que estaríamos aquí en un AxieCon. Cuando estábamos ahí, pensábamos, los reíamos entre nosotros los OGs diciendo, hey, ¿no sería bueno algún día poder venir a un AxieCon? Teníamos esa idea, pero hoy día es realidad para nosotros y es algo bien motivante para nosotros porque todo es de la comunidad, como usted dijo, es toda la comunidad. Yo no estuviera aquí en Axie si no fuera por mi amigo Jiho. Y Jiho, bastante de nosotros lo ha influenciado Jiho en lo que dice. Y honestamente, con Lima y toda la nueva gente que viene en la comunidad, yo siento que es una como familia para mí. Sí. Todos los que están en Axie y es bueno para mí poder conocer bastante de ustedes. No he podido tener tiempo para bastantes fotos, pero cuando alguien me dice, hey, eres Chuck Fresco, yo digo, oh my God, como yo quiero conocer quién es esa persona porque yo no soy nadie, ¿no sabes? Yo no soy una persona que juego Axie, pero siempre me motiva cuando veo a la gente bien excitada para hablar de Axie, porque a mí me gusta jugar bastante también.
Tú eres mi amigo, hermano. Familia, ha sido un honor conversar con todos y cada uno de ustedes. Vamos a darle un aplauso a estos maravillosos invitados constructores del futuro. ¡Woo! Y gracias a todos ustedes por haber sido partícipes de esta convención. Vamos a sacarnos un selfie, familia, acá vamos. Vamos con la foto, familia. A la cuenta de 3 decimos Axie. 1, 2, 3. Axie.
Axie.
¡Woo! Gracias. Gracias, papá.
Okay, everyone. Muy bien. Muchas gracias to our amazing Espanol panel. that wraps it up for day number 1 of AxieCon. Now, I need to cheat a little bit because I have a few instructions for you. Doors open at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so we're expecting to see every single one of you back in as early as possible to enjoy this content. We have a happy hour here in the venue tonight going until 6:30, so a little bit of time left to go help yourself to a drink if that's your kind of thing. And tonight we have the optional walking tour as well as the bus tour. If you're interested in either of those, they share the same meeting place. It is Plaza Universidad on Maria Cristina. It's 2 rights out of the building. Go out the building, turn right again, and you should bump right into it. So please enjoy, have an amazing night, enjoy Barcelona, and we'll see you tomorrow.